The young man suddenly jolts awake from a deep nightmare, his entire body drenched in sweat. Right then, a hand suddenly slaps Qin Yu's shoulder from behind. "Hey, are you all right?" On pure instinct, Qin Yu reacts, grabbing the nearest object and raising it to defend himself. But when he finally opens his eyes, he realizes he is just holding a computer mouse, and the person who tapped him is none other than his coworker. "Whoa, Qin Yu, what is wrong with you? Did you stay up all night watching Jade Rabbit's reviews again?" Realizing his surroundings have completely changed, Qin Yu stares blankly at the mouse in his hand, muttering to himself, "Wait, a computer mouse? How is this possible?" Once he regains his composure, he glares at his coworker with cold, sharp eyes and asks for the current date and time. Thinking Qin Yu has slept himself stupid, his coworker casually replies that it is only 10:30 in the morning, still a long way from the lunch break. Hearing that, Qin Yu suddenly snaps, grabbing the man by his collar and shouting, "I asked you. What year is it?" A female coworker nearby chimes in, "It is 2019. Seriously, what is wrong with you today? Did you hit your head or get bitten by some bug?" Seeing his reaction, the other coworkers start laughing. "Haha, dude, you've been reading way too many reincarnation novels. This is Earth, wake up. Oh, and I've got a huge surprise for you too. Your deadlines are piling up to your neck." But Qin Yu is barely listening. His entire focus is locked on the distant horizon. Something is slowly turning the entire sky blood red, looking incredibly eerie. Seeing Qin Yu staring blankly out the window, his boss storms over, yelling, "Hey, Qin Yu, slacking off again? Get your butt back to work right now, or I'm docking your pay." But instead of shrinking back like he usually does, Qin Yu looks at his boss with cold, murderous eyes that send a shiver down the man's spine. Acting purely on muscle memory from years of survival, he strikes at anyone who gets too close. With one swift, brutal move, he sweeps his boss off his feet, slamming him hard onto the floor. Even as he does this, his mind is racing to piece everything together. 2019. Isn't this the exact year the apocalypse began? 2019. A blood-red sky. Wait, could today actually be April 1st? While Qin Yu is still trying to process this, a coworker tries to calm him down. "Qin Yu, hey, what is wrong with you? Your April Fool's prank is going a bit too far." But Qin Yu doesn't care. Now absolutely certain that today is the day the world ends, he turns and walks out. Before leaving, he offers his coworkers one final, chilling warning. "You guys need to go find your families. Right now, because today is the day the world ends." In his past life, history recorded April 1st, 2019, as the first day of the apocalypse. It was a literal bloodbath. No one could have predicted that a terrifying, unknown virus would be carried down to Earth within that crimson rain. Anyone touched by the rain would collapse, only to rise again moments later. Mutated into zombies and horrific monsters, they began hunting down humanity with mindless rage. From that single moment, the world transformed into a living hell. This is the nightmare Qin Yu already lived through once, and the horrific memories of that day are burned into his mind forever. Walking aimlessly down the street, Qin Yu still cannot comprehend how he was sent back in time to this exact day. Suddenly, a man bumps into him from behind, grumbling, "Hey, watch it, don't block the doorway." Seeing the man glued to the screen of his smartphone, Qin Yu is suddenly flooded with memories of life before the apocalypse. A smartphone? The standard device of this era? Right, I should have one on me too. Pulling out his own phone, he scrolls through the contacts until a familiar name stops him dead in his tracks. The image of his little sister flashes through his mind, unlocking a floodgate of deeply buried memories. A massive wave of information hits his brain all at once. Qin Yu clutches his head, groaning in agonizing pain. Are these the memories of my past self? It seems his consciousness is merging with his past self. As soon as the pain subsides, he quickly dials his little sister, Xiao Yu. The moment Xiao Yu answers, Qin Yu shouts urgently, "Xiao Yu, go home right now, hurry." Hearing the panic in her brother's voice, Xiao Yu is startled to the point of tears. "But brother, what is it? Did I do something wrong?" Realizing he scared her, Qin Yu quickly softens his tone. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just, something incredibly important is about to happen, and I don't have time to explain. Just trust me. Xiao Yu, go home." To put her brother's mind at ease, Xiao Yu promises she will head home by lunchtime. Even though she agreed, hanging up leaves her deeply unsettled. In all her life, she has never heard her brother sound this terrified. Suddenly, someone taps her on the shoulder, making her jump in fright. But turning around, she breathes a sigh of relief, seeing her best friend, Xiao Ting. But Xiao Ting looks terrible. She is drenched in sweat, her face is flushed, and she is gasping for air. Xiao Yu asks in concern, "Xiao Ting, what is wrong with you?" Shivering, Xiao Ting replies, "It was raining near my apartment this morning. I think I got caught in it and caught a cold." Touching her forehead, Xiao Yu realizes Xiao Ting has a burning fever. She quickly helps her best friend to the school clinic to rest up. Meanwhile, Qin Yu looks up at the sky, watching it slowly turn a deep, ominous crimson. The blood rain is coming. He needs to prepare immediately. First, stockpile food, then, find weapons. In his past life, he was just like everyone else. Even after gaining mutant powers, he was still too weak to survive a single hit from the evolved zombies and monsters. I watched my family and everyone I knew get slaughtered one by one. Until finally, I was ripped apart by those monsters too. But fate gave me a second chance, sending me back 100 years, right to the moment the apocalypse first began. This time, I must become stronger before the enemy arrives. This time, I will use my power to protect my comrades and my family. With his mind made up, Qin Yu immediately began to prepare. It wasn't until much later, when ominous red clouds rolled in, that people finally realized something was terribly wrong. But to them, a teenager casually carrying a metal pipe down the street was a much bigger concern. Little did they know, Qin Yu, the kid they all thought was crazy, was the only one who knew what was actually coming. Damn it, is it starting already? Shoot, I'm out of time. As the rain began to fall, Qin Yu hurriedly hailed a taxi to head home. Seeing the kid carrying a metal rod, the driver got a bit nervous and tried to strike up a conversation to calm his nerves. "Hey, look at that. Isn't this red rain kind of weird?" But Qin Yu didn't have time to chit-chat. He just gave the driver a quick warning. "Once you drop me off, you should head straight home. Otherwise, the traffic is going to get crazy and you might not make it back." That was all he could say to warn him. After all, if he started shouting about the apocalypse, they'd probably throw him straight into an asylum. On his way back, Qin Yu checked on his little sister. Realizing she wasn't home yet, he immediately called her. "Xiao Yu, are you still at school? I'm coming to pick you up. I'm almost there." Worried her brother might panic, Xiao Yu quickly explained. "Brother, I'm still in the school clinic with Xiao Ting. She got sick." Hearing this, Qin Yu panicked and yelled, "Is her skin burning hot? Does she have a high fever and is completely knocked out?" Right then, Xiao Yu replied, "Yeah. Oh, it looks like she's waking up. I'm gonna hang up now." Because of that, she completely missed Qin Yu's desperate warning. "Xiao Yu, stay away from her. She's mutating." Terrified for his sister's safety, Qin Yu put a heavy, threatening hand on the driver's shoulder. "Step on it, now." The driver slammed on the gas pedal, crying out in panic, Okay, just please don't hurt me." Meanwhile, back at the clinic, Xiao Ting opened her eyes. They were blood red, and her face was twisted into a terrifying grin. As Xiao Yu and her teacher were talking, Xiao Ting suddenly sat straight up, staring blankly at them with hollow eyes. Worried, the teacher quickly went over to check on her. "Sweetie, you're still weak. Lie back down." "Oh my, your eyes are so red." Suddenly, Xiao Ting's pupils shrunk as blood vessels burst in her eyes. Like a wild animal, she lunged forward and bit down hard on the teacher's hand. The teacher managed to wrench her hand free with a scream, but her finger was torn open, bleeding profusely. "Why did you bite me?" The terrified teacher backed away, too scared to go near her, but Xiao Yu, still worried about her friend, stepped closer. "Xiao Ting? What's wrong?" Suddenly, Xiao Ting threw her head back and let out a bone-chilling laugh. Terrified by her friend's behavior, Xiao Yu backed away slowly, her entire body trembling. The teacher, completely unaware of the danger, was sitting on the floor, trying to stop the bleeding. But then, Xiao Ting completely snapped, lunging at the teacher and tearing into her flesh. Xiao Yu froze in sheer horror. By the time she snapped out of it, her teacher was already a lifeless corpse lying in a pool of blood. Xiao Yu screamed at the top of her lungs, which immediately caught the attention of the bloodthirsty Xiao Ting. Without a second thought, Xiao Ting lunged straight for Xiao Yu's throat, like a rabid beast hunting its prey. Just in the nick of time, Qin Yu burst in and sent Xiao Ting flying with a powerful swing of his pipe. Before she could even get back up, Qin Yu pointed the sharp end of the pipe down and drove it straight through Xiao Ting's neck without a shred of hesitation. Xiao Yu burst into tears, shaking violently as she stammered, Brother, you just killed her." In stark contrast to his sister, Qin Yu calmly pulled out a rag and wiped the blood off his metal pipe. She turned into a zombie. She's not your friend anymore. We need to leave, now. We'll talk. Once we get home, this place is about to turn into a war zone. Once they got outside, Xiao Yu noticed the eerie red rain. Out of curiosity, she reached her hand out to catch a few drops. Panicked, Qin Yu lunged forward to stop her. Xiao Yu, don't touch that rain. But he was a split second too late. A few drops of the red rain had already landed on her hand. Confused by his reaction, Xiao Yu asked, "What's wrong, big brother? It's just a little rain." Stunned, Qin Yu asked, "You don't feel how hot it is?" Xiao Yu stared at him, completely clueless. Hot? No. Is this acid rain or something? Qin Yu frowned, lost in thought. That's weird. Even people with antibodies to the blood rain are supposed to feel the heat, but now wasn't the time to analyze it. He quickly pulled out a raincoat he'd prepared and handed it to her. Don't worry about that right now. Just put this on, and make sure you don't get any more rain on you. From here on out, we have only one goal: getting out of here alive. Are you ready? It's time to move. Right then, Qin Yu ran ahead, gripping an iron bar, ready to strike down anything dangerous. Xiao Wu, swept up in the excitement, cheered loudly. Let's go. Get him. Qin Yu was completely speechless and quickly hushed his sister, telling her to quiet down. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Wu quickly covered her mouth and quietly followed behind him. Outside, the streets had turned into a total war zone, with endless crazed people lunging and tearing into anyone nearby. Witnessing this horror, Xiao Wu froze in sheer terror. Big brother. What is happening? Seeing his sister stop, Qin Yu yelled in a panic, Xiao Wu, don't stop. We need to run straight home. After running a bit further, a desperate cry for help from a building caught their attention. A man, chased by a horde of zombies, was desperately begging them for help. Spotting a wound on the man's arm, Qin Yu quickly warned him, Buddy, you've been bitten. The zombies won't stop once they smell that blood. Do not follow us. Hearing this, the man screamed in a panic. No, I wasn't bitten. I'm not going to turn into one of them. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, unsure of how to handle the situation. Damn it, this guy is going to drag every zombie in the area right to us. Realizing he was doomed, the desperate man grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and wouldn't let go, screaming, Why me? Why me? I got bitten, but you guys get to walk away. I don't care anymore if I'm dying, you're coming with me. This completely crossed the line for Qin Yu. If this bastard wanted to die, he could go right ahead, but he wasn't dragging anyone else down with him. With a single punch, Qin Yu sent the man flying, and the zombies immediately swarmed him, tearing him to pieces. Taking this chance, the siblings quickly fled. Hearing the blood-curdling screams behind them, Xiao Wu covered her ears in a panic. Big brother, we just killed him. Qin Yu reassured his sister as they ran. Xiao Wu, don't feel guilty. He was already bitten and was going to die anyway. He was trying to drag you down with him. If we didn't do that, we would have died with him. Soon after, they made it back to their apartment building. Seeing the chaotic mess outside, Qin Yu cautiously stopped. Looks like things got chaotic right at our doorstep too. Xiao Wu, stay close behind me. There might still be zombies lurking inside the building. Qin Yu took the lead, slowly guiding his sister inside. Seeing the pitch-black hallway, Xiao Wu timidly whispered to her brother, Big brother, it's so scary here. Can we just run straight home? Just then, Qin Yu caught a strange sound and whispered to his sister, Shh. Footsteps. Showing the instincts of a true apocalypse survivor, a zombie indeed appeared right ahead. The moment it spotted living prey, it lunged at them. Qin Yu quickly stepped forward with his iron bar to shield his sister. Xiao Wu, get back. But with his current body, he wasn't strong enough to easily overpower a zombie. He was pushed back, slowly losing ground. Seeing her brother in danger, Xiao Wu quickly grabbed a nearby brick and threw it right at the zombie's head. Furious at the interruption, the zombie turned its attention to Xiao Wu. Staring down the monster, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming. Fortunately, Qin Yu acted just in time, seizing the opening to kill the zombie on the spot. Are you okay? We need to get inside, now. Right then, Xiao Wu burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. That was Uncle Wang from next door. The sudden disaster was simply too much for an innocent girl like Xiao Wu to process. Once she calmed down, Qin Yu quickly brought her inside. Stepping into the apartment, Xiao Wu was stunned by the massive piles of supplies stacked everywhere. Big brother, did you know this was going to happen? Fearing she would panic or overthink, Qin Yu quickly reassured her. Xiao Wu, listen to me carefully. The apocalypse is here. and every single day from now on is going to get more dangerous. I will protect you, but you must understand how bad things are out there, and you have to listen to me." As her only family, Xiao Wu naturally trusted her brother completely. "Okay, I will always listen to you." Then, Qin Yu solemnly warned her, "With this zombie outbreak, the end of the world is officially here. Everyone will do whatever it takes to survive, even if it means sacrificing others. People are going to become far more wicked, so you absolutely cannot trust anyone. Even the most basic zombie has the strength and explosive power of someone pumped full of steroids. The evolved zombies and mutated monsters can shatter human limits many times over. For an ordinary person, trying to fight them is nothing but a pipe dream. As for how I know all of this, I will explain it to you later. Right now, our most important task is to get stronger. We need to evolve, train, and hunt to gain enough power to stand against these zombies and monsters. Sigh, the apocalypse is here. Let's enjoy the last bit of comfort this civilization has to offer." While there was still running water and electricity, Qin Yu took the opportunity to wash off the rain. Suddenly, Xiao Wu burst through the door. "Big brother, you forgot your body wash and loofah." This startled Qin Yu. "Whoa, why did you just walk in like that? Or, do you want to shower first?" Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, he had completely forgotten his old habits. But Xiao Wu casually mentioned that this was hardly the first time. No need to be so embarrassed. After taking a shower, Xiao Yu started whipping up a few simple dishes. At the dinner table, she brought up an idea. "Big brother, should we head over to the military base? Something this terrifying is happening, so only the military can protect us." Without hesitation, Qin Yu shut her down immediately. "No way. They don't know how to deal with zombies. At most, they can only keep us safe for a few years." Hearing this, Xiao Yu was puzzled. "But big brother, you know how. You can just tell them." Qin Yu explained. "Do you really think the military would listen to an ordinary citizen like me? If we go there, we probably won't even get to see the people in charge." Hearing this, Xiao Yu sadly slumped her head onto the table. What her brother said was completely true, and she couldn't argue with it. Seeing his little sister looking down, Qin Yu spoke up to comfort her. "Xiao Yu, you need to understand that siding with a weak force won't do us any good. Only by holding powerful strength ourselves can we have a real bargaining chip to negotiate with the strong. Besides zombies and monsters, the biggest threat to us is human nature." Having survived for years in the apocalypse, Qin Yu knew all too well what kind of dangers lay ahead. He was determined to become strong enough to ensure that the tragic ending of his past life would never happen again. Later that night, Xiao Yu noticed her brother had locked himself in his room, so she went in to check on him. "Big brother, what are you doing in here?" Qin Yu, who was carefully working with a bunch of test tubes, jumped slightly at the sudden interruption. "Xiao Yu, go outside for a bit. I'm making ammunition, and it's extremely dangerous in here." Hearing the word ammunition, Xiao Yu was completely taken aback. "Brother, you actually know how to make stuff like this?" In her memory, her brother was just an ordinary office worker. How on earth did he know how to make such dangerous things? Too lazy to explain, Qin Yu quickly brushed it off. "It is simple, really. You can easily find the instructions anywhere. All right, close the door quickly, or else this whole house is going to become unlivable in a minute." Hearing this, Xiao Yu obediently stepped out, letting her brother focus on his work. Once he finished his work, Qin Yu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. How many years had it been since he last lay on a soft bed and had a peaceful night of sleep? Just then, Xiao Yu walked in clutching her pillow. "Brother, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you tonight?" And just like that, on the very first night of the apocalypse, the two siblings slept in the same bed. Before closing his eyes, Qin Yu silently prayed, hoping that when he woke up, all of this wouldn't just turn out to be a dream. Early the next morning, the moment Xiao Yu opened her eyes, she saw her brother getting ready to head out. "Big brother, where are you going?" Gripping the iron bar tightly in his hand, Qin Yu smiled and replied, "I'm going to check the other apartments in this building. If there are any zombies, I'll take care of them while I'm at it." Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked anxiously, "But didn't you say that fighting zombies with just normal human strength is basically daydreaming?" At that moment, Qin Yu's silhouette suddenly looked incredibly reliable and strong. "Your brother is no ordinary guy. Don't worry. In my past life, I was a level 2 master of spearmanship." Hearing this, Xiao Yu had absolutely no idea what her brother was talking about. Realizing there was nothing else she could do, she simply warned him to be careful. Standing in the middle of the hallway on day 1 of the apocalypse, Qin Yu took a deep breath. Phew. Here we go. Once he was ready, He started knocking on the doors one by one. Right at the very first door, he hit the jackpot and found himself a cute little zombie. Hearing sounds coming from inside, Qin Yu quickly backed up onto the stairs and took a defensive stance. Just as expected. Come on, be my very first target. With monstrous strength, the zombie smashed the door open and scanned the area for any survivors. Without giving it a second, Qin Yu leaped forward and swung his iron bar directly at its head. Stop looking, I'm right here. With just a few basic strikes, the zombie was instantly taken down. With only the physical strength of a normal human, fighting just one zombie was enough to leave Qin Yu completely out of breath. After making sure the zombie was dead, Qin Yu carefully used a knife to cut open its stomach. I wonder if there's any evolutionary energy inside this one. After rummaging around for a bit, he finally found a crystal, but it wasn't the kind he was looking for. As expected, low-level zombies rarely yield evolutionary energy. Undeterred, Qin Yu made his way down the entire hallway, knocking on every door and taking down any zombies that lunged at him. By the time he reached the last apartment, he was feeling a bit discouraged. This is the last one. Is there really not a single survivor left on this entire floor? Just then, the sound of crying echoing from the room at the far end of the hallway sparked a glimmer of hope in him. A child crying? Could there actually be a survivor inside? Refusing to let his guard down despite the excitement, Qin Yu slowly opened the door and crept inside. The moment the door swung open, he caught sight of a shadow darting right past him. What was that? A zombie or a mutated beast? Following the crying sounds, Qin Yu lashed out without a moment's hesitation. Monster, die! Suddenly, his instincts screamed that he had walked right into a trap. A child zombie lunged at him from behind, aiming straight for Qin Yu's neck. Fortunately, Qin Yu's reflexes kicked in, and he managed to swat the zombie away with his bar. While the creature was still dazed, Qin Yu lunged forward, aiming the sharp tip of his iron bar to deliver the finishing blow. But to his surprise, this zombie was incredibly agile. It dodged his strike and immediately turned to flee. Does it actually have intelligence? This is bad. Intelligent child zombies are notorious for holding grudges. Refusing to let it escape, Qin Yu immediately chased after it to eliminate any future threat. But he was a second too late, and the zombie leaped right out of the window. Thrilled to have cheated death, the zombie actually turned back and winked at Qin Yu just to mock him. But it forgot one crucial detail. They were dozens of meters up, and falling from this height meant it would end up as nothing but a splattered mess of meat. Watching this unfold, Qin Yu smirked, thinking it was just a low-level zombie after all. He then searched the apartment, looking for survivors and any leftover supplies. Looks like the kid's guardian was eaten and ended up like this. He checked the kitchen to see if there were any useful supplies left. It wasn't until sunset that Qin Yu finally headed home, carrying 2 heavy sacks of supplies. Xiao Yu, who was busy cooking, heard her brother's voice and rushed to the door. "Brother, you're back. Where on earth did you get all of this?" Qin Yu replied, "There are no survivors left in our building, but there are plenty of supplies. I'll need to make a few more trips." After that, Qin Yu cleaned himself up and went back to gathering more resources. The next morning, Xiao Yu woke up to see him ready to leave again. "Are you heading out again today, brother?" Qin Yu explained that he needed to become an evolver within 3 days and wanted to stock up on food at the same time. Hearing this, Xiao Yu jumped up and said she wanted to go with him. Qin Yu immediately raised his voice. "No way, it is too dangerous. With your current stamina and survival skills, you would barely last a minute. Don't worry, once I am strong enough to fully protect you, I will take you outside with me." Being a good girl, Xiao Yu did not want to be a burden to her brother, so she reluctantly agreed. "Okay. Just please be careful out there, brother." After completely clearing out the building, Qin Yu decided to venture outside to try his luck. Spotting a wandering zombie, he took the chance to launch a sneak attack, taking it down in a single blow. Suddenly, another zombie reached out from inside a car and grabbed Qin Yu by the shoulder. Without a hint of panic, Qin Yu quickly finished it off and continued searching for his next target. By dusk, Qin Yu sat among a pile of dead zombies, sighing in frustration. Damn it. Over a dozen zombies, several broken weapons, and not a single one had evolution energy. It's getting late. Xiao Yu must be worried sick. The moment he stepped into the house, Xiao Yu threw her arms around him. "Brother, you were gone for so long today. I was so worried." Qin Yu comforted her. "Don't worry, I killed dozens of zombies today. It is just a shame I couldn't find what I was looking for." Seeing her brother's disappointment, Xiao Yu tried to cheer him up. "Don't worry, you will find it soon. I will pray for you at home." Right then, A loud voice boomed from outside. Damn it, run faster! This immediately caught the siblings' attention. Down below, a group of survivors was fleeing from a horde of zombies. Spotting a fence ahead, they all scrambled over it, successfully escaping the pursuing horde. Damn it. Even after death, they won't give us a moment of peace. Go ahead and rot out there. As the leader was shouting curses, one of his lackeys suddenly pointed up at a window. Boss Huang, look up there, there are survivors. Realizing they were spotted, Qin Yu immediately pulled his sister's head down. Seeing other survivors, Xiao Yu asked curiously, Brother, there are survivors out there. Should we help them? Qin Yu replied coldly, Xiao Yu, did you forget what I told you before? In the apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable. We have to be careful of everyone. Meanwhile, the group of survivors, thrilled to find someone, eagerly searched for the entrance. It didn't take long before they reached the apartment door and began pounding on it. Is anyone in there? Don't play dumb, we saw you earlier. Open up. Now. As the door slowly creaked open, the leader immediately barked, Hey, are you deaf or what? What took you so long to open the door? But once they caught sight of the iron rod in Qin Yu's hand, they quickly shut their mouths. Qin Yu stared back with cold, terrifying eyes. What do you want? The leader quickly backpedaled. Ah, hey brother, don't get worked up. We're not bad guys. We were just excited to find other survivors. The lackeys behind him quickly chimed in to support him. The leader said, trying to peek past him into the apartment, scanning the room. Brother, could you let us in? We haven't eaten in days. But before he could take a step inside, Qin Yu blocked him. No way. Right at that moment, Xiao Yu stepped out, carrying 2 bags of food. Brother, why don't we give them some food? This little girl was truly far too naive. The moment he saw Xiao Yu, the leader's face twisted into a sleazy grin. Ah, thank you. This little girl's looks. I mean, her generous soul. What a kind young lady. Sensing that these people were bad news, Qin Yu handed them the food and pointed directly at the apartment across the hall. The apartment across the hall is empty, and there are no zombies inside. If you want to stay, go over there. Kicked out, the survivors grumbled as they ate their instant noodles. He thinks he can throw us out after giving us just a few cups of instant noodles? His lackeys, however, felt lucky just to have food. Once they finished eating, the bald guy brought up what happened that morning with a smug laugh. Man, did you guys see her husband's face? When we did that to her this morning, he looked like he wanted to eat us alive. Ha 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 ha. The others joined in the laughter. Of course we did. That bitch usually acted so high and mighty just because she had a little money, never even giving us a second glance. Now she knows not to mess with us. Suddenly, the leader changed the subject. By the way, did you two see that girl just now? His lackey immediately got the hint. How could I miss her? She is absolute top tier. What's the plan? Interested? They both burst out laughing, showing their absolute sleaziness. The bald guy lit a cigarette and muttered, It is just that the punk next to her is incredibly arrogant. Tomorrow, we will teach him a lesson. They then began plotting their scheme. Tomorrow, we will go back and ask them for food again. Once they open the door, the 3 of us will overpower that punk. Exactly. I wonder what that girl is to him, his girlfriend or his sister. Tomorrow, we will use our old trick. Have our fun with her right in front of him, and then kill him. Yeah, just killing that punk will do. We will keep his little girlfriend for ourselves to enjoy. From now on, we will temporarily stay here. I saw that their place is packed with food. Little did they know, Tan Vu was quietly hiding on the balcony, overhearing their entire plan. Late that night, while the 3 men were fast asleep, Tan Vu stealthily slipped inside. First, he covered the bald guy's mouth and took him out instantly. Hearing a strange noise, the guy with the messy hair woke up with a start. But before he could even utter a word, he was stabbed to death. In no time, Tan Vu finished off all 3 of them in the blink of an eye. When his little sister caught him, Tan Vu simply said in a cold voice, they were bad people. The next day, Tan Vu woke up early again to hunt zombies. However, he kept killing them without getting any loot, leaving him a bit frustrated. Why is my luck so terrible? It has been days, and I have killed over 100 zombies, but they are all low level. How is there not even a single evolved one? Is it because the outbreak just started, so there is not enough evolutionary energy yet? Suddenly, he realized he had unconsciously walked near a local supermarket. Taking this chance, he went inside to see if there was anything useful. Right at that moment, a massive crash echoed from a distance. Instantly, Tan Vu looked for a place nearby to hide. The source of that loud noise turned out to be a giant monster as big as a car. A mutated beast, awesome. Looking at its size, it must weigh around 60 or 70 kilograms. It might actually have evolutionary energy. A mutated beast of this level is a bit dangerous for my current strength, but if I am careful, I should be fine. Quietly tailing the monster, Tanvu noticed it was heading into the supermarket, but the moment it stepped inside, it was sent flying back out. Tanvu stared in absolute shock. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Suddenly, a massive hand reached out from inside the supermarket and grabbed the monster by its tail. Instinctively, the monster severed its own tail to escape. Its prey's escape sent the creature inside the supermarket into a furious, earth-shaking rage. Moments later, a colossal figure suddenly burst out. The moment Tanvu saw its outline, his face went completely pale. This can't be a demonic type, can it? But he quickly pulled himself together. No, now is not the time to stand here frozen. Demonic-type zombies are absolutely terrifying. Even 100 years later, when many strong survivors emerged in the apocalypse, these monsters could easily crush them. Each of them has a different form and unique abilities, but what do they all have in common? Just hearing about them is enough to strike terror into people's hearts. Although their numbers are extremely low, and in total they can be counted on 10 fingers, any single one of them can wipe out 100 or even 1,000 people, as if they possess demonic power. That is how the demonic type got its name. If I can hunt it down before it fully matures, I could absorb its evolutionary energy and directly gain the super abilities of 2 evolved humans at the same time. Just the thought of this got Tanvu so excited he could barely contain himself, yet he remained extremely cautious. Hiding to one side, he quietly observed the demonic zombie. After finishing its hunt, the monster slowly headed back inside the supermarket. Instead of mindlessly destroying things, it carefully ducked to avoid damaging the building. From the outside, the supermarket looked completely normal. Even Tanvu had almost walked right in earlier. He stayed hidden, carefully assessing the situation before making his move. This thing is smart enough to take over the supermarket with the most supplies to ambush prey. It really is a demonic type. Even though it is not fully grown, with my current strength, a direct fight would be suicide. But this is my absolute best chance to become a top powerhouse in this apocalypse. Besides, if I wait for it to mature, no one will be able to stop it. By then, I would probably end up dead by its hands anyway. Be brave. It is decided. Time to risk it all. I will use this. Having made up his mind, Tanvu carefully set up his backpack and approached the supermarket entrance. He took a deep breath, ran right to the middle of the entrance, and shouted, "Hey, monster, come and get me." Hearing the noise, the demonic zombie instantly charged toward the door. The prey had taken the bait. Tanvu sprinted straight back to his backpack. "Come on, enjoy your very last hunt." The demonic zombie burst outside, but seeing no one around, it began searching. Right then, Tanvu yelled, "Hey! Over here!" Not realizing it was a trap, the monster let out a deafening roar and charged straight at Tanvu. The second it reached the backpack, Tanvu smirked. "Taste this." Suddenly, the backpack exploded, sending the demonic zombie flying. Inside that backpack was all the explosive powder Tanvu had spent days painstakingly making. Seeing the demonic zombie take a direct hit. With the demon taking a massive hit, Qin Yu bursts out laughing. "Haha, awesome. This bastard is in absolute ruins, but heaven only knows if he still has enough juice left for a counterattack. It's better to wait until it's completely dead before checking it out." To play it safe, Qin Yu sits on the opposite side, keeping a close eye on it. Only after confirming the demon hasn't budged, does he finally let his guard down. Stepping closer, he thinks, "All right, let's see what kind of goodies we got." Suddenly, a mutated cat pops out, putting Qin Yu on high alert. Man, a mutated cat. Looks like claiming this loot isn't going to be a walk in the park. Right then, the demon's head suddenly twitches and devours the mutated cat in a split second. Watching this, Qin Yu turns pale with horror. The bastard was playing dead. Thank goodness I didn't rush in. To prevent any more surprises, I've got to finish it off right now. Glancing around, Qin Yu spots a few fuel drums nearby. After a quick thought, he decides to burn the demon alive. Since it's gravely wounded and unable to move, the monster can only watch helplessly as Qin Yu pours oil all over it and lights the match. Once the flames completely die down, Qin Yu excitedly walks over, gripping his knife. Smells pretty good. Now, let's see what goodies you're hiding. After digging around for a bit, he finally finds the demon's evolutionary energy. This thing is truly special. Even in my past life, Barely anyone could get their hands on something like this. Of course, Qin Yu doesn't forget the mutated cat from earlier. Inside its body is the familiar evolutionary energy he knows so well. With the harvest complete, Qin Yu doesn't hesitate for a second and swallows the demon's evolutionary energy. Instantly, an agonizing pain hits him, as if his entire body is tearing apart. Is this the power of a demon? I never experienced such a painful evolution in my past life. Let's see how much stronger I've become. Qin Yu grabs a random stone and hurls it straight at the wall. With just a fraction of his strength, the wall shatters into pieces. He's easily at least 4 times stronger than an average human. At this stage of the apocalypse, that's incredibly rare. Now, time to test out my new abilities. Closing his eyes, Qin Yu carefully senses the changes in his body. First up is his flame ability. Awesome. I had the flame ability in my past life too, so I don't need to waste time getting used to it. With a simple spark on his palm, Qin Yu easily summons a massive blaze that wraps around his entire body. Ha ha ha. While the flame ability isn't super rare, it's incredibly powerful and highly practical. I'm loving this. But as for his second ability, Qin Yu finds it quite strange and needs to find something to test it out. He bends down and tests the ability on a random pebble on the ground. In an instant, the one pebble suddenly duplicates into 2, leaving Qin Yu completely stunned. A duplication ability? I don't know much about this, but without a doubt, it's extremely rare. It looks like this duplication ability can only be used once on the same item. If it can copy stones, what about evolutionary energy? Just as he suspected, the energy can also be duplicated, and it has the exact same effect. This ability is absolutely broken. Having 2 abilities at the same time is something Qin Yu never even dreamed of. Just then, a growing horde of zombies, drawn by the commotion, begins to gather. Suddenly, a bold idea strikes Qin Yu. He concentrates all his focus and uses the duplication ability on his own body. To his shock, it actually works. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 Qin Yus charge toward the zombies, feeling way more confident than before. Without needing to say a single word, the 2 of them coordinate flawlessly. In no time, the incoming wave of zombies is completely wiped out. But now, Qin Yu realizes a massive headache. He can't just go around living as 2 people forever. He has to find out if this duplication can be undone. Fortunately, the duplicate can be dismissed. The clone of Qin Yu slowly fades into thin air. But as overpowered as this ability is, it doesn't come without a catch. The exact moment his clone vanishes, Qin Yu is instantly hit with twice the exhaustion. Spamming this ability recklessly could easily get him killed. After catching his breath, Qin Yu starts harvesting evolutionary energy from the corpses of the fallen zombies. It seems the world is changing fast. Even these ordinary zombies carry evolutionary energy now, which is perfect to give to Xiao Yu. With the loot secured, Qin Yu heads back home. The moment she sees him, Xiao Yu throws herself into his arms. "You're late again, big brother. You worried me half to death." Qin Yu smiles and says, "Don't worry. Your brother isn't the same guy he used to be. I won't ever make you worry again." But Xiao Yu isn't so easily comforted this time. "From now on, if you're going to be gone for so long, you have to take me with you." Qin Yu readily agrees. "No problem. I'll definitely bring you along next time. Here, swallow this. It's time for you to become an evolved too." Seeing her brother pull out 2 strange-looking objects, Xiao Yu asks skeptically, "An evolved?" Qin Yu explains that once she evolves, those low-level zombies won't pose any threat to her anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Yu doesn't hesitate and swallows the evolutionary energy right down. When her brother asks if she feels any different, she takes a moment to think before replying, "Oh, it's actually a bit sweet. Maybe it would taste better." Talk about being speechless. Qin Yu could only cover his face in frustration. He asked her, "Did you feel anything from that? Like a sudden surge of power?" Xiao Yu just stared blankly and replied, "Nope, I did not feel any power surge." Qin Yu was completely baffled by the situation. He scratched his head in frustration. This makes no sense. Eating evolution energy is supposed to turn you into an evolver. Try eating this one. This time, Xiao Yu ate it with a little sugar to make it taste better. But the result was still exactly the same. Absolutely no feeling at all. This situation left Qin Yu deep in thought. It was completely beyond his understanding. Even after consuming 2 sources of evolution energy, she had 0 reaction. This was absolutely unheard of. Seeing her brother's serious expression, Xiao Yu felt a bit down. "Big brother, is this stuff really precious? I ate it, and nothing even happened. That would be such a waste." Qin Yu patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry. To us right now, this stuff isn't considered precious at all. Don't blame yourself. After thinking it over, Xiao Yu timidly said to her brother, well, it's not like I felt absolutely nothing. I felt that this thing was really delicious, and eating it made me feel so satisfied. Hearing this, Qin Yu was quite surprised. He asked again, super satisfied? Xiao Yu was so happy she waved her hands around. Yes, it felt so good eating it, and I still want more. Qin Yu figured that Xiao Yu's potential was probably so massive that she had not met the conditions to evolve yet. He would need to find more evolution energy sources in the future to test this theory. Putting this matter aside, the two siblings had dinner together. After dinner, Xiao Yu was surfing the web when she suddenly saw some important news, so she quickly called her brother over to look. Qin Yu calmly walked over while eating an apple. The internet is still working? It seems like there are still many places where the situation isn't too bad yet, but as soon as he saw the image on the screen, Qin Yu's face turned pale, and he unconsciously muttered two words, Otherworlders. Xiao Yu did not understand and asked, Otherworlders? What are they, big brother? Qin Yu solemnly replied, They are disaster and death. Zombies, mutants, the apocalyptic virus. If there is any worse than all of those, it is the Otherworlders. No one knows what power caused this already devastated world to tear open with several dimensional rifts. These rifts connect our world to a completely different dimension. The alien creatures from that dimension invading our world are called the Otherworlders. Countless monsters are now emerging from those rifts. They have incredibly bizarre shapes. Their races and forms are extremely strange, but they all share one thing in common. They harbor pure hostility and murderous intent toward humanity. Why they came is unknown, and their connection to the apocalyptic virus is also a mystery. But what we do know is that their appearance means this city will not be able to hold out for much longer. Just hearing this was enough for Xiao Yu to picture how terrifying the Otherworlders truly were. Next, Qin Yu pointed to the Otherworlders shown on the screen. This is the Swarm, one of the Otherworlder races. Their hives line up and constantly multiply. Once their numbers reach a massive scale, they will fight, kill, and completely take over cities and villages within 100 miles, just like a plague of locusts. Wherever they go, only bones and death remain. There is no time to lose. Starting tomorrow, I must quickly become stronger. Hearing this, Xiao Yu expressed her desire to go with him. This time, Qin Yu did not refuse. Given the current situation, it was time for her to adapt to life in the apocalypse. 2 days later, Xiao Yu went out hunting with her brother. Her task was simply to stand back and cheer him on, while her brother took care of all the fighting. After several battles, Qin Yu realized that the zombies were also getting stronger. As usual, after killing the zombies, Qin Yu searched for their evolution energy. This time, he obtained one with a very high-quality color. With his replication ability, turning 1 into 2, Xiao Yu soon consumed 10 evolution energy sources. Suddenly, she cheered, It is working, it is working, I feel it. Hearing this, Qin Yu excitedly asked, You feel it? What do you feel? Xiao Yu immediately struck a martial arts pose. Ha! Now I feel like I could kill a bull with a single punch. Qin Yu smiled and said, When you become an evolver, your physical strength and reflexes will be far superior to normal people. Try to focus and feel again. Maybe you have some other special ability. After focusing again, Xiao Yu got this amazing feeling, as if her life had just reached its peak. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something different. She murmured, I think I feel something. I cannot put it into words, but it is a feeling that I can make things stronger. Hearing this, Qin Yu instantly guessed it was an enhancement ability. He quickly picked up a brick from the ground, broke it in half, and handed a piece to his sister. If it is indeed an enhancement ability, that is absolutely amazing. Try using your power to enhance this piece. After enhancing it, Xiao Yu handed the half brick back to her brother. First, Qin Yu crushed the regular half brick in his hand. See? The half you did not enhance was incredibly easy for me to crush. Now, I will try the other half that you just enhanced. Even though they were from the exact same brick, the difference in hardness was simply night and day. Qin Yu had to use every ounce of his strength just to crush the enhanced half brick. There is no doubt about it. It is indeed an enhancement ability. Xiao Yu, you have officially become a top-tier evolver. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face lit up with pure joy. Even though she didn't quite understand how these powers worked, just being able to help her brother was more than enough to make her happy. Eager to test her ability, Qin Yu asked his sister to cast her enhancement on him. Instantly, he felt a massive surge of power. Unable to hold back, he threw a few strikes, easily shattering a brick wall. With this ability, Xiao Wu was finally ready to go hunting with her brother. Starting tomorrow, Qin Yu would begin teaching her combat techniques. The next day, Qin Yu tracked down a zombie specifically for his sister to practice on. See that zombie over there? Take it down. First, use your ability to buff your weapon, and then defeat it on your own. I'll be right behind you keeping watch, so don't be nervous. Listening to her brother, Xiao Wu tiptoed toward the zombie, muttering to herself, "Don't be nervous." But just as she drew close, the zombie suddenly spun around. Startled, Xiao Wu completely missed her chance to strike. Fortunately, since she was now an evolved human, she easily dodged the attack. Next, Xiao Wu shut her eyes tight, screamed at the top of her lungs, and repeatedly bashed the zombie's head. She only stopped when Qin Yu finally stepped in to hold her back. Whoa, okay, that's enough. Since it was her first time, Xiao Wu was sweating bullets out of pure fear. Whew! Did I win? Qin Yu carefully evaluated the situation. Yeah, your nerves got the best of you, but you definitely have the power and technique. All in all, not bad. He then began inspecting the zombie's corpse. If you had hit it a few more times, I wouldn't have been able to find the evolution source. Oh, we're in luck. This one actually has one. Xiao Wu, use your enhancement on this source, and then I'll use my replication ability to split it into 2. That way, they would end up with 4 evolution energy sources. Seriously, the abilities of these 2 siblings are straight up broken. A quadruple return on investment, they would become overpowered in no time. After testing it, Qin Yu confirmed his theory. My theory was right. Even though it's a replica, the enhanced evolution energy still retains nearly double the effectiveness. That's awesome. Right then, Xiao Wu spoke up. Brother, I feel like if I keep consuming them like this, I might unlock a new ability. Qin Yu recalled his sister's unusual behavior. Xiao Wu had no fear of the blood rain, and she was completely unfazed when she touched the acid rain. Is it hot? No. Is this really acid rain? Even the way she absorbed the zombie's evolution crystal was completely different from normal people. The power surged through her without causing any discomfort. He realized she had a strange, insatiable hunger for evolution energy. Glancing over at his sister, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if this was a blessing or a curse. How would Xiao Wu change in the future? Suddenly, his train of thought was shattered as gunfire erupted not far away. Startled, both of them snapped their heads in that direction. Gunfire! Qin Yu quickly made a decision. Let's go check it out. He carefully warned her. Stay behind me, find some cover, and hide if things go south. She obediently nodded in agreement. Got it. A cold, calculating look flashed in his eyes. If they're raiders, they'll take them out and steal their supplies. Meanwhile, a massive horde of zombies was slowly advancing, drawn by the noise. They had completely surrounded a group of soldiers in the center. One of the soldiers fired his weapon while shouting, "Captain, we need to fight and fall back at the same time. A few bullets aren't going to stop this crowd." Another squad member chimed in while providing cover fire for his comrades. Xiao Zhang, don't you get it yet? The higher-ups want to get rid of our captain. Why else would they send only 4 of us to rescue General Li? If we succeed, they say nothing, but if we fail, we get punished. Xiao Zhang replied, Still, that's better than dying out here and becoming zombie chow. I'm almost out of ammo, the 4th soldier seriously added. He's right, Captain. Even if we're lucky enough to survive these zombies, more will just keep coming. This mission is impossible. You're extremely capable, Captain, but those corrupt officials set you up. If you ask me, the 4 of us should just find another place to survive. The captain fired off a few rounds and sighed. You think I haven't thought about that? But with only 4 of us in this apocalypse. He cut his sentence short as something caught his eye. Qin Yu and his sister had appeared standing on top of a massive pile of rubble, catching the soldiers completely off guard. Look over there are people. Qin Yu and Xiao Wu looked down from above, scanning the zombie horde and searching for survivors. Qin Yu's crimson eyes gleamed as he spotted the soldiers. He thought to himself, survivors. Among the horde below, a female zombie suddenly snapped her head up, staring blankly at Qin Yu. Even as brain-dead monsters, they still can't resist a handsome face. But it wasn't just her. Nearly every zombie in the area began to turn. They started shuffling toward the 2 siblings. Qin Yu noticed this, but instead of panicking, he calmly let out an intrigued hum. Why are they all heading toward us? Is our energy really that attractive to these monsters? Among the 4 soldiers below, one saw this as a golden opportunity. He spoke up, "Captain, while those 2 are distracting the horde, let's make our escape." But the captain obviously wasn't that kind of person. Who in their right mind would do such a shameless thing? He snapped, "Damn it. How could you even say something like that? Are you still soldiers? Listen to my command. Use all our firepower. Even if we run out of ammo, we must save those 2 civilians." The iron rod in Qin Yu's hand burst into flames, turning red hot. He ordered, "Xiao Yu, buff me. Stay right here, don't move, and make sure you protect yourself. Leave this zombie to me." She agreed, "Got it," and didn't forget to warn him, "Big brother, be careful." Seeing the young man move, the soldiers stared in utter shock, completely forgetting to shoot the zombies. With a loud boom, smoke and fire erupted, and a massive cloud of flames burst open. Only the agonizing shrieks of the zombies could be heard. Arg! The squad leader just stood there, completely dumbfounded. Could he be a legendary ancient martial artist? Even an ancient martial artist wouldn't be this absurdly strong, taking down so many zombies in the blink of an eye. Over there, heavy blows and helpless screams echoed. In the end, all the zombies were laid out flat on the ground, completely motionless. Qin Yu and his sister calmly walked over to the 2 soldiers. The 2 also lowered their rifles. To show his friendliness and gratitude for being saved by the duo, the squad leader stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, we are soldiers dispatched on a mission. I am Captain Lin Feng." Qin Yu seemed a bit surprised. Hearing the name, he repeated it to himself. "Lin Feng." The squad leader hesitantly asked, "Are you an ancien martial artist? That was incredibly dangerous back there, thank you." For those who don't know, ancient martial artists represent the absolute peak of human physical prowess and technique. They possess extraordinary agility, are capable of training their bodies to the absolute limit, and have an unwavering willpower that surpasses ordinary men. They don't even need to become evolved humans to go toe-to-toe with terrifying zombies. Some of them possess such legendary skills that even evolved humans would hang their heads in shame, more than compensating for any raw physical limitations they might have. Unfortunately, even though he wished he were one, Qin Yu had to put on a blank face as he explained, "I'm not an ancient martial artist." Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and began inviting the young man to serve their country. "Brother, with skills like yours, why not join the military? You'll definitely achieve great things in the future." Not very interested in the offer, he brushed it off casually. "I'm not the type who handles being tied down well. Forget about the military, but I appreciate the offer." Lin Feng didn't press further, though he felt a bit disappointed at missing out on such a talented guy. Lin Feng said regretfully, "That's a shame. Since you're not interested, we'll head out first. If you ever need help in the future, just ask, and I won't turn you down." With that, he and his 3 remaining squad members turned around and walked away without hesitation. Xiao Yu looked at her brother in confusion and asked curiously, "Big brother, whenever you met survivors before, you'd want nothing more than to beat them down. Why did you show so much respect to this Lin Feng guy?" He didn't explain much, simply saying he recognized him. Then, Qin Yu drifted into memories of his past life. In a ruined city, he looked up at a grand monument dedicated to a hero. He had once asked his companion back then why there was still a statue standing there. His friend replied that it was a statue of Lin Feng. During the darkest era, it was extremely rare for an S-rank evolved human to possess such immense power and still fight to protect the weak. In the end, he died in a battle at the Black Forest, becoming a revered martyr for future generations. Hearing that story back then, Qin Yu fell silent for a long time. Lost in thought, his companion eventually sighed, "Ah, I remember now." When the older generation spoke of him, they always did so with absolute respect. His companion climbed onto the hood of the car, burying his face in his hands with a deep sigh. "But more than respecting Lin Feng, my fear of the Black Forest is way worse. I just hope a catastrophe like that never happens again." As his flashback ended, Xiao Yu noticed her brother had no intention of sharing more, so she nudged him. "So how do you actually know him, big brother?" Qin Yu still had no intention of telling his sister too many irrelevant details. After all, the more she knew, the more dangerous it would be. So he just replied, "Oh, it's nothing. A friend of mine mentioned him before. Don't worry about it." Watching Lin Feng's retreating back, Qin Yu's thoughts drifted back to the outbreak at the Black Forest. That catastrophe was still more than 10 years away, so Lin Feng had better enjoy this peaceful time while he could. Now that the military squad had left, the streets fell dead quiet. Somewhere in the middle of the road, a creature was gnawing on an unfortunate corpse. It was a mutated dog, its flesh torn and mangled, growling as it ate as if terrified someone might jump out and steal its food. Hiding in a small alleyway not far away, Qin Yu gestured to Xiao Yu. Shh, keep quiet. Judging by its appearance, this is probably a highly evolved mutant. Leave it to me. The dog was still completely focused on enjoying its meal. Suddenly, it sensed something was off. It snapped its head up only to see Qin Yu thrusting his iron rod straight down at it. Suspended in midair and unable to change his trajectory, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I've been spotted. Sure enough, as he landed, the dog managed to dodge his lethal thrust. It immediately lunged forward to attack Qin Yu. To the beast, fresh meat was probably the best, but this piece of fresh meat wasn't going to be easy to swallow. Qin Yu swung his iron rod, knocking it flat on the ground. The dog growled and scrambled to its feet, running away. Seeing this, he shouted in anxiety, "Oh no! If it gets away, highly intelligent mutants hold grudges like crazy." Xiao Yu suddenly appeared behind him and shouted, "Big brother, throw it." "All right," Qin Yu said with a smirk. "My thoughts exactly." With that, he grabbed the iron rod, adjusting his angle. He locked his gaze on his target and hurled the metal rod with all his might. His target was a fleeing mutant dog. The rod pierced right into its leg, making the beast howl in sheer agony. But that wasn't all. The metal rod began to glow cherry red, as if it had been sitting in a furnace for hours. In an instant, violent flames erupted, swallowing the mutant dog whole and turning it into a roasted carcass. It was a brutal, genius move that no one saw coming. As the fire died down, the dog was dead, as dead could be. Its charred, pitch-black body still smoking heavily. Qin Yu and his sister walked over. Since Xiao Yu did not have any real offensive skills yet, she hung back, watching cautiously before asking timidly, "Yeah, it is dead," Qin Yu replied, drawing a knife. He prepared to dissect the carcass to harvest its evolutionary energy. A mutant of this level is bound to have some evolutionary energy. His sister looked puzzled. "Hey, big bro, is your ability not fire? How come I never see you breathe fire or throw fireballs?" Keeping his eyes on the carcass, he replied, "It is not that I cannot, but instead of wasting energy shooting fireballs, I prefer channeling my flame power directly into my weapons. Sure, I lose some range, but when combined with my close combat skills, it makes my attacks way more devastating. The raw damage speaks for itself." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with absolute admiration for her brother. "Wow, so you are basically a battle mage." Meanwhile, Qin Yu pulled out 2 energy crystals and smiled with satisfaction. Talk about lucky. There are actually 2 evolutionary crystals in this thing. One belongs to the dog itself, and the other must be from the prey it recently hunted. Xiao Yu knelt beside the charred beast. Suddenly, she gasped, "Wait, look at this." She reached in and pulled out a ring. It was an old, tarnished ring. It did not look like much, and it certainly did not seem like it could boost their combat power. She was about to throw it aside, since it was not even as useful as food, but Qin Yu's sharp eyes caught it. "Wait, hold on, Xiao Yu." Staring at the strange, intricate patterns carved into the gold band, his jaw dropped. Could this actually be a dimensional relic? He urged her, "Xiao Yu, put it on and see what it does." Always trusting her brother, she immediately slipped it onto her finger. Like this? The moment she put it on, the ring erupted with an eerie, mysterious blue glow. It was almost as if the ring had a mind of its own. It forced her hand up, completely overriding her control. She cried out in panic, "What is happening?" as bursts of blue flames shot from the ring. After burning intensely for several seconds, the flames finally died down. Shaken, Xiao Yu pulled her hand back and stammered, What was that, big bro?" Acting like a walking post-apocalyptic encyclopedia, Qin Yu explained, "This is the power of a dimensional relic. It channels your genetic energy and converts it into a physical force. Looks like this ring's power is just like mine, it controls fire." Hearing a term she had never heard before, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in curiosity. "Wait, what exactly is a dimensional ruin?" Qin Yu filled her in. Ever since the apocalypse started, pocket dimensions have been popping up randomly all over the world. They are different from standard dimensional rifts. Even though these pocket dimensions are incredibly dangerous, if you can pass their trials, you will walk away with incredible loot. He paused, then added, "And there is a huge variety of rewards. Some people find powerful relics containing dimensional energy, while others gain brand new abilities and combat skills. These gifts from other dimensions are the main reason humanity is barely hanging on in this wasteland. The dimensional ruins played a huge part in our survival. Xiao Yu clapped her hands in awe. She truly admired him more than anyone else in this ruined world. You are amazing, big bro. You know absolutely everything. But Qin Yu did not let the praise distract him. Staring down at the charred beast, he quickly analyzed the situation. The fact that this mutant dog swallowed a dimensional relic means there has to be an entrance nearby. And since even a mutant dog made it out alive, the trials inside should not be too deadly. The only issue is that these entrances are highly unstable and constantly relocate. I just hope we can find it before it moves. With a serious look, he turned to his sister. Xiao Yu, use your ability to upgrade the ring first. Once you do, I will copy it. Ever obedient, she nodded. On it, big bro. Just like that, they both wore identical rings. But after studying its stats, Qin Yu sighed with a hint of disappointment. As I thought, it is nothing special. No wonder a low-level mutant dog managed to snatch it. Returning home, the siblings whipped up a simple dinner using some of their leftover rations. Over dinner, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. We got so much good stuff today, big bro. Qin Yu smiled, summarizing their gains. Yeah. In fact, your physical stats are now 5 times greater than an average human, and mine are 8 times stronger. With your amplification ability boosting me, my strength multiplies to 16 times. She gasped in curiosity. 16 times? What does that even feel like? He patiently explained. Let us put it this way. To ordinary people, and even to most zombies and mutant beasts, we are basically absolute monsters. Hearing that, Xiao Yu cheered in excitement. Wow, are we really that strong? Qin Yu nodded. Yeah. But we still have not located that dimensional ruin. If we can find it, we can take our power to a whole new level. With that, they turned off the lights and went to sleep, ready for whatever tomorrow would bring. Qin Yu suggested they turn in early tonight to save their energy for tomorrow's hunt, and Xiao Yu agreed right away. But suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoed from the dark hallway outside. Living in the apocalypse had made Qin Yu much more alert than before. He was only light sleeping, so the moment he heard the noise, his eyes snapped wide open. He quietly sat up and turned on the light. The two siblings shared a single bed, so he could always keep an eye on Xiao Yu and ensure her safety. As soon as the room lit up, the movement woke Xiao Yu. Qin Yu, what are you doing up in the middle of the… He quickly raised a hand, gesturing for his sister to quiet down. Shh, keep your voice down. Something is outside the door. Quietly grabbing his iron bar, Qin Yu crept toward the entrance. With a sudden creak, he flung the door open. Waiting right outside was a massive, monstrous centipede. It bared its huge fangs, let out a screech, and lunged forward to attack him. Fortunately, he reacted instantly, using his iron bar to block its strike. Seeing his sister get out of bed, Qin Yu yelled a warning. Xiao Yu, watch out, we've got company. Channeling all his strength, he shoved the centipede back into the hallway and snarled, Get the hell out of my house. Terrified that something might happen to her brother, Xiao Yu scrambled after him. Qin Yu, wait, I haven't buffed you yet. But when she stepped into the hallway, she saw that Qin Yu had already taken care of it. The iron bar was still driven deep into the centipede's head. He stood there panting heavily beside the dead beast. Xiao Yu rushed over to apply her enhancement buff on him, while he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fighting without your buff is really pushing it, he admitted. Staring at the creepy, many-legged corpse lying right in front of their door, Xiao Yu shivered with fear. What on earth is that? It's so disgusting. Qin Yu's face grew increasingly pale as he muttered to himself, An iron centipede? How is that possible? Did the swarm already wipe out the military and break in here? No, that can't be. They shouldn't be this strong yet. This centipede must have burrowed up from deep underground. Seeing her brother talking to himself, Xiao Yu asked with concern, Qin Yu, is there something wrong with this monster? Why do you look so pale? Before he could answer, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Instantly sensing danger, Qin Yu grabbed his sister's head and forced her to duck. Just in the nick of time, a blast of toxic green energy whizzed right over their heads, barely missing them. They both turned back to look inside the apartment, which was where the blast had come from. Terrified, Xiao Yu clung tightly to Qin Yu. Hovering in the air was a green insect with 2 massive, sharp pincers, and it clearly meant business, especially since it had just launched that devastating ranged attack. Even Qin Yu's heart sank. Oh no, we're in trouble. With pale faces, They stared at the bug as he muttered, "The swarm's hunting squads are spreading out way too fast." Seeing the bug ready to pounce, Qin Yu shoved his sister to the side and braced himself for the clash. The insect slammed onto the exact spot where Qin Yu had been standing, crashing down like a mini meteorite and shattering the floor tiles. Fortunately, he was agile enough to leap high into the air. This turned the tables in a bizarre way. Qin Yu was now clinging to the ceiling, staring down at the bug, while the creature glared up at him from the ruined floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to strike before it could react. With a swift swoop, Qin Yu leaped down from above. With a sharp squelch, his iron bar plunged deep into the insect's body, causing thick green fluid to ooze out. Standing back up, he ripped the bar out and flicked away the green slime. At the same time, he didn't forget to warn his sister, Xiao Yu, stay alert. This hunting party probably has more than just these two. Qin Yu cautiously scanned their surroundings, urging her to be careful. But before he could even finish his sentence, a sudden explosion of blue fire erupted from out of nowhere. The flames completely engulfed him right before Xiao Yu's horrified eyes. Fearing her brother had perished in the blast, she sobbed, "Qin Yu." Fortunately, tragedy didn't strike. Qin Yu had managed to summon a barrier just in time to block the attack. His barrier was now cracking, but luckily, he had avoided a fatal blow. Taking a direct hit from that would have been absolutely devastating. As the newly arrived insect flew into the house through the shattered glass window, Qin Yu looked on in surprise. It was a winged insect that resembled a giant wasp. The mutated wasp didn't give Qin Yu any time to counterattack. It was already preparing to launch another devastating strike. He sprinted toward his sister and shouted, "Xiao Yu, run." Fearing she wouldn't make it in time, he grabbed her by the arm and pulled her along. Once they had run some distance, Xiao Yu finally regained her composure and asked anxiously, "Qin Yu, what about our home and food? How on earth did these monsters find us?" Qin Yu explained, "They are part of the swarm's hunting squad. That fire-spitting one is a firebug, and it's likely their leader. It's extremely dangerous. Even a dozen low-tier evolvers working together wouldn't stand a chance against it." The moment those words left his mouth, a massive explosion shook the corridor. The firebug had launched another fire attack right through the wall, causing Xiao Yu to duck and cover her head in sheer terror. With no way to fight back, their only option was to run. Qin Yu stayed behind his sister, urging her to move faster. Finding the chase amusing, the firebug hovered high in the air, aimed its abdomen, and unleashed yet another fiery blast. Another loud boom echoed as the attack hit right behind Qin Yu. Through the thick smoke, he luckily managed to dodge the blast and leaped out to safety. Having fled in a rush, they hadn't even had time to change clothes, and he was still wearing slippers. But surprisingly, this time, he stopped running. Qin Yu spun around to face the firebug, his expression dark with rage. "You damn bug. Give them an inch, and they'll take a mile." Furious, he raised his hand and conjured a fireball, shouting, "Had enough?" before hurling it straight at the firebug. Yet, the creature didn't even try to dodge. A loud blast echoed as the explosion lit up the night sky like fireworks. The clash begins. Seeing that her big brother isn't running, Xiao Yu also stands her ground, tentatively asking, "Did you do it, brother?" He turned his head and shouted, "Xiao Yu, don't stop, keep running." As the dust in the air cleared, the firebug was completely unharmed, without a single scratch. It stood there silently, as if mocking Qin Yu for being too weak. Feeling incredibly frustrated, he cursed, unable to even dodge it. "Are you looking down on me?" With flames flickering in his hands, he decided, "Then let's see whose fire is stronger." High in the sky, the firebug accepted his challenge and launched another attack. Below, Qin Yu refused to back down. He unleashed a fireball to counter the firebug's attack. The two different colored flames clashed like an explosion of fire and ice, lighting up the night sky. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort, trying his best to hold his ground. But clearly, the firebug was far superior. His fireball was completely swallowed by its attack, which even shattered the ground, forcing him to scramble to the side. The winner was clear. Qin Yu pouted and said, "Fine, fine, yours is stronger." Suddenly, he noticed something new. Xiao Yu was desperately trying to form a blue fireball. Panicked, Qin Yu yelled, "Xiao Yu, run, you can't help here." She let out a loud shout and launched the fireball at the firebug. After the attack, Xiao Yu gasped heavily for breath. Qin Yu watched as the fireball directly hit the firebug high above. He gasped in shock. "Are you too lazy to even dodge now?" But as soon as those words left his mouth, he saw the firebug falling like a kite with a broken string. Dumbfounded, Qin Yu immediately turned to learn from his sister, Xiao Yu. How did you do that? She explained in detail. Brother, I tried using my enhancement ability on the fireball, and it actually worked. He smiled and showered her with praise. As expected of my little sister. Leave the rest to me. Before jumping back into the fight, Qin Yu carefully analyzed the situation. The firebug's power was 20 times that of a normal human. Even with Xiao Yu's enhancement, his own power was only 16 times stronger. Winning this was going to be incredibly difficult. But I can take advantage of its confusion from Xiao Yu's enhanced fireball to break its wings. That way, it won't be able to hunt us down anymore. Behind him, his sister cheered him on. Big brother, go, be careful. Just as she said that, the firebug slammed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Qin Yu immediately sprang into action. Now is the time. He got a running start and dashed forward. Once he was a short distance from the firebug, he split himself into 2 clones to copy his moves. Qin Yu rushed ahead, one on the left and one on the right, cleanly slicing off the firebug's fragile wings. With the job done, he coldly concluded. Leaving your wings exposed like that was your fatal flaw. Suddenly, he felt that something was very wrong. After unleashing that attack, Xiao Yu had been gasping for breath for a while, and now she coughed up blood. Seeing this, Qin Yu nearly lost his mind with fear. She was the only family he had left. In a panic, he screamed, Xiao Yu. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling that something was different. His strength had drained significantly, making him worry that the enhancement ability was wearing off. Could his clone technique have doubled the strain on Xiao Yu, making it too much for her to handle? Suddenly, a massive, giant firebug monster emerged. It flapped its wings and flew toward him, making a deafening buzzing sound. Wait, what? After flying for just a bit, it crashed onto the ground on its back, unable to take off again. Holding his sharp iron bar, he thought, thank goodness this thing can't get back up. Qin Yu ran back to his sister. Xiao Yu, are you okay? While it's stuck on the ground, let's get out of here. The siblings ran off together, completely unaware that the monstrous firebug was already rolling back over. Supporting Xiao Yu, he kept a close eye on it, thinking, this firebug is only fast in the air. If it's walking, it'll never catch up to us. Just as those words left his mouth, something suddenly flashed right in front of them. They were blocked by something, leaving them completely shocked. What on earth was it? Out of nowhere, a red-eyed zombie appeared right behind the firebug. He pursed his lips, staring at it. Another devil breed? No, wait. It's just a regular mutated zombie. Was it drawn here by the commotion of the battle? The zombie lunged forward, slashing at him with its razor-sharp claws. With his quick reflexes, he managed to block it, but the zombie attacked so fast that sweat broke out on his face. Its strength is insane. It's at least 10 times stronger than a normal human, while I'm only at 8. It's way stronger than me. Seeing that her brother was exhausted, Xiao Yu desperately tried to force her power once more. He immediately stopped her, standing up and saying, Xiao Yu, don't push yourself. If you use your power again, you'll pass out. He declared firmly, leave this guy to me. He bolted forward, gripping the iron bar tightly. Swinging his weapon, he charged. Oh no! The zombie impaled him, and blood sprayed from the wound. With trembling hands, he struggled to grab onto its leg. Tears streaming down her face, she screamed, Big brother. Fueled by pure main character energy, he managed to hold on. But while he was fighting this monster, another threat arrived. Watch out, brother, the firebug is catching up. A strange blue energy was swirling inside its abdomen. A powerful beam of blue light shot straight toward him. Panic and fear flashed across his face as he stared at the approaching light. Then, boom! A massive explosion erupted right in front of her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, Brother! Big brother! Suddenly, a voice echoed, Xiao Yu, run, big brother, when did you get over there? To answer your question, right when that other guy lunged. It turned out he had already cloned himself beforehand. Hearing those words, she burst into tears, laughing and crying at the same time. Big bro, you're so amazing. Even I was fooled. Back at the site of the recent explosion, the body that was lying there had vanished. Right then, he felt a sharp, stabbing pain. Xiao Wu quickly asked, Are you okay, big bro? He covered his mouth with his hand, coughing while deep in thought. All the pain his clone had endured was now transferring to him. I'm fine, let's run. They seemed to have completely forgotten about the firebug, leaving it behind to just stand there and watch them make a run for it. Stopping in front of a store, they quickly slipped inside. Once they pulled the metal shutter down, they sat down to rest and fell fast asleep. They had been through hell all night, Even as they closed their eyes, those haunting thoughts echoed in their minds. Starting tomorrow, survival is only going to get much harder. As their journey continued, they had to hunt for energy from the crystals dropped by the zombies. Thankfully, after killing just one, they had already found evolutionary energy. The two quickly picked them up and swallowed them. He looked at his sister in excitement. His physical strength had successfully boosted to 9 times its original level. But relying on this alone wasn't enough to satisfy their hunger. Moving forward and keeping a close eye out, they spotted a green supermarket. Look, there's a supermarket over there. The siblings were thrilled to see it. This is great. They quickened their pace, but just then, a voice echoed from inside. Hey, Zhangfeng, what are you so scared of? I've got it held down, hurry up. My God, you really are a useless coward. Hearing this, Qin Yu warned his sister, there are people inside. I'll head in first. Be careful, got it. Inside, someone was tightly holding down a ferocious zombie, while the other guy raised a club high in the air. Zhangfeng, you idiot, I can't hold it much longer. If I die here today, it's on you, he replied, trembling. I'm sorry, you can't blame this on me. Suddenly, the zombie broke free from his grasp and lunged straight ahead. The tension was thick as the zombie snarled, squaring off against him, while the other guy was hurled back into a display shelf, sending it crashing down. The heavy shelf pinned him down as he struggled to escape. While he scrambled to break free, the zombie lunged straight at him. Oh no! Zhangfeng was pinned under the shelf, completely unable to escape. With his face twisted in fear, covered in tears and snot, he kept screaming for his life. A club struck the zombie's head hard and snapped in half. The blow drew its attention, causing it to turn around and leave her trembling in pure terror. The zombie suddenly shifted its target to attack Xiaona. Everyone screamed in sheer panic. Xiaona! Suddenly, a shadow flashed by like lightning, forcing the zombie to look up. Getting grabbed by the head so out of nowhere, even the zombie was startled. Before the zombie could even react to his insane speed, it was dragged away. The floor cracked wide open, leaving a deep crater where the zombie's head was violently slammed down. Everyone stared in utter bewilderment, completely unable to process what had just happened. He stood up and walked over to her with smooth chivalry, offering his hand to help her up, which made her blush. Get up, thank you. Just then, Xiaowu called out from behind. Xiaona! Hearing her name, she spun around in disbelief. Xiaowu, is that really you? The two girls happily ran to hug each other, thrilled beyond belief to reunite with a close friend in a place like this. The younger sister turned to Qin Yu with a bright smile. Big bro, this is Xiaona, my best friend from school. Thank you for saving her. Qin Yu's gaze locked onto the girl, staring intensely. Seeing her triggered a flashback of a street crawling with zombies. We're surrounded. What do we do? Back then, they were both losing their minds. With this many zombies, breaking through was impossible. Damn it. I can't believe we're going to die here. Suddenly, a scythe sliced through the air, cutting the zombies clean in half. What is that? The sharp click of high heels echoed as a female figure emerged. As her face came into view, he realized it was none other than Lady Death herself. Qin Yu stood there completely dazed until Xiaowu snapped him out of it. Hey, why do you keep staring at her like that? Just then, a hand tapped his shoulder. Oh, it's nothing, he muttered. Lu Kun looked at Qin Yu and said, My friend, your combat skills are insane. Seriously, thanks for the save. After speaking, he turned to check on Xiaona, completely forgetting that there was still one person left to rescue. Xiaona, you're not hurt, are you? Uncle Lu, I'm okay. But, could you guys please get me out of here first? With lightning speed, Qin Yu flicked his hand, sending the heavy shelf flying. Once freed, Zhangfeng's face lit up with relief. Nana, thank you so much for earlier. You're truly a beauty saving a hero. A guy named Li Song snapped, pointing right at Zhangfeng's face. A coward like you dares call himself a hero? Even a dog would have done a better job than you. Even Lu Kun stepped in to press him. The four of us all had weapons. Taking down a single zombie should have been a walk in the park. Zhangfeng, you idiot, do you have any idea that you almost got us all killed? Zhangfeng didn't back down and shot back. But didn't I make my move just in time anyway? No one even got hurt. Besides, it was my first time doing something like that. Who told you guys to hand over such a crucial task to me anyway? Hearing those irritating excuses, Liu Kun lost his temper and snapped. My plan was absolutely perfect. Xiaona risked her life to act as bait, and Li Song held the zombie down from behind. Out of the 3 roles, what did you actually accomplish? Our strategy has already taken down several zombies. But the moment it's your turn, everything falls apart and puts everyone in danger. And you're still trying to talk your way out of it. Sensing that things were going south and knowing he was in the wrong, Zhang Feng finally muttered, "Fine, I was wrong, okay?" Just then, Zhang Feng's eyes locked onto Xiaowu. He immediately walked up to her, brushing his hair back, clearly trying to hit on her. "Hey girl, you must be Xiao Yu, right? The name's Zhang Feng. I'm the heartthrob from second high school. I'm sure you've heard of me. I've heard a thing or two about you too." Hearing Zhang Feng's shameless bragging, Xiao Yu playing along with a shy smile. "Oh, so you're Senior Zhang. I've heard so much about you." Suddenly, Lu Kun furrowed his brows. Something was wrong. Lu Kun shouted, "I hear something. Are there still zombies around? Wait, is that an earthquake? No, it's just Qin Yu eating. His cheeks are stuffed as he wolfs down his food. This kid must be starving. Everyone else is probably hungry too. Let's grab a quick bite, then head back to camp." Xiaona stared at Xiao Yu for a moment before asking, "Xiao Yu, how come your brother doesn't look anything like you?" She playfully teased that they weren't blood siblings. "What's the matter? Have a crush on my big brother?" Having her secret feelings exposed, Xiaona blushed red with embarrassment. "You brat, since when did you start teasing people like this?" Lu Kun put on his backpack and took the lead, followed closely by Xiaona and Qin Yu. They crept stealthily down the street, making sure not to make a single sound that might attract the zombies. Once they arrived at a massive mansion and stepped inside, Lu Kun announced, "Everyone, we're back." Qin Yu walked in and scanned the room. His eyes locked onto a guy with a ridiculous spiky haircut sitting next to an elderly woman. Qin Yu thought to himself, "This shelter is full of the elderly and disabled. Their combat power is way too weak. No wonder a girl like Xiaona was sent out to find food. If this keeps up, these people won't survive long in this apocalypse." Xiaona ran over to her grandfather, her voice filled with worry. She immediately sat down, unzipped her backpack, pulled out a loaf of bread, and asked, "Grandfather, you must be hungry, right? We found a lot of food this time." He let out a few weak coughs and replied, "Xiaona, it's very dangerous out there. You must be careful." Lu Kun spoke up, "Is everyone hungry? Come get your food." No pushing, one by one. Xiaona's grandfather looked at Qin Yu and asked curiously, "And who is this young man?" She quickly introduced them both. "Grandfather, this is Qin Yu, and this is his younger sister, Qin Xiao Yu. If it weren't for them today, you might never have seen your granddaughter again." He replied with deep gratitude, "This place is no paradise, but at least we can look out for one another. If you two don't mind, please stay here." The siblings replied in unison, "Thank you." Xiaona smiled brightly and said, "You guys must be exhausted. Let me show you to some empty rooms." She then led Qin Yu and Xiao Yu to find a place to rest. As they walked, he suddenly asked, "Your grandfather? He's no ordinary person, is he?" She answered proudly, "Of course. My grandfather is amazing. He's a miracle doctor who has saved countless lives. He's way better than those traditional medicine experts out there." Xiao Yu gasped, "Wow, but your grandfather was coughing so badly. Is he suffering from some severe illness that he can't cure himself?" Xiaona's face darkened as she explained, "When my grandfather was young, martial arts training left him with chronic injuries. Now that he's older, those old wounds have caught up with him, leaving him in this weak state." Qin Yu had already noticed this. He could tell earlier that the old man possessed an extraordinary presence. Martial arts is supposed to make your body stronger. For him to suffer so many injuries from training, plus what this girl just said, he must be an ancient martial artist. He clenched his fists and thought, "Even though my level 2 A-class combat skills are quite powerful, my real combat experience is still raw and unrefined. If I ever face a true master, my weaknesses will definitely be exposed. If I could get his guidance and train in the Earth Demon system, reaching level 3 would be a breeze. I might even take it a step further and reach the Grandmaster rank." Qin Yu then asked her for more details. "Xiaona, tell me about the situation in this shelter." She didn't hesitate to share everything. "Well, most of the people here are survivors from the surrounding areas. We gathered here to look out for one another. We're barely scraping by. Uncle Lu is the strongest and most experienced among us. He's the one who leads us every time we go out. His eldest son is also here. As for Zhang Feng, he's a rich kid. He's handsome and wealthy, but now that the zombie outbreak is here, money is useless." Xiaona continued, "The injured man is Brother Li. He used to go out with Uncle Lu to scavenge for food, but he got severely injured once, so Zhang Feng and I had to take his place. Even if the two of us team up, we're still not as strong as him alone." Hearing this, Qin Yu confirmed his initial suspicion. Most people here are indeed weak. If they ever get attacked, only a handful would be able to fight back. But there's no other way. If I want the old man's guidance, I'll have to protect this shelter. The scene shifts to a dark room. Qin Yu lay in bed, unable to stop thinking. Without Xiao Yu by his side, he felt like something was missing. He sat up, wondering what she was doing. Not knowing if Xiao Yu was asleep yet, he decided to surprise her, so he stepped out into the hallway to find her room. Qin Yu came across a room with its door left slightly ajar. He assumed she felt just as lonely as he did. Xiao Yu, that girl is thinking exactly like me. She's pretty bold though, leaving the door open for me on purpose. Qin Yu stepped into the room without a second thought. But once inside, he caught Xiaona completely wrapped in a blanket, tossing and turning. Without hesitation, Qin Yu walked right into the room, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw Xiaona bundled up tightly in a blanket, rolling around on the bed. Qin Yu was absolutely certain it was Xiao Yu, with no idea that the person lying there was actually Xiaona. He frowned and stood in silence for a moment, recalling his past life, when every single day was a brutal struggle to survive among zombies, monsters, and those powerful tyrants. Back then, even finding a safe place to hide or getting 3 square meals a day was nearly impossible, let alone worrying about romance. Wanting to surprise her, Qin Yu crept onto the bed and grabbed Xiao Na's leg. Startled, she quickly pulled her foot away. He assumed Xiao Yu was just being shy and trying to hide. But then, Xiao Na spoke up, saying, "Xiao Yu, are you at it again? Is this some kind of cosplay? Come on, let's go for another 100 rounds." Hearing Xiao Na's voice, Qin Yu finally realized something was terribly wrong. Just then, Xiao Yu knocked on the door from outside. "Xiao Na, why did you lock the door? I can't get in." Hearing her voice from outside, Xiao Na's face turned beet red. She quickly sat up, only to find Qin Yu sitting right there on her bed. Both of them were frozen in agonizing awkwardness. He walked over and opened the door for Xiao Yu. She looked at him, completely confused, and asked, "Big brother, I just went out to grab some sweet potatoes. Why are you in here?" He quickly stammered, "Oh, nothing. Just a misunderstanding. I was just worried you'd be scared alone, so I came to check on you. Since Xiao Na is here too, I'll head back." With that, Qin Yu slammed the door shut and fled outside, his entire face burning bright red. His face was twisted in sheer embarrassment. Feeling a mix of panic and utter helplessness, he screamed in his mind, "Damn it, what the hell was I thinking?" Sometime later, Qin Yu went downstairs and met Xiao Na's grandfather. He greeted him politely. "Good morning, sir," the old man replied. "Yuzi, it's still early. You kids have been struggling out there for so long. Why don't you get some more sleep?" Qin Yu walked up to him and said, "I'm fine, sir. I just wanted to see if there's anything I can help with." Qin Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad the old man was still calling him Yuzi so affectionately. It seemed Xiao Na hadn't told her grandfather about last night. Just then, the low growls of zombies echoed from outside. They were furiously banging on the door. Brother Li quieted everyone down, whispering, "Keep your voices down, everyone. There are zombies right outside. They're climbing up toward us." A young girl burst into tears, desperately covering her mouth with both hands to muffle her sobs. "I don't want to die yet." Beside her, a young boy held his head in absolute panic. "Damn it, what do we do? We barely have anyone who can fight." Xiao Na's grandfather suddenly stood up, leaning on his cane. Qin Yu walked over and gently patted his shoulder. "Sir, please don't move. It's just a few zombies. Let us young people handle it." Liu Kun cracked the door open slightly, peering outside to check the situation. Not far from the main door, several zombies were scratching frantically at the windows, trying to claw their way inside. He stared at them anxiously and asked, "How did these zombies even know we were inside?" Beside him, Qin Yu replied calmly, "A few of these zombies have actually evolved some intelligence. It might only be on par with wild beasts, but it is enough for them to track us down. After all, beasts know how to track and hunt." Hearing this, his face turned even paler, and he clutched his forehead in despair. "With just the few of us, taking out 1 is no problem, 2, and someone might get hurt. But 5? What on earth are we going to do?" Just then, he looked up and saw him confidently walking out with an iron bar in his hand, and quickly called out, "Hey, Qin Yu, do you have a death wish? You cannot take on that many zombies all by yourself." Before he could even finish, Xiao Yu appeared out of nowhere by his side to reassure him, "Uncle Liu, do not worry. These zombies are like easy pickings to my brother." Qin Yu's bold move to step outside successfully caught the attention of the zombie horde. Without a second thought, they growled and charged straight at him. Just as one lunged forward, He effortlessly dodged to the side. He dodged and finished it off. Barely done with one, another immediately took its place. Qin Yu tilted his body slightly to dodge. Then, with eyes full of murderous intent, he turned and looked straight at it. Instantly, a massive, earth-shattering explosion shook the area. When the smoke cleared, the zombie was burnt to a crisp. Witnessing this, Liu Kun stammered in utter shock. Is your brother a monster? A moment later, Qin Yu had completely wiped out the zombies, standing tall and victorious among them. He quickly turned and walked back over to him, saying, "It is done. Have some people go out and fix the wooden and metal barriers. I will stay here and protect everyone." As time slipped away, the sky above the apartment building remained bleak and gloomy. With the job finished, Liu Kun returned and called out to the people inside. "Do not be afraid, everyone. The danger has passed, and the wooden and metal barriers have been repaired." Hearing this, the residents of the apartment building cheered in relief. "Thank heavens, we were scared to death." With that, he walked up to him to show his gratitude. Today was way too close for comfort. "We are so lucky to have you, Qin Yu." While he politely watched him walk away, Xiaona's grandfather slowly stood up and called out, "Qin Yu, come over here. I have something to tell you." Qin Yu immediately replied, "Yes, sir." And with that, the two of them quickly headed into a small room. Once the door was closed, Xiaona's grandfather spoke first. "You have killed people, and not just one." Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression shifted instantly as he replied in a dark tone, "You have keen eyes. You are right. It was not just one." Upon hearing his answer, the old man slowly unbuttoned his shirt, saying, "I know that with this frail body, I'm barely a match for anyone of yours, but if I have to, I'll risk my life to stop you from hurting anyone else, even if it only buys them some time." With that, he dropped his cane, demanding in a raspy voice, "Tell me, Qin Yu, what's your real motive?" Looking at Xiaona's grandfather's resolve, Qin Yu couldn't help but respect him. Truly, the old man still had plenty of fight left in him. He quickly spoke up to calm him down. "Sir, please, don't be so tense. I just want to make a deal." Hearing this, the old man hesitated. "A deal? What kind of deal?" Seeing him calm down, Qin Yu revealed his true objective. "It's simple, a win-win transaction. You take me in as your disciple and teach me all your martial arts. In exchange, I'll cure your chronic illness and completely rebuild your body." Hearing this, Xiaona's grandfather let out a helpless sigh. "Young man, if you want to learn my martial arts, I can teach you. But how much longer do I even have to live? I know my own body better than you do. You might have ways to deal with zombies, but can you really bring someone back from the dead? I don't need you to rebuild my body. But if you can protect Xiaona in my place, then having you as my disciple isn't out of the question." Ignoring whether the old man had fully agreed or not, Qin Yu slowly bent down and picked up an iron bar lying near his feet. "Sir, with those words, I can finally put my mind at ease." With that, he gripped the iron bar and squeezed, completely denting the solid metal. Witnessing this, Xiaona's grandfather gasped in shock. This power." Without another word, Qin Yu tossed the metal bar aside and continued, "Sir, I know how to heal you. I can even make you as strong as I am. You won't have to worry about protecting your granddaughter Xiaona anymore." Having received this assurance and witnessed his monstrous strength, the old man didn't hesitate any longer and agreed. "Kid, I've always been a man of my word. If you can keep your promise, I'll pass down my lifetime of martial arts to you." A while later, in a fully furnished room, Zhang Feng pointed angrily at Qin Yu and demanded at the top of his lungs, "Why do I only get one slice of bread, while this guy, who just got here today, gets two?" Liu Kun immediately shut him down. "What are you whining about? You wouldn't even finish 2 slices. He's been protecting everyone for the past 2 days. So what if he eats a bit more? Look at you, acting like a spoiled young master all day. Why do you even need to eat so much? Are you just fattening yourself up for the zombies?" Furious, Zhang Feng jumped to his feet and yelled, "Uncle!" Right then, Brother Li cut him off. "Just eat. You're lucky you're even getting fed. You messed up that one job and almost cost me and Xiaona our limbs. You're a grown young man. Who do you think is obligated to feed you for free?" Seeing everyone turn against him, Zhang Feng snapped. He pointed a finger at them and snarled, "Fine. Fine. I know you all have it out for me. I'm leaving, and don't you dare try to stop me." With that, Zhang Feng turned and stormed off, kicking a chair over in frustration. Watching him go, Liu Kun asked hesitantly, "He actually looks like he's leaving. Should we call him back?" Brother Li remained perfectly calm, snorting, "Leave? He won't go far. He'll crawl back on his own in a bit." The subject of their argument finally spoke up. It's fine. Xiao Yu and I are heading out after we eat. If we see the kid, we'll just drag him back. Liu Kun let out a sigh and quickly warned, Qin Yu, we managed to gather plenty of food last time. It'll last us a while. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Standing nearby, Xiao Yu quickly chimed in to reassure him. Don't worry, old man. My brother and I are really strong. Those zombies can't touch us. After finishing their meal, the two siblings headed outside. Suddenly, Xiao Yu called out, Brother. Hearing her, he replied, Huh? To his complete surprise, she gave him a pouty, interrogative look and asked a highly suggestive question. Who feels better to touch, me or Xiaona? Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly tried to explain. Wait, it's not what you think. And you're one to talk who knew you'd jump straight into bed with her the moment you met? Despite his explanation, Xiao Yu huffed, turning her head away as she warned, I'll let it slide this time, but if I ever catch you sneaking around again, I won't let you off easy. Hearing such inappropriate words from his sister, he froze, completely dumbfounded. Sneaking around? Where on earth did you learn that phrase? The scene then shifts from the apartment building to the city streets, which are now teeming with zombies. A sharp iron rod is driven brutally straight into the chest of a zombie on the ground. Crouching down to search the body, Qin Yu muttered, Nothing on this one either. Xiao Yu, who had just finished checking two other bodies, quickly reported, These two don't have anything either. Having finished their search, he walked over to her and let out a disappointed sigh. We're not having much luck today. Suddenly, she leaned in close and asked a bizarre question. Brother, did you fart? Why does it smell so weird? Qin Yu didn't buy it. He laughed and teased, Cut the crap. There's no way my farts could smell this strong. There must be a pile of rotting corpses nearby or something. The moment the words left his mouth, a strange sound echoed, making both of them freeze in their tracks. Startled, Xiao Yu gasped in confusion. What was that? Qin Yu frowned, wondering, a scream that loud. Could it be? He immediately went on high alert. Listen to me, Xiao Wu. Follow me up high to get a better look. This stench and that roar, they aren't normal. The two of them slipped inside a building, making their way up the stairs step by step. But once they reached the rooftop, what they saw ahead left him completely speechless, his eyes widening in shock. Xiao Wu was just as stunned, unable to believe her own eyes. She stammered, What on earth is that? It's massive. Quite a distance away from them, a colossal beast was slowly moving through the ruins. Taking a closer look, it was a gigantic dragon that had just pulverized a nearby building. Qin Yu quickly whispered a warning. That's a rot dragon. Keep your head down. If it spots us, we're dead meat. I can't believe it's only been 2 months since the apocalypse started, and something has already evolved to this extreme. In the future, this thing is guaranteed to become a Lord-class monster. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked totally lost and asked, A rot dragon? What does that mean? He immediately cleared up her confusion. When a mutated beast is severely injured and gets infected by the zombie virus, it mutates into a terrifying rot beast. Rot beasts carry the traits of both mutated beasts and zombies, making them far more terrifying than either one alone. Realizing how dangerous their situation was, she knit her brows in worry. So, what do we do? Should we take it out while it's distracted? Qin Yu immediately shot down that reckless plan. Absolutely not. That's way too dangerous. We need to find another place to hunt. The scene shifts to a much quieter and more peaceful area. Xiao Wu was now holding an energy core in her hand, cheering happily. Look, we got another one, and another. That makes 3. He walked over and took the energy core, a wide grin on his face. I seriously thought today was going to be a bust, but we actually got a huge haul. After handing it over, she massaged her stiff shoulders, feeling a bit worn out. Let's take a break. You've been hunting non-stop for so long. Without a second thought, Qin Yu nodded and pointed toward a nearby building. Let's go in there and rest. We might even find some food while we're at it. A short while later, a steaming hot bowl of noodles was ready. Qin Yu slurped his noodles, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he looked at Xiao Wu, who was sipping some water. It's way too quiet around here. She stopped drinking her water and casually replied, Well, probably because we wiped out all the zombies nearby. But he didn't buy that explanation for a second and immediately disagreed. No way. We only killed 70 or 80 of them this morning. Don't forget that we are evolved humans. With our enhanced senses, if there were any zombies active within a 1-kilometer radius, there's no way we wouldn't feel even the slightest movement. Unless, he muttered, staring out the glass window, unless they're actively hiding from us. Just as Qin Yu suspected, right behind a nearby wall, a zombie was silently watching their every move. Sensing it, he suddenly sprang to his feet, startling her. "Bro, what's wrong?" He gripped his weapon tight and warned her. "Xiao Wu, get ready. Just as I suspected, we're being ambushed." The moment those words left his mouth, several cracks suddenly spiderwebbed across the ceiling right above them. A split second later, the ceiling caved in, and a swarm of zombies came raining down directly on top of them. Qin Yu reacted instantly, driving his iron rod straight through the nearest zombie to take it down first. He barked out an urgent order as he braced for battle. "Xiao Wu, enhance me. We only left one of those evolution cores for the old man. Let's use the rest now." She nodded without a second thought. "Got it." For the next few moments, the small convenience store echoed with nothing but vicious snarls and the sounds of brutal combat. A second later, a massive shockwave exploded outward, sending the zombies flying in all directions. With his eyes burning red, Qin Yu held his glowing iron rod, stepping forward to shield Xiao Wu. Just as he managed to catch his breath, he gasped. "This is bad." Before he could even finish, a shower of dark, eerie shadows began raining down on them from above. He grabbed her arm and bolted. "Xiao Wu, run. We've walked right into an ambush." The two of them sprinted forward for dear life, with an absolute tidal wave of zombies hot on their heels. Gasping for air, Xiao Wu called out, "Bro, aren't zombies supposed to be mindless? How do they even know how to use tactics?" Qin Yu was just as baffled. "I don't know either. Logically, there's no way they should have this level of intelligence." But as they rounded a corner, another horde leaped out, completely blocking their path. "Damn it, we're boxed in." Just when it seemed like they were completely cornered, he cursed in frustration. "Damn it, we're trapped." But then, Xiao Wu spotted a way out. "Bro, look, there's an alleyway over there." Without wasting a second, the two of them dove straight into the narrow passage. But the relentless horde kept pouring in right after them. Suddenly, Qin Yu ground to a halt. Confused, she cried out, "Bro?" But before she could say another word, he quickly cut her off. "Xiao Wu, this alley is narrow. Stay behind me, you'll be safe. Just focus on buffing me. If these bastards think they're smart enough to coordinate, then I'm going to show them what real terror looks like," Qin Yu roared, unleashing his power in a burst of pure fury. With that, he charged headfirst into the incoming horde, swinging his weapon with lethal precision. But despite the onslaught, the mindless beasts showed no fear, relentlessly throwing themselves at him. A low growl rumbles. Seeing this, Qin Yu gets even more fired up, daring them, "Bring it on." Just as the words leave his mouth, a massive explosion erupts right in the middle of his intense battle. As soon as the smoke from the blast clears, he quickly lands a clean hit on a leader zombie. Even though they've already thinned out the herd, these stubborn bastards just keep on coming. Their pure stubbornness is really starting to piss Qin Yu off. "Still not done? Guess you bastards won't stop until I wipe you all out." Right then, Xiao Yu spots something and yells out in alarm. "Brother, look over there." High up on the building in the direction she points, 3 zombies are gathered, closely watching them. With just one look, Qin Yu instantly figures it out. No wonder these brainless zombies actually have tactical coordination. It has to be those 3 freaks pulling the strings. Having already formed a plan, Qin Yu warns her, "Xiao Yu, make sure you stay close to me. We're going to break through and settle the score with those 3. Meanwhile, the zombies continue to flood into the narrow alley they're trapped in. Suddenly, a surge of power blasts right through the wall of the adjacent building. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu are fully prepared to put their plan into motion. At the same time, a big-headed zombie up on the high-rise is staring intently down at them. The two of them quickly bolt to shake off the horde. As soon as they hit the stairs, Qin Yu yells, "Xiao Yu, hurry upstairs. I'll destroy the staircase and see how these bastards follow us then." Right after, he delivers a clean, decisive slash right across the stairs. Just as Qin Yu planned, the bottom of the staircase blows to pieces. Amid the chaos of the scrambling horde, the stairs are completely destroyed. Xiao Yu makes a smug face to mock them. In an instant, the furious zombies growl and charge forward. Seeing this, she immediately calls out, "Brother, look, these monsters actually know how to build a human ladder." Ignoring the horde below, he replies, "Don't worry about them, we need to take down those 3 leaders first. Once they're dead, this mob will fall apart like a house of cards. Nothing to worry about." Qin Yu kicks the door wide open. It looks like the zombies have been waiting for them all along. The blue and red zombies stand up, ready to fight. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly sizes them up. "Xiao Yu, Be careful. If I'm not mistaken, the zombie in the middle has the ability to control the others. The two next to it are under its control as well. She then asks in realization, so you're saying the zombies below were able to coordinate because it was controlling them? After observing for a moment, he calmly confirms, exactly, it's definitely controlling them. To control this many zombies. I'm afraid this guy's mental strength is even greater than mine when I'm enhanced. Just as Qin Yu finishes speaking, the big-headed zombie points and screeches out an order. Sure enough, the red zombie instantly obeys. Charging toward him, it builds up momentum, conjuring massive flames around itself. The red zombie then opens its mouth wide, preparing to spit fire directly at Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately yells, "Brother, counter it with your own fire." His powerful flames clash with its fire. Suddenly, out of the sparks, the blue zombie leaps out in a surprise attack. It quickly swings its arms to viciously attack Qin Yu. Seeing this, she cries out in worry, "Brother!" Fortunately, a blast of icy power knocks the blue zombie back. Unable to just watch, Xiao Yu steps in and yells, "Get away from him!" Regaining his footing, Qin Yu praises her. "Good job, Xiao Yu." Meanwhile, the iron bar in his hand stabs right into its body. But it seems to do no damage at all. Undeterred, Qin Yu thinks, is its skin really this tough? Immediately, the iron bar is enveloped in blazing fire. He forcefully drives it right through the blue zombie's body, shouting, "Then try this on for size." The attack inflicts extreme pain, causing the monster to scream in agony. While the blue zombie is still shrieking, Qin Yu manages to leap back. He then warns her, "Xiao Yu, get back." Without hesitation, Xiao Yu runs to take cover. The blue zombie, angrier than ever, unleashes its full power, freezing almost everything in sight. While they're hiding behind a wall, Qin Yu whispers, "Xiao Yu, buff me." Hearing this, Xiao Yu tries to stop him. But brother, before she can finish, he cuts her off. "I know what I'm doing. Now's the time. Quick." Meanwhile, the blue and red zombies are searching everywhere for them. Next, Qin Yu appears right behind them, calling out to get their attention, "Hey, where are you looking?" He raises his iron bar to challenge them. "Come at me, you bastards." The moment they spot Qin Yu, they growl and charge. In the blink of an eye, the red zombie pins him to the floor. This sight makes the big-headed zombie laugh in sheer satisfaction. Suddenly, something catches its attention, making it glance to the side. It turns out Qin Yu has somehow slipped right behind the big-headed zombie. Both the blue and red zombies gasp in absolute shock. Ready to deliver the finishing blow, he raises his iron bar and roars, "Die." Then, the power-infused iron rod pierces straight through the big-headed zombie's skull. This sight leaves the other two completely frozen in shock. Immediately, they collapse straight to the floor, as if all their energy has been drained away. Even so, the green zombie still struggled to sit up. But Qin Yu wasn't about to let that happen. He slammed his iron rod straight into its head. The next second, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Right then, Xiao Yu's excited voice rang out, "Brother, look, all those zombies are scattering." As if he already knew, Qin Yu gave a light smile and replied, "Of course. Without anyone controlling them, those zombies down there are worse than wild beasts." He then used a sharp knife to slice a long line down the big-headed zombie's body. Qin Yu seemed to have noticed something, and hearing his reaction, Xiao Yu asked out of curiosity, "What's wrong?" The moment she saw the crystal in Qin Yu's hand, she realized this one was different from the others. Its evolutionary energy had to be incredibly powerful. Inspecting it closely, he slowly replied, "Its color is a bit off compared to the demon species, but it's still pretty amazing." Then Qin Yu held out the crystal. Same rule as always, duplicate it and then upgrade one for each of them. Xiao Yu quickly clasped her hands in excitement. "Oh, this is the good stuff." Suddenly, he felt a strange force coming from the crystal. Seeing Qin Yu freeze up, she asked in confusion, "Brother, aren't you going to copy it? Why wasn't there any reaction?" It seemed he had discovered a strange secret behind the crystal. It turned out there was a tear suppression. Xiao Yu asked with intense curiosity, "Tear suppression? Where did that new term come from?" Qin Yu immediately started explaining like a real teacher, what exactly is tear suppression. It means a gap in power between two individuals causes a level suppression. Simply put, if my energy level is much higher than yours, then your enhancement on me will be greatly weakened. It's the same here. The level of this evolutionary energy is much higher than mine, so duplicating it is going to take a lot of effort. Hearing this, she hesitantly guessed, "So, does that mean that big-headed guy?" With just that one sentence from Xiao Yu, Qin Yu quickly confirmed, "You guessed right. That guy was much stronger than we thought. The only thing is, his ability is quite special. It doesn't actually boost his own combat power. And his luck was pretty terrible too. He only managed to control one ice and one fire user, with slightly decent abilities. My guess is that he controlled that zombie horde to attack us, because he wanted to defeat us, take over our bodies, and expand his zombie army." He then stared intensely at the glowing crystal in his hand. "It looks like it's going to take us a while to duplicate and upgrade this." After a long while, she sat tiredly on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, "It's done." Qin Yu looked at his crystal, wondering, "I wonder how much of a boost this will give us." As soon as those words left his mouth, they both popped the crystals into their mouths and swallowed them. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, as if he had just experienced something terrifying. In an instant, Qin Yu threw his hands in the air and leaped to his feet, bending over and letting out a loud roar. But as it turned out, he was just being dramatic. He could feel that his current strength was 15 to 16 times that of a normal person. Xiao Yu couldn't help but wonder why he had to be so dramatic every single time he ate these things. He then put on a deadpan expression and asked Xiao Yu, "Don't you feel it?" But she was already way too used to his antics. "No, I mean, I do feel a lot stronger, about 12 to 13 times stronger than a normal person." Hearing her answer, he looked baffled. "With that much of a boost, why didn't you roar?" She repeated his question back to him with utter helplessness. "Why on earth would I need to roar?" He nonchalantly replied, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, "Haven't you noticed that I roar every single time?" At this point, Xiao Yu could only roll her eyes and conclude, "Exactly. That's why I'm saying you are so dramatic." After that, the two of them left the high-rise building and started walking down the street. As if suddenly remembering something, Qin Yu said, "These past few days we've been out hunting, we've gotten a massive haul, and both of us have gotten so much stronger. We even found some evolutionary energy for the old man. This should give him a fresh start in life. And I can learn martial arts from him with a clear conscience." Completely ignoring his long speech, she sighed, "I'm so exhausted. I need to eat a massive meal when we get back." Paying no attention to her annoyed expression, he teasingly scoffed, "You're still thinking of eating? In this apocalypse, everyone is starving to death, but look at you, you've put on some weight." Annoyed by his teasing, she snorted coldly and threw a punch. "You're the fat one here." Rubbing his head from the painful blow, Qin Yu winced and said, "Xiao Yu, your physical strength is 12 to 13 times stronger now. That punch of yours, man." Before he could even finish his sentence, Xiao Yu noticed something and interrupted. "Brother, something is wrong." Qin Yu instantly dropped the playful act and said, "I smell it too. It's the scent of fresh blood." Piecing things together, she worriedly said, "Our shelter is just up ahead. Don't tell me it was overrun by zombies?" But as soon as they arrived, they were greeted by the horrific sight of everyone in the shelter being brutally massacred. Unable to believe his eyes, he gasped in shock. Even Xiao Yu was frozen in horror. How could this happen? Why? Qin Yu quickly knelt down to inspect the bodies, only to realize this wasn't the work of zombies. His voice sank as he firmly concluded, "Humans did this." Panicking, Xiao Yu screamed at the top of her lungs, Xiao Na, are you still alive?" Seeing the chaos, Qin Yu muttered with deep concern, "Xiao Na, the old man, and Lu Kun are missing." Unable to find the people she cared about, tears began streaming down her face. They were completely unarmed. Who would do this? Who? How could anyone do something so utterly heartless? The next second, he stepped outside and noticed a trail of footprints. Unable to contain his rage, Qin Yu's face darkened. "No matter who ruined my plans, they are dead meat." The sky outside was as gloomy as their mood. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu quickly searched the area. Assessing the situation, he realized all the zombies on the street had been wiped out. This person had to be an evolved human. Suddenly, something caught her eye, making her gasp. "Big brother, look over there." It turned out the zombies were snarling at someone. That person was hanging from a tree. To their horror, they quickly realized it was Uncle Lu. Gritting his teeth in sheer rage, Qin Yu quickly cut him down. As Uncle Lu slowly opened his eyes, they desperately called out to him, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu." Seeing that he was conscious, Qin Yu urged, "Uncle Lu, tell me, who did this to you?" Despite being brutally tortured, Uncle Lu squeezed out a furious curse. "That beast, that ungrateful bastard." Hearing those words, Qin Yu immediately guessed. Was it Zhang Feng? In deep pain, the old man confirmed, yes, it was him. Having identified the culprit, Qin Yu gently reassured him, I will avenge you all. Overwhelmed by agonizing pain, Uncle Lu could not hold back his tears as he pleaded, please, do me a favor, kill me, just end my misery. The request broke Qin Yu's heart, but with no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. I understand. With his final breath, he whispered, thank you, before passing away. Shortly after, Xiao Yu shared her heavy-hearted deduction. Zhang Feng? Why would he do this? How could he even have the power to pull this off? Unless he became an evolved human too. He explained, for Zhang Feng to take down zombies like this, he either found allies who helped him obtain the energy to evolve, or he awakened as an evolved human on his own. Instantly, she caught on. Self-awakened? I think that's the most likely scenario. Qin Yu added, his voice still tense with anger. When some people face extreme danger and hardship, their potential gets unlocked, and they self-awaken into an evolved human. The scene shifts to a high-rise building, where 3 thugs are standing guard. The black-haired lackey groans, man, I am so exhausted. Hearing that, the bald thug warns him with a serious face. Hey, watch your mouth. We just got a new boss. If you catch his attention, you are a dead man. Chiming in, the spiky-haired thug quickly adds, exactly. I heard the new boss is way more ruthless than the old one. Flashing back to 2 days ago, Zhang Feng's resentful voice echoes, fine. You guys have hated me from the start anyway. I am leaving. Just pray you never cross paths with me again. He storms out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Walking down the street, Zhang Feng keeps cursing under his breath. Everyone is out to get me. Since when does someone like me have to put up with this crap? Just you wait. The city slowly grows dark, mirroring his gloomy mood. But the moment he encounters a single zombie, Zhang Feng instantly regrets his decision. Damn it, how am I supposed to survive in this apocalypse on my own? I acted too rashly, and it is all those jerks' fault. Suddenly, the zombie snarls and lunges at his head. Fortunately, Zhang Feng ducks just in time to dodge the attack. But suddenly, he freezes at the sight before him. It turns out that during the struggle, a whole horde of zombies had gathered around him. Panicked, he immediately bolts, screaming for his life, help, I do not want to die here. But luck is clearly not on his side. Zhang Feng trips over an iron bar lying in the middle of the road. The next second, he faceplants onto the asphalt right in front of them. A zombie closes in, opening its jaws wide to devour him. But in the next split second, 2 gunshots ring out, easily putting down the zombies. It turns out to be a smug thug who sneers, well, look what we have got here. Their timely rescue leaves Zhang Feng weeping with relief. Thank you, big brothers, thank you. Ignoring his gratitude, the thug walks up and asks, is this kid a boy or a girl? Another lackey chuckles and says, lucky us, we found a pretty boy. Let us bring him back to the boss and trade him for a chick so the boys can have some fun. Tossed over a shoulder like a sack of potatoes, Zhang Feng panics and screams, what are you guys talking about? Where are you taking me? The thug just laughs and replies, you will find out soon enough. You are going to have a real good time, kid. They make their way to a massive high-rise building, where a highly satisfied voice echoes from within. You guys did a fantastic job. The blue-haired leader's eyes light up as he remarks, he is exactly my type. Now tied up tightly, Zhang Feng keeps sobbing and begging for mercy. Please, boss, let me go, please. Seemingly unable to wait any longer, the boss says, off you go. Go pick whatever girl you want. I have got some serious business to take care of here. Knowing when to make themselves scarce, the thugs reply, got it, boss. Enjoy your business. We will get out of your hair. Sensing the impending doom, a pale-faced Zhang Feng desperately tries to bargain. No, boss, I will give you anything you want. I have money. Please, I can lead you to a place packed with supplies, stockpiles of food, and even women. Please, boss. Completely ignoring his pleas, the green-haired leader licked his lips, looking like a predator about to feast on a delicious meal. He stepped closer and lifted Zhang Feng's chin, saying with mock tenderness, gorgeous, those things don't interest me. The only thing I want is you. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream of pure agony and humiliation shattered the silence of the luxurious room. As he pulled his clothes back on, the green-haired leader burst into a loud laugh and sneered. Oh, little Feng, you just gave me a level of pleasure I've never felt before. Still panting, he claimed his prize with a smug grin. I'm going to take good care of you. From this moment on, you are my personal boy toy. Exhausted and drenched in sweat after his ordeal, Zhang Feng forced out a weak response. Yes, master, I'll be good. I'll do whatever you say. But the green-haired leader's toxic possessiveness wasn't satisfied yet. But don't you dare betray me, especially with those women. I won't have you making eyes at any other girl, so I need to make sure you lose interest in women permanently. Realizing the horrifying truth, Zhang Feng shrieked in terror. Master, no, you wouldn't actually do that, right? Cutting him off, the leader grabbed a sharp knife and ordered his men, get the doctor in here to stop the bleeding. I'm going to castrate my new little pet. Pale as a ghost, Zhang Feng desperately begged for mercy. No, please, master. I swear, I'll be good. I won't even think about another woman. Please, don't do. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired leader struck, leaving Zhang Feng paralyzed with excruciating pain. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the building. It wasn't until much later that Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing this, the leader spoke with sickening affection. Now that's my sweet little toy. Right after that, Zhang Feng bolted upright. Staring down at his empty lower body, the horrific sight before him left Zhang Feng completely paralyzed with shock. As a murderous aura radiated from him, the leader mocked, "Don't worry, I'll show you even more love from now on. You won't be needing that part anyway." But the moment he finished speaking, a sickening crack echoed, like the sound of snapping bones. The green-haired leader's body froze instantly, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered, "What did you do? Why can't I move?" Hearing this, both Zhang Feng and the doctor spun around in surprise. Suddenly, the doctor bolted, screaming at the top of his lungs, "There's a monster!" Refusing to let him escape, Zhang Feng unleashed his dark energy with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the doctor's body was frozen in place as well. He screamed in absolute despair, "Don't kill me. I only helped stop your bleeding. He's the one who did this to you." Enveloped in a dark, ominous energy, Zhang Feng looked completely unhinged, and the green-haired leader finally felt a wave of cold terror wash over him. What? What do you want? I'm your master. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Desperate, trembling pleas echoed through the room. Stop. Help. Somebody help me. Please, don't. Meanwhile, outside the building, the moon hung high in the pitch-black sky. Somehow, Zhang Feng had already captured Xiao Na and her grandfather. Zhang Feng's sheer ferocity left Xiao Na visibly terrified. It seemed the trauma from earlier had pushed him over the edge, driving him completely insane. I used this knife to carve that bastard's flesh, piece by piece. His life was surprisingly stubborn, though it took him over 2 hours of agony before he finally died. Sickened by his sheer cruelty, Xiao Na couldn't hold back and screamed, "You're a monster!" Xiao Na's words made him pause. A monster? Zhang Feng glared, his voice dripping with venomous resentment. If I'm a monster, it's only because you people made me one. If you all hadn't turned your backs on me, would I have ever run away? Without hesitation, he shifted the blame entirely onto them, screaming, "Would I have been caught by that bastard, violated by that piece of trash, and ended up in this pathetic state?" Disgusted by his pathetic victim mentality, Xiao Na spoke up through her tears, saying, "You did this to yourself. You clearly didn't help at all, and constantly walked around with that annoying attitude, causing nothing but trouble. Yet, nobody ever kicked you out. You chose to leave on your own." She lowered her head, her voice trembling with sadness. "We all survived this tragedy together. How could you turn on us? You didn't even spare the elderly or the children. But Truong Fong didn't show a single ounce of mercy. Who said I went through hell with you guys? Now that I'm powerful, I have absolutely no use for weaklings like you. In my eyes, you guys are nothing more than prey and toys to play with." These words sent Tu Na's grandfather into a fit of rage as he spat back. "You ungrateful little beast! I should have never saved your life back then." The old man's shouting caught his attention, and Truong Fong turned around like he had just found a new toy. He sneered, "I almost forgot about you, old geezer. When I was trying to get with Tu Na, you stood in my way and even beat me up. Now that you've fallen into my hands, do you really think I'll let you off with an easy death?" Completely unfazed by the threat, Tu Na's grandfather spat back defiantly. "I've been through enough storms in my life to fear a brat like you. Do your worst. If I, Bok Thianhao, even flinch, I'm not a real man." Seeing this, Tu Na immediately threw herself in front of him to shield him. "No, please, don't hurt my grandfather." This touching display of affection made Truong Fong sick to his stomach. Just then, an angry shout echoed from outside the building. "Hold it right there. Who goes there?" It turned out that Tan Vu had tracked down Truong Fong's hideout. "Have any of you seen a guy named Truong Fong?" A random goon. Hearing this, The black-haired guy was completely baffled. Wait, isn't that our alliance leader? He's not someone some random underlings can just meet on a whim. Just then, the spiky-haired thug was completely captivated by their looks. He thought the girl's face and body were absolute top tier, and the guy next to her was pretty good looking too. I heard that before our new alliance leader took power, he was the former leader's boy toy, so he probably swings that way too. These two will definitely come in handy. He quickly agreed. Catching on immediately, the bald thug smirked. Well, since you delivered yourselves right to our doorstep, don't even think about leaving. Didn't you say you wanted to find the alliance leader? I'll take you to him. With that, he reached out his hand, trying to touch Xiao Yu. But Qin Yu wasn't about to let this bald creep get his hands on her. He swiftly grabbed the thug's hand and snapped his wrist, growling, "What do you think you're doing?" Qin Yu's tight grip left the bald thug screaming in agony. "Arg, it hurts, kill him, kill him." His two buddies immediately pulled out their guns and opened fire. Their sheer arrogance completely set Qin Yu off, his expression turning cold and dark. Still oblivious to the danger they were in, they kept shooting blindly. Suddenly, the black-haired and spiky-haired thugs gasped in confusion. Wait, where did he go? Little did they know. Qin Yu had already slipped behind them, resting his blade right against their necks. I'll ask you one more time, where is Zhang Feng? Terrified under the threat of the blade, the spiky-haired thug began to shake violently and spilled the beans. He's on the third floor, in the third-floor lounge. Ignoring the pathetic cowards, Qin Yu calmly turned to his sister, Xiao Yu, let's go. With just one simple move, he had left the thugs absolutely paralyzed with fear, shivering in their boots long after they left. Meanwhile, outside Zhang Feng's room, two guards, one with green hair and the other with pink hair, were curiously staring at something. They were watching Qin Yu and Xiao Yu walking right up to them, prompting the pink-haired guard to demand, "Who the hell are you? How did you even get in here?" Not wanting to drag innocent bystanders into this, Qin Yu said coldly, "I'm here for Zhang Feng. This has nothing to do with you guys. Get out of the way." Hearing this, the green-haired lackey immediately snapped. "Who do you think you are? What kind of place do you think the Dashan gang is? You think you can just waltz right in here?" He brandished his knife and lunged forward, yelling, "You must have a death wish." But before the green-haired thug could even swing, Qin Yu easily caught his arm, locking it in a vice grip. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired guy was sent flying back, crashing hard into the distance. This terrifying display left the pink-haired lackey completely frozen, his jaw dropping in sheer panic. He couldn't help but scream, "Monster!" The loud commotion instantly woke up the other gang members inside the building. "What's going on? What's all the noise? Yeah, what's with all the racket? What happened?" Seeing his gang members show up, the pink-haired guy immediately started whining and pointing fingers. "This kid is a freaking monster. Everyone, watch out." But his buddies didn't buy it at all, scoffing, "Are you an idiot? What do you mean, monster? He's clearly just some pretty boy, and the other's just a little girl. If you guys don't want the meat served right to us, then get out of the way and let me have it." A thug wearing sunglasses stepped forward arrogantly. "Hey, little sister, today, let me show you how good it feels to be a woman." Their absolute stupidity made Qin Yu too tired to even speak. With just one hand, he effortlessly slammed the thug's head straight into the wall. Seeing Qin Yu's terrifying strength, the others were in complete disbelief. "Whoa, did this brat just ambush him? Let's take this bastard down together." At that very moment, inside Zhang Feng's room, Xiao Na screamed in absolute panic. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" Zhang Feng sneered triumphantly. "Do you see that now? This is what you get." Completely ignoring him, she cried out in deep despair, "Grandpa!" But Zhang Feng just stretched out his hand, unleashing his dark magic. "And now, you're next." A sinister energy surged through Zhang Feng's hands as he prepared to strike Xiao Na down. The next second, she curled up, clutching her body as if enduring intense, agonizing pain. But suddenly, loud, heavy crashing sounds echoed from outside the door. Zhang Feng gasped in shock. What's going on?" Thankfully, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu had arrived just in time, bursting through the door. Seeing them, a cold sweat broke out on his face. "You guys? How on earth did you get in here?" As they stepped inside, Xiao Yu gasped, completely horrified by the sight before them. Seeing Xiao Na completely bound by thick vines, she screamed, "Xiao Na!" After taking a closer look, Xiao Yu turned to her brother in a panic. "Brother, do you see that? Those sharp thorns and tentacles." Qin Yu immediately replied, "Yeah, I see them. This is an evil power class." While Zhang Feng was frantically channeling his magic, Qin Yu calmly began explaining how different ability classes worked. Qin Yu explained that the abilities awakened after evolution are divided into several distinct categories. My fire ability belongs to the natural class, but the power of the guy in front of us looks extremely sinister. It mostly likely belongs to the calamity class. As for your reinforcement ability and my duplication ability, they fall under the mystery class. Just as he finished his sentence, Xiao Na cried out in tears. Xiao Yu, he killed my grandpa. This shocking news made Qin Yu gasp. What? Zhang Feng glared back arrogantly, barking, Hey, you little brat, who do you think you're glaring at? I'll give you one last chance to get on your knees and beg for mercy. Otherwise, he threatened smugly, raising his voice to warn that he would make them experience the absolute torment of hell. Suddenly, the pitch-black thorns shot straight toward Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu screamed in panic. Brother, watch out! Get out of the way! Page. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge in time, and was impaled by the sharp thorns. Watching this happen, Zhang Feng smirked with absolute satisfaction and contempt. Are you so paralyzed by fear that you don't even know how to run? But before he could even finish his sentence, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. His calm reaction instantly throws Truong Fong into a panic. How are you completely fine? Then, he suddenly bursts into a loud laugh, desperately trying to reassure himself. I get it. You are just pretending not to feel any pain, aren't you? I saw right through you. But before Truong Fong can gloat for long, Tanvu tightly grips the iron bar in his hand. Seeing this, the smug look vanishes from Truong Fong's face as he stutters. You bastard. As magic begins to coat the iron bar, Truong Fong is consumed by terror. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, an agreeing voice echoes from behind him. Hearing this, Truong Fong instantly whips his head around. He looks completely horrified as he notices Tu Na starting to transform into something terrifyingly different. Cold sweat pours down Truong Fong's face as he stammers, Tu Na, how are you doing this too? However, everything is playing out exactly as Tanvu expected. Sure enough, as Tanvu watches the dark, ominous aura radiating from her, he confirms that she is indeed the goddess of death. Tu Na's eyes burn with pure, unadulterated rage. Leave this piece of trash to me. Without a single moment of hesitation, Tanvu replies, You got it. Meanwhile, Tio Vu cries out in worry, Tu Na. The scene shifts to the past, filled with the echoes of desperate screams. We are completely surrounded. What do? There are still so many high-level zombies. We have to break through. Tanvu recalls in his mind. When he first encountered the goddess of death, he was still a mere rookie. He remembers the voices of awe whispering around him. That's the goddess of death. She's incredibly powerful. As those memories flash by, Tanvu continues his train of thought. Her combat power was practically monstrous. Tearing through 100 zombies was child's play to her. He keeps reminiscing. On top of that, she held the title of the Descending Grim Reaper, possessing the strongest calamity-type ability. A memory of the bored, weary goddess of death appears, complaining after wiping out a horde in the blink of an eye. All over already? How boring. Tanvu narrates just how terrifying her legend was in the post-apocalyptic world. Whether they were humans, zombies, mutated beasts, or alien races, whoever fought her never lived to tell the tale. Back then, Tuhak, who was floating beside the goddess of death, asked, So, where are we going to play next? Immersed in his memories, Tanvu hesitates. She was a lone wolf, morally unpredictable, and acted entirely on her whims. She never showed malice or kindness to anyone unless they were stupid enough to cross her. Returning to reality, Tu Na, having awakened her goddess of death powers, speaks in a low, menacing voice. You used to follow me around everywhere. Even though I found you annoying, I never hated you. When the apocalypse hit, your family didn't survive, so everyone took you in and protected you. She slowly steps forward, confronting Truong Fong's utterly rotten conscience. When you ran away, I thought you would finally realize what you did wrong. I thought you'd come back on your own, and everyone would eventually forgive you. But instead, you slaughtered them all. I just don't understand. We never did anything to hurt you. Only now, seeing the gravity of his situation, does he finally feel true terror. Truong Fong desperately begs for mercy. I'm an ungrateful bastard. I'm lower than a dog. Please, spare me. Sick of Truong Fong's shamelessness, Tu Na snaps. Now you decide to apologize? Without a moment's delay, she commands, Devour him, Tu Hak. Hearing the order, the spectral Tuhak gleefully charges forward. Your wish is my command, master. It reaches out its hands, ready to seize him. Truongfeng screams in absolute terror while Tuhak practically drools with excitement. In the blink of an eye, it sucks out his rotten soul. With just one look, Tanvu realizes that Truongfeng's evolutionary energy is being completely drained by that creature. Confirming his suspicion, Truongfeng's face turns completely blank. Having stuffed itself, Tuhak drops his lifeless body. It lets out a satisfied chuckle and joyfully exclaims, "Ah, so refreshing." Witnessing this, Tanvu begins to analyze the situation. It's gotten stronger, and it's radiating an aura of agonizing confinement. Could it be that when this thing absorbs energy, it also gains the abilities of its victim? Tuhak then flies back to Tuna and says, "Master, I'm all done. That was absolutely delicious." Yet, Tuvu isn't celebrating. She quickly rushes over to check on her. "Tuna, are you okay?" Hearing her, Tuna slowly replies, "I'm fine now." Overcome with emotion, she turns to look at her grandfather. Immediately, Tanvu advises her, "Tuna, we have to cremate your grandfather's body. If we don't, he'll turn into a zombie and end up being killed all over again." His blunt honesty incredibly irritates Tuvu. "Do you have any filter at all?" But Tuna doesn't seem angry. Instead, she calmly agrees. "You're right. I'll have to trouble you with the cremation then." Without hesitation, Tanvu waves his hand to carry out her wish. Once it's done, he says with a serious expression, "Tuna, I have a request." Tanvu says firmly, "Let your Tuhak fight me." Tuna immediately declines without hesitation. "No need. My Tuhak is extremely powerful." Hearing this, Tanvu remains completely unfazed and replies, "I know. No need to hold back. Just go all out." Seeing his determination, she agrees. "All right then. But we stop when it's enough." However, Tuhak hesitantly chimes in, "Well, yours truly actually can't beat him." This confession catches Tuna completely off guard. "You can't beat him?" Fearing a loss of face, the creature quickly makes an excuse. No. It's just that I was only recently born, right? I'm still just a baby. Once I grow up, I'll definitely be way stronger than him." Their banter leaves both Tanvu and Tuvu completely speechless. After a brief discussion, Xiaona flatly refused. "So, sorry. Xiaohei has no interest in fighting you." In the pitch-black night sky, sparkling stars shone brightly next to the gentle moon. A moment later, Qin Yu walked over and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Without a moment of hesitation, Xiaona raised the urn in her hands and replied, "My grandfather loved to travel. He wanted to take me around the world, but I always refused to go with him. Now, I want to fulfill his dream and take him across the globe." Her heartfelt words took him by surprise, making him marvel in his heart. Future generations rumored that the female Grim Reaper traveled alone. Some said she was training, others said she was hunting for treasure, but who would have thought she only wanted to make up for her grandfather's regret? After a brief silence, Qin Yu made an offer. "Don't go, stay with me." His sudden words made her turn around in surprise. Xiao Yu quickly chimed in as if afraid of a misunderstanding, but her voice seemed to snap Qin Yu back to reality. "I mean, the outside world is too dangerous. You can tag along with us first. Stay with Xiao Yu, and once you get stronger, we can all take your grandfather around the world together." Then, he squeezed out every word he could think of to persuade her. "Plus, I guarantee that if you come with me, you will get a lot stronger. By then, we will be powerful beings that every living thing in this apocalypse respects like gods." Xiao Yu also pleaded, "That is right. Xiaona, please stay. My brother and I will protect you." Even Xiao Hei agreed, saying, "I might still be a kid, but I have more than enough power to protect my boss." Despite their pleading, Xiaona remained firm. "I really don't want to get involved with anyone else anymore. I just want to be alone. I am sorry." Just as she turned to leave, Qin Yu tried one last time. "Are you really leaving just like that? After all, I have saved your life twice. Are you really going to just walk away?" Hearing this, Xiaona suddenly stopped in her tracks, but worried she might feel bad, Xiao Yu immediately stopped him. "Brother, let it go." Xiaona was still extremely resolute. "I will remember my debt to you and repay it in the future, but right now, I just want to be alone." Outside the massive skyscraper, the sky grew darker. After a long silence, a heavy sigh escaped Qin Yu's lips. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly teased him by mimicking his desperate look from earlier. "Don't go, stay by my side, I will protect you." She teased him, saying, "What is wrong? A pretty girl slipped right through your fingers, and now you are feeling frustrated, aren't you? Even so, Qin Yu's face remained blank and confused. You are making fun of me again. I only care about her potential. Her ability is definitely S-class, maybe even far beyond that. If she becomes our teammate, she would definitely boost our overall strength by a lot. Too used to his complete lack of romantic awareness, Xiao Yu could only sigh in defeat. I get it. You want to be the king of the apocalypse, defeat emperors, battle through the heavens, seize the throne, and become an immortal. Her strange words left Qin Yu completely baffled. Where on earth did you learn those nonsense phrases? Honestly, if anyone is to blame for failing to keep Xiaona here, it is you. Suddenly being blamed, Xiao Yu raised her voice in protest. Why is it my fault? To shut her up, he teased. Well, who told you to go back to your room so early that night? If you had stayed a bit longer, she would have already been mine. Qin Yu's boldness made Xiao Yu blush in embarrassment. With no intention of letting him off easy, she raised her fist and punched him. You jerk. After joking around, they finally walked out of the building. Immediately, a group of people rushed over, begging, Boss, from now on, you are our new big boss. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Please, let us bow to you as your loyal subordinates. But Qin Yu did not care at all. I am not interested. Go find someone else. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, with curiosity, your private club must have plenty of weapons, right? Take me to take a look. One of the henchmen spoke up. Then you have asked the right person. This club used to belong to our former leader, Li Deshan. Aside from his interest in men, he had a passion for collecting weapons, like guns, swords, hook axes, pitchforks, ropes, and clubs. Annoyed by the guy's babbling, Brother Shou smacked him on the head and yelled, Why are you bringing that up? The boss is asking about weapons to deal with zombies. Why are you listing all that useless junk? Hearing this, Qin Yu got a little interested and said, Those kinds of weapons are actually fine. Lead the way. Inside the room, a rack filled with all kinds of swords stood next to a display of various blades of different lengths. The lackey excitedly introduced the weapons to Qin Yu. Boss, look at this. These are all of Li Deshan's prized treasures. Even the cheapest one here costs at least $10,000. Everything from the design to the materials is top tier. Qin Yu stared in one direction, and the lackey next to him noticed. It was a spear placed on its own separate rack, kept away from the others. Recognizing the weapon, the lackey immediately began to babble, looking toward the spear. Boss, you really have a sharp eye. This was Li Deshan's absolute favorite. The shaft is made from solid cast iron, flawless and sturdy. The spearhead was cold forged 100 times. It is extremely heavy. Sadly, it is just too heavy for an ordinary person to even lift, let alone swing. Brother Shou and the lackey struggled together to carry the weapon over to Qin Yu. Boss, look how hard we worked. Qin Yu grabbed the spear with one hand, spun it around, and said, very good. It fits perfectly. Tho and his sidekick stood nearby, clapping enthusiastically and kissing up to him. Boss, you were born with godlike strength. You're completely unmatched. Seeing the massive stockpile of weapons, Tu Vu asked, Is there anything lightweight and easy to handle that I could use? The sidekick quickly piped up, Of course, we've got just the thing. He pulled out a broadsword, handed it to Tu Vu, and said, This blade is perfect for you. It's forged using the finest techniques. It's incredibly light, but extremely durable, cutting through solid iron like butter. Tu Vu grabbed the blade and started swinging it around wildly, laughing. Oh, wow. Look, brother, this blade really is super light. Terrified of getting sliced, Tho and his sidekick turned pale, screaming as they scrambled out of the way. Whoa, watch it, lady. Be careful with that thing. If you nick us, it's going to be a disaster. Tan Vu spoke up. Look, you two. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. These two weapons aren't even that important to your group anyway. Tan Vu then made his demand. Give each of us some more. Just give us a single gun, and we'll be on our way. As for Boss Shan Ming's position, whoever wants it can have it. Half a month later, Qin Yu was standing with a weapon in hand. A monster was flying wildly all around him. Qin Yu was quite surprised by its incredible speed, realizing this beast's physical power was 16 times that of a normal person. Suddenly, the flying rat materialized right behind Qin Yu. As it lunged forward, Qin Yu whipped around and pointed his spear directly at it. It's shifting positions. Xiao Yu cried out in panic. Big brother, watch out behind you. The flying rat had appeared behind Qin Yu once again. Whoosh! Qin Yu's face darkened as he tracked its wild flight. This time, predicting its movement, He lunged forward and drove his spear right into its face, screaming, "Die!" Xiao Yu sighed and said, "This creature's evolutionary energy is clearly top tier, but I still can't feel my physical power increasing. I always feel like I'm just a tiny bit away." Qin Yu replied, "Having physical power 20 times that of a normal human is the ceiling, the absolute limit for a Tier 1 evolver. Once we break through that barrier, we'll advance to Tier 2. Our overall strength will skyrocket." Looking down at the dead flying rat, Qin Yu continued, "Right now, both of us are stuck at that 20 times limit. Breaking through it is going to be incredibly difficult." Qin Yu clenched his fist and said, "But I can feel it. If we absorb just a little more evolutionary energy, we will definitely make it to Tier 2. Suddenly, something caught their attention in the sky. Xiao Yu pointed and said, "Big brother, hold that thought. Look up there." A massive crimson cloud blanketed the sky. The blood rain was back. Red droplets started pouring down. Qin Yu muttered in annoyance, "Damn it. Even with 20 times the physical power of a normal human, this blood rain still hurts like hell." He then turned to Xiao Yu with concern. "Does this blood rain not affect you at all when it hits you?" Xiao Yu replied, "No, not really. I don't feel anything." Qin Yu then warned her, "Whatever the case, let's find shelter first." They ran to a nearby warehouse. Qin Yu pushed the door open, and the siblings stepped inside. Qin Yu looked around and said, "Looks like this is a lumber warehouse." Xiao Yu turned to him and said, "Big brother, I'm starving. We haven't eaten in forever. Can we have some instant noodles?" The two of them sat by a cozy campfire, each holding a warm bowl of instant noodles. "Smells so good." Suddenly, sensing something, Qin Yu lowered his voice and warned, "Someone is coming. Keep your guard up." Xiao Yu whispered, "Is it a zombie?" Qin Yu shook his head. "No, a zombie's footsteps aren't this coordinated. It's humans." Li Song sniffed the air and muttered, "Looks like someone's here. I smell instant noodles." Without warning, he pointed his gun straight at Qin Yu's head. "Haha, I knew someone was here." Qin Yu casually took another bite of his noodles and coolly replied, "Get that gun out of my face. I'm only going to say this once." Sensing the rising tension, old Luo quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "My bad, brother. We had no idea anyone was in here. Sorry to barge in. Do you mind if we wait out the rain here?" Qin Yu calmly replied, "Fine by me," but that was all it took for Li Song to blow a fuse. "Hey, brat, he's talking to you. Where are your manners? Do you need me to teach you a lesson?" Old Luo quickly intervened to stop him. "Li Song, shut up and behave." Xiao Yu leaned in and whispered to her brother, "Are they all evolvers?" Qin Yu quietly explained, "Yeah, all 4 of them are, but their levels are incredibly low. They probably just awakened recently. That bearded guy has clearly trained in martial arts, so he has a bit of skill. The other 3 aren't even worth mentioning." Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Qin Yu's precise evaluation. Old Luo couldn't help but praise him. This young man has quite an eye. He must have some real skills. Standing nearby, Li Song scoffed in denial. He just got lucky. I bet it was a wild guess." As everyone went back to eating and minding their own business, a sudden sound echoed through the room. Xiao Yu raised her head and looked toward the entrance. Click. A stranger stepped inside with a smug, playful grin on his face. Everyone stared at Xiao Feng in utter confusion. He pushed the door wide open, leaning against the frame to strike a dramatic pose, chanting, "Why fear the howling wind and pouring rain? Let us stroll and sing at our leisure. A bamboo cane and sandals are swifter than any steed, and a simple straw cloak is enough to weather any storm in life." "How is everyone doing today?" Xiao Feng continued in his playful, teasing tone. "I am merely a humble traveler. Seeing this spacious and well-lit place, I decided to seek shelter from the rain. I hope you good people will let me join you." Completely annoyed by Xiao Feng's theatrical nonsense, Li Song snapped, "Drop the act, kid. You're not welcome here. Beat it and find somewhere else to crash." Xiao Feng's playful demeanor vanished, and he scoffed in irritation. "Well, if you're going to be that unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite." Li Song gripped his gun, his eyebrows furrowing as he stood there in stunned silence, unable to find his words. Watching the confrontation unfold, Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Yu and whispered a quiet warning. "If they start fighting, make sure to keep yourself safe." Xiao Feng suddenly flipped him the middle finger and shouted provocatively, "Who the hell do you think you are? Is this your house? I am staying right here to shelter from the rain, so bite me." With a face full of pure mockery, he continued to tease him. "What, are you gonna cry? Cry, baby?" Absolutely furious, Li Song roared, "You little piece of trash. Xiao Yu watched them bicker like children. Finding the whole situation hilarious, she covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Li Song growled in anger, "I am definitely ending you today." But before he could do anything, old Luo stepped up, clapped a hand on his shoulder, and warned, "That's enough. Shut it. You're the only one here looking for a fight." Xiao Feng's eyes landed on Xiao Yu, and his face lit up as he tried to strike up a conversation. "Oh, I didn't see this gorgeous lady standing here. Hey there, beautiful. Seriously, you're so stunning. You make descending angels look average." Blushing slightly at his dramatic compliment, she smiled and replied, "Well, thank you for the sweet words." Just then, Xiao Feng caught a familiar scent in the air. He sniffed and asked eagerly, "Man, that smells incredible. Is someone eating instant noodles? Do you have any leftovers? Could you spare a bowl?" Qin Yu could only chuckle. Smiling, he pulled a cup of ramen out of his backpack as the other guy drooled. "Fine, but I can only give you one." "We don't have many left either." Xiao Feng quickly grabbed the cup of noodles and replied gratefully, "Thank you. Man, it's been ages since I had this. I've been dying for some." He couldn't seem to control his cravings, tearing the lid off to eat the dry noodles raw. Tasting the familiar flavor, Xiao Feng couldn't help but gasp. "Oh man, this is so good." Now that pre-apocalypse food is getting harder and harder to find, we have to hunt mutated beasts for food every day. The meat is tough, dry, and has no seasoning. I'm practically starving to death. Suddenly realizing something, he placed a hand over his chest and smiled, introducing himself. "Right, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the handsome and dashing Jai Xiaofeng. May I ask your names?" Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Ask our names? Brother, this guy is pretty funny. My name is Qin Xiao Yu, and this is my brother, Qin Yu." Hearing their names, Xiaofeng stroked his chin, lost in thought, before speaking up. "Qin Yu, Qin Xiao Yu. Those names make him sound more like your dad than your brother." Holding a pack of crackers, Li Song stared with wide eyes, his face full of confusion as he spoke up. How has a guy like that survived the apocalypse without getting beaten to death? A moment later, the bloody rain poured down even harder from the sky. Inside the room, everything was quiet. While the others slept soundly, Li Song quietly stood guard with his back against the door. Qin Yu sat in the corner with Xiao Yu sleeping on his shoulder. He silently calculated their next moves. Those four were all newly evolved humans who had just obtained their powers. Although they were not very strong, barely getting by in this apocalypse shouldn't be a problem for them. He glanced over at the sleeping Xiao Feng, thinking warily, "This guy, Zhai Xiaofeng, I can't read him at all." Xiao Feng was fast asleep, snoring up a storm. Qin Yu analyzed him, noting his flabby muscles and pale skin. The guy was practically a walking target, clearly someone who had never worked hard or trained a day in his life. He didn't even have a weapon, roaming the apocalypse completely empty-handed. How did he even manage that? Li Song glanced at the people inside the building and scoffed in annoyance. He thought to himself, sleeping like babies, without even setting up a night watch. Aren't they afraid we might turn on them and slit their throats? What a bunch of useless bums. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention. Li Song gasped, "What's that sound?" Sensing danger, Qin Yu snapped his eyes open, jumped to his feet, and shouted, "Everyone get up! We've got trouble!" The others immediately got to their feet. Half asleep, Xiao Yu sat up and asked in confusion, "Brother, what's wrong?" With a grim expression, Qin Yu warned her, "Xiao Yu, stay close to me. We might be in huge trouble. As for the rest of you, if you want to live, stay close. If you wander off and get in trouble, you're on your own." Hearing this, Li Song couldn't help but snort in anger, shouting, "Do you think you're some kind of savior? Do you think the four of us are useless?" Standing behind him, old Luo said, "Don't be reckless. Let's stick close to him. An extra hand means a better chance of survival." Qin Yu gripped his blade and headed outside with the others following closely behind. He ordered, "Let's go." They froze, their eyes widening at the sight before them. Li Song gasped, his mouth agape. Oh my God. Look, surrounding them was a massive horde of zombies, just waiting to tear them apart and feed on their flesh. A puzzled voice rang out, "How did these zombies sneak up on us so quietly?" With blood-red eyes and grotesque faces, the zombies stared at the group like they were a delicious feast. Frowning in worry, Xiao Feng asked, "They actually know how to use tactics?" Xiao Yu also spoke up in confusion. Could there be a commander zombie? Qin Yu gently reassured her, "Don't worry. We broke through last time, and we can do it again." Seeing the situation, old Luo stepped forward to warn them. "Brother, there are too many of them. If we fight individually, we'll get flanked and overwhelmed. No one will make it out alive. Marching forward with resolve, he clenched his fists and proposed, "We need to focus on breaking through in one direction and watch each other's backs. That's our only shot at survival." Then, old Luo pointed toward a group of zombies and ordered, "All right, let's break out that way." Activating his iron skin ability, his eyes burned with determination as he clenched his fists, adding, "No time to waste. Let's kill them." Li Song and Zhang Kui unleashed their powers at the same time, letting out fierce roars. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, analyzing their abilities. He noted, iron skin, muscle overload, and one with berserk. They're all close combat fighters. Suddenly, a hand materialized a sword out of thin air. With both hands, Xu Qiang materialized a crimson sword, his face deadpan and completely expressionless. Seeing this, Qin Yu found it intriguing, thinking, a rare creation type ability? Interesting. Old Luo turned back to look at them and gave the order, "Let's move. You three, stay close and back us up." With that, he charged straight at the horde, shouting provocatively, "Come on, you monsters." As if they understood him, the zombies snarled and rushed toward him. Old Luo lunged forward, planting a heavy punch right into a zombie's face. Suddenly, another zombie lunged at him from behind with a snarl, catching him off guard. Elsewhere, a powerful arm slammed another zombie flat onto the ground. Staring down at the fallen beast, Zhang Kui let out a roaring battle cry. With a face twisted in sheer madness, he raised his fist, screaming, "Kill! Kill!" On the other side, a zombie was thrown violently back into the horde. After mercilessly tossing the zombie aside, Li Song was panting heavily from exhaustion. Xu Qiang also rushed forward, hacking down the zombies one by one. Qin Yu stood watching them, muttering in admiration, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. These guys aren't half bad. Back to Captain Luo, he was busy fighting off a zombie when he turned around and barked an order. "Hurry up and stay close." Holding his glowing spear, Qin Yu gave the command. "The four of you, split up and flank both sides. Surround our breakthrough point." Xu Qiang's eyes widened in confusion as he asked, "What are you planning?" With a calm, completely unbothered expression, Qin Yu replied, "Just do as I say. I don't want to accidentally hurt you." Turning to Xiao Wu, he said softly, "Xiao Wu, buff me." Qin Yu braced himself, his eyes blood-red and dripping with bloodlust as the spear in his hand surged with light. He raised the spear, and a powerful torrent of fire erupted from it. Meanwhile, the mindless zombies kept rushing forward in a relentless frenzy. The flames roared to life, incinerating the oncoming horde in an instant. Watching the spectacle unfold, the others couldn't hide their absolute shock. Old Luo frowned, gasping in disbelief. "Is this guy even human?" Suddenly, he sensed something off and quickly whipped his head around. Seeing Xiao Wu surrounded by a massive crowd of zombies, Old Luo screamed in a panic. "Oh no, that girl is in trouble. Get out of there, quick." Before he could even react, a blade flashed through the monsters. There stood Xiao Wu in the dead center of the horde, showing absolutely no mercy. She sliced the zombies clean in half, sending them screaming in agony. Staring at the scene, Old Luo's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Is even that little girl terrifyingly strong? Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was being aggressively swarmed by a pack of zombies. Panicking, he let out a terrified shriek. Xiao Feng clutched his head, desperately trying to dodge a zombie lunging right at him. He screamed, "Stay away from me. Go bite those guys instead, will you?" Out of nowhere, another zombie crept up behind him. Xiao Feng glanced back in sheer terror. "Oh, crap!" His face turned pale as he fell to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xiao Wu alerted Qin Yu. "Brother, that guy just got knocked down by a zombie." Qin Yu replied with a sigh of helplessness. "There's nothing we can do. We can't look out for everyone." Seeing Xiao Feng frozen in terror, the zombies closed in, thinking they had secured an easy meal. He whimpered, his voice trembling, "No, please no." But suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted around him. Xiao Feng squeezed his eyes shut and grumbled angrily, "This was my last clean suit." Then, a massive explosion went off, sending the surrounding zombies flying. Old Luo whipped his head around and shouted, "What the heck was that?" Xiao Feng, now transformed into a monstrous beast, let out a deafening roar and grabbed a zombie by its throat. Qin Yu turned to look at him, highly impressed. A mutant-type ability, and such a powerful, evolutionary aura. In his beastly form, Xiao Feng drove his claws right into the zombie, roaring in fury. "You absolute trash. You ruined my last outfit. I'll tear you all to shreds." He continued to scream like a madman, "A bunch of garbage, total trash." Qin Yu couldn't help but feel amazed, thinking to himself, it seems his ability messes with his mind. Suddenly, sensing something, his eyes flew open. A hand burst out of the ground, grabbing Qin Yu's ankle. Startled by the thing at his feet, he yelled, "What on earth is this?" On the ground, a long arm was pinned down by a blade. Qin Yu's blade sliced the arm clean in half, sending the creature scurrying back in terror. He frowned, murmuring in confusion. "A shadow walker?" Shu Chang yelled to warn the others. "Heads up, everyone. There are mutant zombies in the horde. Be careful." Zhang Kui cursed in anger. "Damn it. The regular ones were already annoying enough." Li Song glanced at old Luo, warning him, "My stamina is hitting its limit. I can't hold them off much longer." Over by Qin Yu, a snake suddenly lunged out of nowhere. Before it could strike, he swung his blade and sliced it in two. Qin Yu's face darkened as he muttered in irritation, "What a pain in the neck." A mutated female zombie stood right before him. He wondered in confusion, how did another mutant zombie show up? The zombie commanded the snakes on her body, sending them charging at him. Brandishing his blade, Qin Yu braced himself and sprinted straight toward her. Qin Yu dashed forward, slicing through her to retrieve an evolutionary energy crystal. He popped the crystal into his mouth, telling himself, "No time to worry about that. I need to consume it now. Once I successfully evolve into a level 2 evolved human, dealing with this horde will be a breeze." Meanwhile, Zhang Kui dropped to his knees. Before him lay a slain zombie. Drenched in sweat, he panted heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly, another zombie lunged forward and bit his arm. Zhang Kui swung his arm and threw the zombie off, screaming, "Get the hell off me!" Suddenly, a shadow with glowing red eyes rose from his feet, snarling as it pounced on him. The sudden attack left him wide-eyed and completely defenseless. The creature pinned him down, and the other zombies immediately swarmed over him. Tears streaming down his face, Zhang Kui screamed in absolute terror. Hearing the blood-curdling shriek, old Luo turned his head in panic, shouting his name, "Truong Hu." Seizing the moment, a zombie lunged and bit down hard on Lao La's arm, only to end up breaking its own teeth. Seeing this, he unleashed a massive punch, sending the zombie flying like a rag doll and shattering what was left of its teeth. Lao La frowned at the bite mark on his arm, a grim realization washing over him. He muttered, I don't think I'm gonna make it." Tu Kwang gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. With vacant, hollow eyes, he gasped, "Lao La, I can't hold them off much longer." Completely exhausted and hopeless, Lai Tung muttered, "Is this where we die today?" Meanwhile, Tu Vu was still desperately hacking away at the relentless zombies. Seeing them on the brink of collapse, anxiety gripped her. She called out to Tan Vu, "Brother, they are not going to make it." Tan Vu glanced back, warning her, "Tu Vu, don't get distracted. Focus on saving yourself first." He scowled, thinking to himself, "Is this still not over? Are all the zombies in the area gathering right here?" Thiu Fong burst into a manic laugh, tearing through the horde with his razor-sharp claws, sneering in absolute contempt. "You useless pieces of trash. Die. Die. Just die already." Tan Vu watched Thiu Fong mercilessly venting his rage on the zombies, wondering, what is up with this guy? In this form, his physical stats have shot up 15 times. And they are still rising. Could his strength actually scale up with the intensity of the battle? He stared at Tu Fong with growing intrigue, pondering, this guy might actually be a high-tier evolved human. He would make an incredibly powerful teammate. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the entire area, sending a chill down everyone's spine. They instantly braced themselves, scanning the surroundings. Confused, Tu Vu gasped. What was that? Looking up toward a gaping hole in a nearby building, she saw a dark figure standing tall and menacing. Perched high up on that building, a terrifying level 2 zombie glared down at the group below. Stepping off into the empty air, the beast plummeted in a fearless freefall. It slammed hard into the pavement, completely unharmed. Tan Vu stared at the monstrous threat, his face tightening with caution. He quickly warned Tu Vu, who was standing right next to him. Tu Vu, get back. This thing isn't something we can handle easily. It's a level 2 zombie. He silently calculated their odds. Even with Tu Vu's buff, the absolute best-case scenario would be a double knockout. Securing a clean victory is impossible right now. Meanwhile, Thiu Fong spotted the level 2 zombie, his face lighting up with wild excitement. A giant. Giddy with excitement, he built up speed and lunged forward. Knocking aside any zombie in his path, Thufeng laughed. Finally, a real opponent. Seeing him charge like a maniac, Tanvu desperately tried to stop him. Wait, you're no match for that thing. But Thufeng completely ignored the warning, charging straight at the level 2 zombie. He raised his fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow. But with blinding speed, the level 2 zombie snatched Thufeng by the throat, squeezing hard. Suddenly, Thufeng felt a surge of raw power coursing through his veins. He roared as his eyes flared with light. He lashed out with his razor claws, taunting, "How do you like these?" Writhing in pain, the level 2 zombie clutched its face and released its grip on his neck. Absolute shock washed over his face. Feeling the overwhelming power boiling inside him, he gasped in disbelief. "I've never felt this much raw power before. What's going on?" Thufeng glanced back at the others, wondering, could it be them? Tuvu poured all her energy into buffing Thufeng. Standing beside her, Tanvu encouraged, "Great job, Tuvu." Thufeng stood tall and proud before the level 2 zombie, mockingly sneering, "Hey, big guy. I'm way stronger than before, and that's no joke." Closing the distance, the level 2 zombie reared back and swung a devastating fist right at him. Fortunately, thanks to his newfound, incredible speed, Thufeng slipped past the blow and instantly reappeared right behind the monster. Slamming a heavy punch right into its spine, he gritted his teeth, his expression turning to one of sheer frustration. Its skin as hard as rock, the level 2 zombie countered instantly, burying a brutal punch straight into his gut. Thufeng was sent flying back, glaring at the beast with pure rage. Seeing this, Tanvu warned in a panic, "Tuvu, I need to clone myself. Can you keep holding on?" Still focused on channeling her buff to Thufeng, she gave a weak nod. Breathing a slight sigh of relief, he immediately activated his ability. Clone. "Hang in there, you two. You have to hold on." Meanwhile, his clone brought a blade slicing down onto a zombie, making it shriek in agony. After finishing off the zombie, Tanvu smiled at the glowing evolutionary core. Perfect. Another evolutionary core. Crouching down to extract another core, Tanvu's clone thought, "There's one over here too. Hopefully, this is enough to trigger my evolution." Walking over to Tuvu with the 2 cores, Tanvu asked gently, "Tuvu, can you still enhance these?" Exhausted, Tuvu reached out to take the cores, whispering, "Leave it to me." Clenching the cores tightly, Tanvu said, "I've got the rest." With a thought, he duplicated the cores into 4. Clone. Tuvu's breathing grew shallow and labored. Straining to get the words out, she gasped, "Brother, I can't keep this up." Xiaofeng, on the other side, felt that surge of power completely vanish. He turned around, totally bewildered, and muttered, "What's going on?" That power was gone. Just then, the level 2 zombie suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiaofeng's head, sending him into a total panic. It stared ruthlessly at Xiaofeng, squeezing his head with brutal force until crimson sprayed everywhere. Qin Yu screamed in horror. "Zhai Xiaofeng." Xiao Yu clutched her chest and screamed in agony. Hearing her cry, Qin Yu whipped his head around, his voice filled with panic. "Xiao Yu?" She slumped onto the ground, panting heavily from sheer exhaustion. Seeing how critical the situation had become, Qin Yu swallowed all 4 energy crystals at once, cursing in anger, "Damn it!" He let out a fierce roar as a massive surge of power rushed through his body. The horde of zombies was slowly closing in on where Xiao Yu sat, leaving her paralyzed with fear. Qin Yu raised his hand as a bright white light gathered in his palm, commanding it to burn them all to ashes. A massive burst of blinding white light erupted from his hand, incinerating the approaching zombies. The light completely wiped out the undead as they let out terrified, agonizing shrieks. Once the zombies were cleared, Qin Yu knelt down to support Xiao Yu, holding out an energy crystal in front of her. He urged, "Xiao Yu, wake up, quick. Consume this evolutionary energy." She looked up at Qin Yu with deep gratitude. But suddenly, the savage roaring of the level 2 zombie caught their attention. It held Xiaofeng's body high in the air like a trophy, letting out a terrifying shriek with a twisted grin. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was overcome with grief and guilt. Sobbing uncontrollably, she cried, "Brother, it's my fault. Zhai Xiaofeng is gone because of me." Qin Yu looked at her, his voice comforting. "How could this be your fault? You did your absolute best and even risked your own life. This was completely out of your control." He then stood up, his face darkening as he gripped his spear tightly, giving her a serious warning. "Xiao Yu, listen to me. The stamina you gain from consuming large amounts of evolutionary energy is extremely limited, so stop boosting me and just protect yourself. He glared at the level 2 zombie, catching its attention, and continued. As for this piece of trash, standing tall, he threatened in a chilling tone, you took one of my people, get ready to pay with your life. But the level 2 zombie didn't seem to care about his threat at all, simply roaring in provocation. The level 2 zombie, easily 2 to 3 times the size of a normal human, loomed ahead alongside its undead minions. Qin Yu took a small step back, keeping his guard up against them. These zombies actually know how to preserve their strength and avoid useless sacrifices. Whoever is pulling the strings behind them is no ordinary foe. The young man carrying the injured person asked with a hint of fear and doubt, can he really defeat that giant monster? Xiao Yu had absolute faith in her brother. He would definitely win. As the danger closed in, she shouted, I believe in him. Qin Yu gripped his blade and stepped forward, ready to take down the level 2 zombie. Its eyes flashed as it leaped, charging toward Qin Yu with lightning speed. Sweat trickled down Qin Yu's face. Having anticipated this, he muttered, here it comes again. It soared through the air, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. He looked up, his eyes locked onto it. Qin Yu's life was hanging by a thread. It was incredibly fast. If he took a direct hit from this, it would be no laughing matter. The level 2 zombie slammed its fist into the ground, shattering the earth in an instant. The bystanders on the street stumbled from the massive shockwave, unable to keep their footing. Qin Yu roared to warn everyone, watch out, everyone, don't fall to the ground. Otherwise, the shockwave will cause serious internal injuries. The zombie growled in frustration, but thanks to his quick reflexes, Qin Yu managed to dodge the deadly blow. It quickly got back up to continue its assault, throwing a heavy fist straight at his face. Without even blinking, he slipped to the side. If he hadn't dodged that, Qin Yu would have been crushed flat, just like the wall behind him that was now completely caved in. Looking back, Qin Yu was thoroughly shocked. Just the wind pressure from its punch was enough to shatter a brick wall. Suddenly, the level 2 zombie appeared behind him out of nowhere. Without wasting a single second, he dodged the relentless strike coming from his blind spot. Staring at the beast in front of him, Qin Yu realized this was going to be an incredibly tough fight. This level 2 monster is definitely no pushover. Eager to bring him down, it lunged forward, and Qin Yu immediately raised his blade to block the blow. But the zombie's strength was overwhelming, slamming Qin Yu directly into the wall. He was thrown into the wall so hard that the concrete cracked. Exhausted and battered, he struggled to steady himself. This is bad. Without Xiao Yu's boost, going head-to-head is too reckless. I need a plan. The level 2 zombie attacked again, eager to finish Qin Yu off quickly with another devastating strike. It punched the wall repeatedly, sending loud, explosive booms echoing through the air. Worried sick, Xiao Yu screamed for her brother. A massive burst of light erupted in front of her, followed by what looked like a drizzle of crimson rain. The level 2 zombie roared in pain, enveloped in a strange mist. Qin Yu suddenly lunged out of nowhere with his blade, but the monster caught the tip of the weapon right before his eyes. Qin Yu went pale, trapped in a hopeless situation. Oh no, the level 2 zombie flung the blade aside. Qin Yu couldn't react in time. He reached for it, but his weapon was already gone. The zombie grabbed Qin Yu's face, completely blocking his vision. It lifted him into the air as easily as a feather, its mouth stretching into a wide grin. Was absolutely terrifying. Standing nearby and sensing the imminent danger, Old Law screamed, we're doomed! But Tanvu quickly swung his arm, slamming the zombie straight down into the street, shattering the pavement. Just when the beast thought it had finished Tanvu off, it suddenly spun around. Out of nowhere, Tanvu materialized and lunged forward to attack, yelling, die! The staff in Tanvu's hand glowed brightly. With a cold, expressionless face, he shoved it straight into the zombie, incinerating it completely. Swept up in the intense flames from the glowing staff, the zombie erupted into a massive blaze, leaving a gaping hole in its chest as it shrieked in agonizing pain. Beneath the rain of blood, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief as a spark of hope was finally lit. This was the true power of an evolver. The entire body of the level 2 zombie burned brightly in the pitch-black night. With the threat neutralized, Tanvu turned and walked away. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculously strong he was. Tanvu stared at the shimmering crystal in his hand, keeping completely silent. Spotting Tanvu, the remaining zombies froze in absolute terror. They turned tail and scrambled to escape. Stunned and utterly confused by the sight of the fleeing undead, Old Law muttered, "Zombies can actually run away?" Tuvu looked at her brother with sparkling eyes, beaming with pride. "You are so amazing, brother. Even the zombies are terrified of you. This is unbelievable." Still showing no emotion, Tanvu began to piece together the mastermind behind this setup. Whoever was controlling these zombies had to be incredibly intelligent. Forcing bloodthirsty zombies to suppress their primal instincts is an almost impossible feat. Out of nowhere, someone crawled toward Tanvu's group, groaning. "Ow, that hurts so bad. That rock-headed jerk beat me to a pulp." Tuvu gasped in shock, pointing at him as she stammered, "Wait, aren't you Dick Thiofong?" He slowly stood up, completely naked. Clutching his head, he whined, "Ow, it hurts so much." Then he blinked in confusion at everyone. "Why are you guys staring at me like that? It's like you're seeing a ghost." Lai Tung, equally baffled, stammered, I saw that guy crush your head with my own eyes." Dick Thiofong scratched his head, completely clueless about his own situation. Realizing that surviving this was technically impossible, he muttered, "Yeah, I remember my head getting crushed too. Wait, do I have an immortal body or something?" Lai Tung found the whole thing even harder to believe. Even an immortal body shouldn't regenerate this fast. Your head was literally smashed to pieces. Do you even remember what happened? Dick Thiofong grinned sheepishly and confessed, "Well, maybe I'm just a creature that thinks with his lower half." The siblings were completely speechless at his shamelessness. Having just finished the battle, Tanvu walked over and warned him, "You still need to be careful. An immortal body doesn't mean you can't die. If you take too much damage in a short amount of time, your body won't be able to regenerate fast enough." He extended his hand, a warm glow radiating from his palm. Now, it was harvest time. Zombie corpses littered the streets as far as the eye could see. Tanvu channeled his spiritual energy to incinerate all the remains, a pale white flame erupting and illuminating the dark night. Noticing the unusual color of the fire, Tuvu curiously asked, "Brother, why is your fire white?" He calmly answered his sister, "This is the pale white blaze I unlocked after leveling up. The higher my power, the more destructive it gets, turning zombies to ash in an instant." Suddenly, glowing bubbles began to drift up around them like shimmering specks of light. Tuvu couldn't hide her excitement, her face lighting up with a massive grin. "Look at all this evolutionary energy." She rushed over to the floating energy cores, calling out to Tanvu, "Brother, now that you have this pale white blaze, we won't have to break a sweat gathering evolutionary energy anymore. This is so convenient." Tuvu scooped up the energy crystals, holding them tight. What an amazing harvest. Watching the crystals pile up in her hands, Old Law couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. We risk our lives just to get a single scrap of energy. Yet here they are, picking it up like ripe fruit left and right. The gap between ordinary people and a living legend is just too massive. Keeping their guard up, they quickly made their way back to the base. Back at the base, Tuvu and Tanvu sat staring at their massive haul. She hovered her hands over the two bags, overflowing with energy crystals, warming them as if they were a campfire. Tanvu's expression darkened as he fell deep into thought. An immortal mutant class. Could this really be a coincidence? Tanvu recalled the rumors he had heard in his past life. In his previous life, there were whispers of a legendary zombie king who ruled an entire region. It could transform into a terrifying humanoid monster, so powerful that thousands of soldiers stood no chance against it. But what made it truly terrifying was its immortal, indestructible body. The shelters surrounding the Zombie King's territory had to gather their elite fighters, forming a joint task force to take it down. In the end, they only managed to defeat it after paying a devastating price. The Zombie King stood amidst the ruins, dominating the world. Everyone thought the monster was gone for good, but just a few days later, the Zombie King returned, leading an army to wipe out all the surrounding shelters. Tanvu crossed his arms and leaned against the brick wall, lost in thought. If I weren't here, he probably would have died right here, turned into a zombie, or been absorbed by a stronger beast, eventually becoming that terrifying Zombie King. Suddenly, Tuvu chimed in with a mischievous, playful smirk. "Why are you staring at Dick Thiofong so passionately, brother? Don't tell me you're trying to ship yourself with him?" Tanvu quickly turned around, desperately trying to defend himself. "Oh my god, stop talking nonsense. I'm planning out serious world-changing matters here." Thinking about his ability, Xiao Yu giggled behind her hand, saying, I get it. He could only offer a wry smile. Not knowing what to say about his little sister, the vibe between the two siblings was just plain weird. so much so that even Xiaofeng, standing off in the distance, found it strange. "What's up?" Qin Yu stood up and walked over, wanting to recruit Xiaofeng to their team. "Jai Xiaofeng, your ability is impressive, and you are clearly no ordinary fighter. Join us, you've seen what I can do. If we team up, we will definitely dominate this apocalyptic world." Qin Yu's sudden offer left him completely speechless for a moment. Ultimately, Xiaofeng turned down the highly tempting offer. "I'm sorry. I admit you guys are way stronger than me, and teaming up with you would be the smartest move. But this world is different now. I finally have a taste of true freedom, and I don't want any strings attached. I want to travel, see the world, and live life on my own terms without any baggage." Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a twinge of regret. "All right, I respect your choice. Thanks for understanding," Xiaofeng replied. As the two walked away, Qin Yu felt a heavy sense of disappointment with every step. Beside him, Xiao Yu couldn't help but tease her brother for his terrible luck. "Wow, bro, you are so pathetic. You asked twice and got rejected both times." Qin Yu turned to his little sister, who was usually just a silly brat. "You little brat, you look so sweet and innocent, but your tongue gets sharper by the day." With that, the siblings walked back to where the rest of their squad was waiting. Qin Yu held up a pouch full of energy crystals and told them, "Wait, give Jai Xiaofeng nearly 20 of these, and split the remaining 30 or so among yourselves." Lao La spoke up, feeling a bit guilty. "Wait, are you sure? We can't just take these." Qin Yu generously handed over most of the crystals anyway. "I've already reached level 2. And once Xiao Yu absorbs enough evolutionary energy, she will probably reach level 2 as well. These will do far more good for you guys, so don't be polite." They gratefully accepted the pouch without further hesitation. "In that case, thank you. We'll take them." Qin Yu didn't try to hold them back, bidding them farewell and hoping their paths would cross again soon. "Since you guys have your own path to follow, I won't keep you. I hope our paths cross again someday." Xiao Yu stretched and stepped outside to enjoy the crisp air after what felt like an endless downpour. Finally, the rain has stopped. Qin Yu followed his little sister, carrying a small pouch. "We've rested enough. It's time to absorb this evolutionary energy." He showed her 2 glowing energy crystals. Then, without saying a word, Qin Yu popped them straight into his mouth and swallowed them down. Instantly, Qin Yu's eyes turned blood red, and his face went completely pale as if he were choking. Letting out a roar that shook the sky, he gasped for air, feeling intense waves of energy. "Wow, this is definitely level 2 energy. It just boosted my physical attributes from 20 times the human limit to 23 times. Watching this, Xiao Yu followed his lead and swallowed her own crystal. She let out a dramatic, copied scream just like his. Qin Yu cleared his throat awkwardly, saying, "Okay, that's a bit dramatic." Xiao Yu scratched her head and giggled, but suddenly, a massive surge of raw power coursed through her body. Qin Yu glanced at his sister, still convinced she was acting. "All right, cut it out. Stop pretending." This time, she was dead serious. Clasping her chest, she gasped, Wait, this is real. I actually leveled up. And I unlocked a new ability too." Hearing this, Qin Yu instantly felt a spark of curiosity about his sister's new power. "What kind of power?" Xiao Yu pointed her index finger, and a droplet of crimson blood rose from her hand, floating in midair. She proudly showed it off to her brother. "I gave it an epic name. It's called Blood Slave." Qin Yu burst out laughing, mocking her ridiculous name. "What is that even? That sounds so incredibly dumb." She glared at her brother with mock hostility, pure killing intent radiating from her face. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Xiao Yu decided to show him exactly what she was capable of. She flicked the blood droplet straight onto the center of Qin Yu's forehead. It happened so fast that Qin Yu couldn't even dodge. He touched his forehead, completely confused. What is this supposed to be? It didn't even hurt. Seeing him look so smug, Xiao Yu traced a few patterns in the air to unleash her skill. "Prepare to have your mind blown." She pointed dramatically at Qin Yu, but at first, nothing seemed to happen. He stood frozen for a second. What on earth was happening? A sudden roar of thunder echoed in his mind, freezing him in his tracks. It turned out that Xiao Yu's new ability was puppet control. She forced her brother to do all sorts of ridiculous moves until Qin Yu begged her to stop. "Xiao Yu, okay, stop. This is so embarrassing." She grinned from ear to ear, looking like a triumphant conqueror. "No way. The tables have turned, and I am finally liberated." She continued making her brother do silly stunts and bizarre poses for her amusement. Qin Yu smirked playfully. Do you really think I can't break out of this? Xiao Yu clasped her hands to tighten her control, calling out mockingly, Go ahead and try then. The siblings kept going back and forth like this, one commanding, and the other forced to obey. She kept teasing him until Qin Yu collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted and gasping for breath. You little brat, you're going to be the death of me. Nearby, a couple of zombies were endlessly shoving and tackling each other. It turned out Xiao Yu was actually controlling them from afar. She happily boasted to her brother, I won again. All the next evolution crystals are mine. Beside her, Qin Yu replied with a totally blank face. You just got lucky. Seriously, here we go again. Suddenly he turns to the side and sure enough, there's a bizarre vortex spinning right there. It's perfectly round, transparent blue, and actually looks pretty beautiful. Xiao Yu can't help but walk closer, asking, What is that? Meanwhile, Qin Yu already has a pretty good idea. Is this portal home to some creepy, bizarre entities? Right after that, about 4 or 5 people step out of the swirling vortex. Man, old Lu, that trial was absolutely brutal. He lets out a slight smirk. Sure enough, the group that just walked by bumps right into the siblings. Sun Yi barks aggressively, What are you looking at? Get lost. Pointing at the group, she asks her brother, Hey, how can they just pop out of thin air like that? It's like they came from another dimension. Qin Yu glances at his sister and gently reminds her, Xiao Yu, remember when I told you about dimensional ruins? Xiao Yu rests her chin in her hand, thinking for a second. Wait, was that when we found that ring? You mentioned it then, right? Qin Yu chuckles. He drops a cryptic idiom, saying, Well, it's been right under our noses all along. This only makes Sun Yi lose his temper and yell again. Are you deaf? I said get lost. Xiao Yu puts her hands on her hips, snapping back in annoyance. Who do you think you are? We didn't even touch you. Yet you're telling us to beat it. Sun Yi hesitates for a second, realizing she's actually a girl. His buddy next to him nudges him to snap out of it. Dude, you're drooling. Spotting a gorgeous girl, Sun Yi gets creepy and slowly steps forward, saying, Hey there, beautiful, do yourself a favor and listen to me. Otherwise, both of you are going to learn the hard way. Qin Yu, who has had enough of their nonsense, growls, Beat it. Sun Yi's face immediately darkens with rage. He snaps back defiantly. Did you just tell us to beat it? Kid, do you have any idea who we are? But Qin Yu isn't backing down either, his eyes turning a dangerous shade of red. Glaring right at them, he warns, Last chance. Get lost. Or I'll make sure you can't leave even if you wanted to. Sun Yi completely loses his mind. He immediately lunges forward, throwing a flurry of punches, yelling, Let's see if you can back up those words. But to Qin Yu, these swings are absolutely nothing. He effortlessly blocks and locks him down. Yet, Sun Yi still looks down on him, sneering, So you've got a little game after all. With a smirk, he channels dark energy straight into Qin Yu's arm. In an instant, Qin Yu can feel the debuffing power of his calamity-type ability. Sun Yi grins maliciously, testing him. Well, got any strength left? But Qin Yu simply grabs Sun Yi by the shoulder. Stunned, Sun Yi stammers, How are you not affected? Qin Yu rolls his eyes and deadpans. Actually, my strength did drop quite a bit after your little debuff. Sun Yi completely loses his cool, stuttering, How? How is that even possible? Even after getting weakened, how are you still this strong? Before he can process it, Qin Yu locks his arm, sweeps his legs, and slams him into the dirt. Sun Yi screams in absolute agony. Right then, Lu Yan rushes over to intervene, stopping Qin Yu from stomping down on the writhing Sun Yi. Brother, please, it was our fault for being blind and offending you. I sincerely apologize, so please, spare his life. Hearing this, Qin Yu replies, I can let him go, but you're going to answer my questions honestly, one lie, and none of you are walking away from here alive. Lu Yan nods quickly, ask away. I'll tell you whatever I know. Qin Yu demands, What's your name? And who exactly are you guys? Lu Yan points to his teammates behind him and says, I'm Lu Yan. And these guys are. Qin Yu cuts him off. I don't care about them. Lu Yan's face turns pale, completely taken aback. Behind him, the rest of the squad frowns in annoyance. Lu Yan quickly explains, We're all soldiers guarding Shengjing City. Qin Yu gives Sun Yi's arm a hard tug, pressing further. Just as I thought, what were you guys doing inside that portal? What's the situation in there? And let me make this perfectly clear. Do not lie to me, or things are going to get extremely ugly. Terrified, Lu Yan explains, It's an incredibly mystical place in there, almost like a pocket dimension. Once we entered, we had to undergo a trial. But we failed. So we got spat right back out here. On top of that, everyone only gets one shot at the trial. If you fail, you never get a second chance. Qin Yu rubs his chin, processing this. So even if you fail, your life isn't in any danger. Looking down at the whimpering Sun Yi beneath his boot, Qin Yu says, consider yourself lucky to have a leader who actually looks out for you. Next time, watch your mouth. Not every powerhouse is going to be as generous as I am. With a swift kick, Qin Yu sends Sun Yi flying, shouting, now get lost. Just then, footsteps echo from behind them. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu instantly whip around. Qin Yu mutters, we've got company. Sun Wu and the rest of the group catch up to them, asking, what's taking you guys so long? You've been gone forever. I was starting to think you got wiped out by zombies. Lu Yan calls out, Captain Sun. Meanwhile, Lin Feng shouts in sheer excitement. Qin Yu, he rushes straight over to the siblings, exclaiming, man, this is awesome. I knew it. With your skills, surviving in this apocalypse was never going to be an issue. Qin Yu smiles and replies, looks like you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately too. Sun Wu's eyes suddenly land on his brother, Sun Yi, who is curled up on the ground in pain. His face immediately darkens as he demands, who did this? Lu Yan stammers, unable to find the words, well, it's. Lin Feng takes a quick look at the scene and asks, Qin Yu, did you break this guy's arm? Qin Yu's expression remains deadpan as he calmly replies, he brought it on himself. If his captain hadn't begged for mercy, he'd be dead by now. Lin Feng looks down with a heavy sigh, replying, there's a lot you don't know yet. Sun Yi is a nobody, but his older brother, Sun Wu, he's the ultimate god of war that the entire Shengjing city military is pouring all their resources into raising. Just stay quiet for a bit and let me do the talking. Sun Wu still owes me a few favors, so he might listen. Qin Yu crosses his arms and chuckles, the god of war, huh? No wonder his little brother acts like he owns the place. Confused, Xiao Yu asks, hey, big bro, what exactly is this war god thing about anyway? Qin Yu rolls his eyes at Xiao Yu and replies, war gods are those in the apocalypse who are considered the absolute strongest of the strong. As scenes of zombies appearing on the streets play out, Qin Yu continues his explanation. To survive the apocalypse, humanity has come up with countless ways to groom these war gods. It is the most effective way. They, the ones called war gods, receive the absolute best training and resources. They live in shelters, training to become powerhouses, capable of fighting off zombies, mutated beasts, and alien races. As images of war gods emerging from a sea of flames appear, Qin Yu continues his story. But at the same time, they also face heavy suspicion. They are doubted and feared by the very people they protect. To prevent betrayal and tyranny from these war gods, the bases are forced to install deterrent devices on them. It could be a self-detonating collar around their neck, or even electrodes buried deep inside their heart. Over a shot of hands locked tightly in handcuffs, Qin Yu continues, it is them, the war gods. When they gain ultimate power, they must also pay a devastating price, their freedom. Shocked, Lin Feng stammers, Qin Yu, this is top-secret military information. How on earth do you know this? Xiao Yu puts her hands on her hips, immediately defending him. My big brother knows absolutely everything. Turning his back, Qin Yu replies, giving them power only to strip away their freedom, yet calling them by the glorious title of war god? Honestly, calling them fighting dogs fits much better. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu's faces go dark, their expressions unreadable. Fuming with rage, Sun Wu snaps, you injured my brother, and now you have the nerve to call me a fighting dog? Sun Wu sneers, what does a punk like you even know? This is a duty. It is a glory that countless people can only dream of. Xiao Yu says nonchalantly, oh, I get it now. You're just locked at the front door with a golden leash. So, is that the glory of a loyal guard dog protecting someone else's house? Lin Feng panics on the side, trying to stop her. Little girl, please, just shut up for a second, will you? Ready for battle, Sun Wu growls. Fine then. I will show you exactly how terrifying a loyal dog's power can be. Lin Feng frantically yells, Sun Wu, I am the commanding officer here. I order you to stand down. But Sun Wu has completely lost his cool, knitting his brows in anger as he draws his sword. Sun Wu roars, Major Lin, stay out of this. They hurt my brother and insulted me. Why are you still defending them? Breaking out in a cold sweat, Lin Feng says helplessly, oh, good grief, guys, we were the ones who provoked them first. The sharp blade sweeps down decisively as Sun Wu delivers a fierce, direct slash. Sun Wu lunges right past Xiao Yu, who is standing there, completely clueless about what is happening. Xiao Yu gasps in shock. "Oh, fighting dog, you're actually serious? If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have sliced my ear right off." Gritting his teeth, Sun Wu turns his head and thinks, how is this girl so strong? How could she see my movements so clearly? Suddenly, Qin Yu appears right behind Sun Wu out of nowhere, his face dark with fury. Qin Yu growls, "I might have let you slide for anything else, but nobody touches my sister." Unable to block Qin Yu's devastating blow, Sun Wu's face turns pale as his body is sent flying through the air. The onlookers stand frozen, their faces filled with pure horror. Xiao Yu quietly watches her brother, while Lin Feng stands beside her, completely panicking. Refusing to give up, Sun Wu takes a deep breath and roars, charging at Qin Yu with his blade. Die! The blade thrusts straight at Qin Yu, but he effortlessly catches the tip with just one hand, saying calmly, "Huh, this is actually a pretty decent blade." Shocked, Sun Wu thinks to himself, how is this possible? Is his strength actually way above mine? With Sun Wu's eyes wide and bloodshot, Qin Yu unleashes an overwhelming aura, easily tossing Sun Wu far away once again. Gritting his teeth as he picks himself up, Sun Wu mutters, "It is just a fire ability." Suddenly, Sun Wu unleashes a special technique, causing Qin Yu's power to slowly fade away. Qin Yu raises his hand, wondering, is my God-class ability neutralized, causing my potential to regress? Sun Wu sneers mockingly, "Dumbfounded, aren't you?" He rushes forward with his sword. "Now that you're powerless, let's see what you can do." Qin Yu effortlessly dodges the attack. Sun Wu is stunned, as his blade plunges straight into the ground. Qin Yu says, "Even without my abilities, I am still way stronger than you. Stop being so full of yourself and drop it. I don't want to kill you and end up making enemies with the military. It has no ill intent toward humanity, so we should be safe here." System alert. Initiating data analysis and scan. Beginning scan on Qin Yu. Carbon-based intelligent life form from Earth's final civilization. Tier 2, evolutionary energy. Scan complete. Passed. System switching to Xiao Yu. Initiating scan. Analyzing. Scanning. Unable to classify. Scan anomaly detected. Scan anomaly detected. Qin Yu's face darkened as he thought, scan anomaly? Anomaly detected? Realizing something was seriously wrong, he grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and yelled, "Let's go!" Behind them, the system kept repeating the anomaly warning. Qin Yu quickly dragged Xiao Yu out of that strange dimension, leaving everyone else completely stunned. Lin Feng asked, "Qin Yu, what's going on with you guys?" Lu Yan chimed in, "Did you fail the scan too?" Qin Yu was deep in thought. Scan anomaly. Is Xiao Yu really a human? He lowered his head, his face turning grim. Maybe not. What if she's an evolved zombie with human intelligence, capable of disguising herself as a human? No, I have to be sure. The blood color is the ultimate test. Human blood is bright red, but zombie blood is green. Xiao Yu asked innocently, "Big brother, why do you keep staring at me like that?" Qin Yu held out his hand. "Xiao Yu, give me your hand." Qin Yu sliced her hand open. Xiao Yu cried out in pain, "Ah, brother, you cut me." Xiao Yu stared at her dripping hand in surprise. "Why does my blood look so different?" Qin Yu stared at the bright red blood dripping from her hand, which was actually glowing with a deep crimson light. He muttered in disbelief, "It's not green?" Xiao Yu frowned, annoyed. "Green? What are you talking about? Only zombie blood is green. You sliced my hand without warning. That's so mean." Qin Yu patted her head softly. "It's my fault, Xiao Yu. I was just too tense. I'm so sorry." Xiao Yu looked up at him. "But why is my blood glowing like this? It was never like this before." Qin Yu reassured her. "Don't worry. Once you become an evolved human, it's completely normal for your body to change. You'll be fine." Xiao Yu asked, "Really?" Qin Yu continued, "Xiao Yu, wait outside for me. I'm going into the ruins for the trial. I'll be right back." Lin Feng said seriously, "In that case, let us go in with you. There is safety in numbers." Just like that, Qin Yu and the others entered the alternate dimension. Lin Feng looked around in awe. "Where on earth are we?" The system stepped forward. "Welcome, guests. This is the 108th trial arena of the Battle God civilization." Lin Feng asked in confusion, "The Battle God trial arena?" The system explained, The Battle God Trial Arena is where the Battle God civilization trains and tests its young warriors. It can simulate a wide variety of scenarios. Passing the test yields great rewards. However, you only have one chance. If you fail, you will be permanently disqualified from taking the test again. Lin Feng asked, "What exactly is this Battle God civilization?" The system patiently explained. The Battle God civilization existed long before your intelligent civilization. They were once the rulers of Earth. Lin Feng gasped. The rulers of Earth? How is that possible? How is it that we have never found any trace of you after all this time? The system replied, given how much your intelligent civilization reshapes the Earth's surface in just a few million years, natural activities are more than enough to completely erase all traces of past civilizations. After all, 2 million years is nothing but a blink of an eye to Earth. Someone else asked, then why did you guys disappear from the face of the Earth? The system replied, I am sorry. Your clearance level is too low to access this information. Qin Yu spoke up. We want to take the trial. What does it involve? The system said, the trial consists of 3 parts, gene, willpower, and combat skill tests. Shall we begin? Qin Yu nodded. Let's start. The system announced, target, Qin Yu, gene level, tier 2, S, rank. The system then scanned Lin Feng, gene level, tier 2, A rank. And finally, Sun Yu, gene level, A rank. Qin Yu glanced at the rest of the group and thought, aside from Lin Feng and Sun Yu, everyone else is only rank E or D, which is exactly as I expected. The system announced, next phase, willpower evaluation. Suddenly, the surrounding area began to shake violently as the testing devices rushed toward them. Before Qin Yu could even react, the testing device descended over his head. The willpower test had begun. Opening his eyes, Qin Yu found himself floating in mid-air, surrounded by crackling lightning. Qin Yu thought to himself, looks like passing this willpower test is going to be a real challenge. The lightning grew more intense until a massive bolt struck Qin Yu directly. He screamed in agony as bolts of lightning repeatedly blasted him. With his arms wide open, he fell in a free fall. Moments later, he plummeted into the depths of the ocean, letting his body drift. Qin Yu thought, is it finally over? Qin Yu slowly sank deeper and deeper into the dark ocean. Running out of air, Qin Yu covered his mouth and realized the test was far from over. He quickly swam toward a faint light above, but suddenly, something grabbed him, and his eyes widened in shock. A heavy metal chain had wrapped around his ankle out of nowhere. Qin Yu covered his mouth, desperately gasping for oxygen. He closed his eyes in agony, but just as he was about to give up, the chain around his ankle vanished. Qin Yu sat cross-legged in the middle of the empty space, waiting for the next challenge. He closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his face. Before he knew it, a massive sea of fire erupted all around him. He thought to himself, it turned into flames. Next, a relentless storm of gravel and stone swirled straight at Qin Yu. Struggling to keep his balance, he thought, is this what is next? Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face drenched in sweat. Back in the system lobby, everyone was gasping for air, collapsed all over the floor. Someone screamed, it itches! It itches so bad! Lin Feng clutched his body, while Sun Wu panted heavily, soaked in sweat. Suddenly, the system announced, Qin Yu, S-grade willpower. Lin Feng and Sun Wu, A-grade. The rest are B-grade. Another person coughed violently and complained, this is insane. It feels absolutely miserable. Qin Yu smiled and thought to himself, excellent. Double S genes and S-grade willpower. Even if my performance in the final combat skill test drops, it won't hurt my overall score too much. Lin Feng patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, Qin Yu, you really are something else. That was incredible. The system announced, final category, combat skills. We have S, A, B, and D grades available. Please make your selection. Sun Wu said, I choose A grade. Lin Feng chimed in, then I'll choose A grade too. Qin Yu responded, I select S grade. The system announced, beginning test. In this simulation, all special abilities are disabled. You will possess only the physical strength of an ordinary human. You must rely solely on your own combat skills and try your absolute best to survive under a zombie onslaught. The scene shifts as Qin Yu stands before a massive, grand, red door. Qin Yu quickly scanned his surroundings. There was absolutely no cover or place to hide, and he only had an ordinary human body. Surviving a zombie onslaught like this seemed completely impossible. This S-grade test is absolutely brutal. Behind the massive door, terrifying screams and low, menacing growls echoed. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and gripped his weapon tightly. Here they come. The doors swung open, revealing pitch-black darkness inside. Swarms of zombies came rushing out. Qin Yu used his weapon to hold off the horde of zombies all by himself. A zombie suddenly lunged from his side. Qin Yu thought, damn it. Back in an ordinary body, even swinging this iron spear has become a real struggle. The zombie opened its jaws, lunging to bite him. But Qin Yu struck back with his weapon. Suddenly, Qin Yu's grip slipped, and his weapon clattered out of his hands from the heavy impact. Another zombie suddenly leaped forward. Its razor-sharp teeth sank deep into Qin Yu's arm. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth flew open as he let out a sudden, agonizing scream. He swung his arm, driving his elbow forcefully into the zombie's hideous face, and snarled with raspy disgust, "Get off me and die." But the zombies felt no fear. They charged wildly, lunging at Qin Yu like starving beasts. Overwhelmed and unable to fight back in time, he cursed in panic. Damn it. The zombies swarmed him all at once, their heavy weight dragging Qin Yu to the ground, leaving him completely defenseless. Suddenly, Qin Yu snapped his eyes open, his gaze still filled with lingering panic as he stared blankly into space. His entire body was stiff, his face pale, and cold sweat poured down his neck. Lin Feng walked over to the gasping Qin Yu, supporting his arm, and asked with concern, "Are you all right, Qin Yu?" He turned to look at Lin Feng and explained, "I'm fine. This test forces you to fight zombies with only ordinary human strength, and the pain of being bitten is incredibly realistic. The difficulty is insane. Everyone, be careful." Just then, the systems guide announced, Qin Yu, survival time, 63 seconds, kills, 12, evaluation, S, grade. Qin Yu smiled, clenching his fist in silent triumph. Awesome. The systems guide then announced, congratulations. Your overall score has set a new record. You may choose 3 items from the reward list. Additionally, you have been granted 1-star status in the Battle God civilization. She projected the reward list as her robotic voice chimed, "Please select 3 items from the list." Qin Yu looked at the rewards in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, there are actually quite a few great items here. Keratin hardening, photochemical camouflage cloak, and battle soul memory crystal." As he continued to scan the list, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly locked onto a small vial. He gasped softly, his voice a mix of shock and delight. An evolution serum. Qin Yu smirked and thought to himself, this injection can instantly elevate the user's genes to the next level. I can't believe such a precious treasure is available here. My luck is absolutely incredible. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed at the vial and said, "I'll choose this one, the evolution serum." The robotic voice of the guide chimed, "Qin Yu has selected the evolution serum. You have 2 remaining choices." Qin Yu carefully weighed his options. This one can reduce damage from level 4 and below by 90%, while temporarily boosting the Battle God armor's physical attributes by 30 times. Or maybe I can quickly master a combat skill from the Battle Soul Memory Crystal. These rewards would be a perfect match. But then, his eyes caught something else. Qin Yu gasped in pure shock and excitement. "Wait, is that blood-burning ore? I choose this." The system guide announced, Qin Yu has selected refined, pure, blood-burning ore. You have 1 remaining choice. Qin Yu clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with deep admiration as he cheered quietly. As expected of the early days of the apocalypse. This is a goldmine of opportunities. What is this one? The Evil Eye Necklace is a D-grade treasure. The robotic voice of the guide announced, the Evil Eye Necklace is crafted from the essence core of an alien evil eye. All the power within this necklace originates from a level 4 overlord. She explained that the Evil Eye Necklace helps the wearer see right through illusions and resist mental attacks. Even better, it can unleash the power of the Evil Eye to blast the enemy's mind with devastating mental energy. Once that mechanical voice faded, Qin Yu thought to himself, I know exactly how troublesome enemies with mental powers can be. With this, I won't have to worry about them anymore. He then walked over to a group and asked, So, what gifts did you guys choose? Lin Feng held out a ring and answered honestly, I went with this spatial ring. The description sounded interesting, so I just grabbed it. I'm still not quite sure how it actually works though. Qin Yu reached out and replied, Oh, I know about this one. It's incredibly rare. It can create an independent parallel space, acting almost like a pocket dimension to store items. Do you mind if I borrow it for a second? Sun Yu, standing nearby with his lackeys behind him, darkened his expression. He glared at Qin Yu warily and demanded in a cold voice, "What do you think you're doing? Planning to rob us?" Qin Yu turned to look at him and replied casually, "If I wanted to rob you, would I really need to waste my breath talking? Don't worry. Lin Feng is my friend, and I would never play dirty with a friend." Just then, Lin Feng stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Hey guys, stop arguing. I trust Qin Yu. After all, he saved my life. Honestly, even if I just gave it to him as a reward, it's the least I could do." Qin Yu reached out to take the ring. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but his voice remained reassuring. "Don't worry, I don't need to keep it. I'll give it right back to you." He then channeled his energy to duplicate the ring. In the blink of an eye, a perfect replica materialized right next to it. Everyone there stood frozen, their jaws dropping in sheer disbelief. Sun Yu broke the stunned silence, stammering, "What? What just happened?" It split into two. Hearing this, Qin Yu smirked and explained, "This is my ability. I can duplicate any item. Don't worry, it won't affect the original at all." Lin Feng gasped, unable to hide the absolute awe and excitement gleaming in his eyes. "This is incredible, simply mind-blowing." In high spirits, Qin Yu raised his hand toward the crowd and called out, "I hope you can all let me borrow your treasures for a brief moment. If you ever need anything in the future, I promise to return the favor." Watching this unfold, Sun Yu's face twisted in sheer annoyance. He grumbled in pure jealousy. This guy is already terrifyingly strong, and now he has such a broken ability? At this rate, he's going to end up with way more loot than the rest of us. Along the way, Qin Yu asked Xiao Yu in surprise, "You finished it already? When did you even eat?" Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, "You were standing there shouting for ages. Even if there were 10 bottles, I would have downed them all by now." Qin Yu eagerly pressed her. "Well, how is it? Did you level up too? Is your power boosted?" Xiao Yu flexed both arms to show off her strength and replied, "Yeah, I really did level up. I can feel that I can handle twice as many enemies now. Plus, my enhancement ability can keep items boosted for much longer." Qin Yu grinned. "Great. Why don't you try it on this spatial ring then?" The ring suddenly burst into a dazzling blue light. He held it up to inspect it. Wow, after enhancing the ring, its pocket dimension has expanded several times over. Then, he handed the smoke bomb to Xiao Yu and asked her to try enhancing it. "Here, give this one a shot too." Xiao Yu asked in surprise, "What is this?" Qin Yu replied, "It's a smoke bomb, a treasure Sun Yu snatched from the dimensional ruins. The destructive power of this thing is insane. It's strong enough to blow up a level 3 monster." The scene then transitions to a towering skyscraper, where lush green trees rustle under a sky of drifting clouds, creating a brief sense of peace and tranquility. Down on the streets, it was also eerily quiet. People had fled in terror to find shelter, leaving no trace of the bustling crowds from before. Even though Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were resting inside a shop, they remained completely on high alert. Suddenly, Qin Yu caught a sound. "There's movement." From outside, a loud voice called out, "Xiao Tong, Xiao Tong." Outside the shop, two shadows were chasing after each other. "Xiao Tong, please don't be mad at me anymore. Just look at me. It was my fault last night, all right?" It turned out to be Xiao Tong and Bai Bing. Xiao Tong spun around and hissed angrily, "Keep your voice down. It's extremely dangerous out here right now." Bai Bing quickly put a finger to his lips. "My dear lady, your voice is actually way louder than mine." He glanced up at the building and realized they were standing right in front of a supermarket. With a glimmer of hope, Bai Bing said to Xiao Tong, "Oh, look, there might be food here. Let's go check it out." But once inside, they found the shelves completely bare. Disappointed, Bai Bing sighed. "Man, finding food is getting harder and harder these days." Beside him, Xiao Tong looked just as dejected. But then, she spotted a large door and felt a spark of hope. "Bai Bing, look, there's a door over there. It must be the warehouse." Bai Bing checked the door. "Damn, it's locked. Step back a bit. Looks like it's time to make a miracle happen with a single kick." With that, he delivered a powerful kick to smash the lock open. Suddenly, Xiao Tong grabbed his shoulder to stop him. "Wait. I think I hear some movement inside." A series of rattling noises echoed as the door burst open, revealing dark figures lurking behind it. Terrified, Xiao Tong shrieked, "Run!" Bai Bing let out a scream of pure horror. A swarm of zombies poured out from behind the door, letting out menacing growls. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing sprinted outside as fast as they could. Suddenly, Bai Bing ground to a halt and blocked the doorway. Inside the supermarket, Xiao Tong asks in confusion, "What are you doing?" Outside, the zombies are already clawing at the front doors. Bai Bing yells in a panic, "Tong, you have to run." Crying, Xiao Tong clings to him tightly. "I'm not leaving you behind." Suddenly, the zombies slam against the doors, sending them flying open. The impact throws Xiao Tong and Bai Bing backward onto the floor. They scream in terror, staring helplessly as the horde of zombies inches closer and closer. Determined to protect his girl, Bai Bing forces himself up and steps forward. "I'll hold them off, Tong. Run, now." He roars, "Come and get me, you bastards." But the zombies quickly overwhelm him. Xiao Tong screams in agony, "Bai Bing, no, please, stop." Suddenly, a lone figure steps forward. He grips a spear that erupts in a blinding, blazing fire. Hands on her hips, Xiao Wu looks at Xiao Tong and says reassuringly, "You guys are seriously lucky we just happened to be in the area." Moments later, the entire zombie horde is wiped out by Qin Yu. Xiao Tong rushes over to prop Bai Bing up, crying out frantically, Bai Bing, please wake up. You can't die on me." Bai Bing gasps weakly, "Tong, as long as you're safe, I'm happy." He suddenly coughs violently, spitting up blood. Xiao Tong sobs his name, Bai Bing. Seeing this, Xiao Wu feels a pang of pity and turns to Qin Yu. "Hey, big brother, can you save him?" Clinging to a shred of hope, Xiao Tong asks desperately, "Is there really a way to save him?" Qin Yu begins scanning the area. He spots a lone zombie staggering down the street. "Aha, perfect. Hang in there, buddy. Don't kick the bucket just yet." He shouts towards the street, "Hey, you over there!" The zombie stops and looks back in confusion. Qin Yu walks up calmly and says, "I have a little business to discuss with you." Seconds later, the zombie is flat on the ground. Qin Yu pulls out a glowing soul crystal and hands it to Bai Bing. "Eat this, and you'll be fine." Bai Bing groans in disgust. "Zombie flesh? No way. I'm not eating that." Qin Yu shoves the crystal straight into his mouth. "I went through all that trouble to get this for you. And you're complaining?" Xiao Tong and Xiao Wu watch in awe as Qin Yu pats Bai Bing on the shoulder, saying, "There you go. Just sit tight and let it work." As soon as he swallows the crystal, Bai Bing's eyes snap wide open. His face tenses up in sheer disbelief. He leaps to his feet, throwing his arms out and letting out a loud roar. Xiao Tong asks anxiously, "Bai Bing, are you okay?" With a massive grin, Bai Bing shouts, "My wounds, they're completely gone. And that's not all. I feel this crazy, surging power inside me." Xiao Wu chimed in, "That crystal you just ate is what triggers human evolution. Tons of people would die to get their hands on one, yet you were crying like a baby about not wanting to eat it." Bai Bing scratches his head, totally embarrassed. "Man, if I'd known, I would have listened to Granny Wang and stayed inside. She warned us that we'd run into danger, and she was spot on. If you two hadn't shown up, we'd be history." "Granny Wang?" Xiao Wu asks, surprised. "Who's Granny Wang?" Xiao Tong explains, "She's a 100-year-old lady in our shelter. She's a bit senile and mutters to herself a lot, but she claims she can see the future." Bai Bing, who has been staring at his palms this whole time, suddenly gasps, "Wait, what? I think I just got some kind of weird superpower." Qin Yu replies, "Everyone who evolves unlocks a unique ability. Why don't you give it a shot and see what you can do?" Bai Bing turns to Xiao Tong with a mischievous grin. He raises his hands, channeling his new energy directly toward her. A strange red glow wraps around her. Xiao Tong panics. "Wait, what's happening? I can't move my body." He drops to one knee, gesturing with his hands and laughing triumphantly at her. "Holy crap, it actually works." Xiao Tong is stunned. What in the world? Bai Bing stretches his arms wide, forcing her to mimic his exact pose. Furious, Xiao Tong snaps, "You jerk. What do you think you're doing?" Watching the scene unfold, Qin Yu crosses his arms and says to Xiao Wu with amusement, "Ah, so it's a Calamity-class puppet master ability. It works a lot like your blood thrall." On the other side, Xiao Tong screams angrily, "Young Bai Bing, you absolute bastard, let me go right now." Xiao Wu huffs, crossing her arms. Both his range and power are way worse than mine." Shortly after, the four of them head over to a residential area. Arriving at a familiar door, Bai Bing knocks. A loud voice calls out from inside. "Who is it?" Bai Bing calls back, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, it's us." The door cracks open, and Uncle Zhang gasps at the sight of Bai Bing and Xiao Tong. Seeing their battered, bloody state, he asks in a panic, "Good Lord, what happened to you two?" Xiao Tong replies, We got cornered by a horde of zombies and barely made it out alive. It's a miracle we're even here. Uncle Zhang's brow furrows as he looks at Beibing suspiciously. Beibing, did you get bitten? Beibing stammers. Well? Yeah, I did. But don't worry, Uncle Zhang cuts him off, yelling in a rage. You knew you were bitten and you still came back here? Are you trying to drag us all down with you? Get out of here right now. Suddenly, a gentle voice speaks up. Let it go, Zhang. Granny Wang emerges from the house, leaning heavily on her cane. She coughs uncontrollably, wheezing out. Let them in. As Granny Wang keeps coughing, Uncle Zhang calls out in worry. Granny, she waves him off weakly, gasping for breath. I'm fine. Just let them in. Reluctantly, Uncle Zhang sighs. All right, fine. He glares at Beibing and barks, You, come with me. I'm responsible for everyone's safety here. Until I'm absolutely sure you aren't turning into one of those monsters. I'm keeping my eyes on you. Granny Wang then motions to Qin Yu and Xiaowu. You two, follow me. I have something to say. Zhang, the rest of you stay back. Qin Yu glances at Granny Wang suspiciously, thinking to himself, this old lady is definitely hiding something. Outside, the daylight slowly begins to fade. The blazing sun shines brightly through the entire house. Xiaoyu quickly brings a chair over to Granny Wang. Granny, please sit down first. Granny Wang smiles warmly and says, You're a good girl. She gently touches the necklace around her neck. This old woman has nothing else to give you but this necklace. She places the necklace in Xiaoyu's hand. You must not refuse. You have to keep it safe for me. Xiaoyu takes the necklace, saying in confusion, Ah. Then. Thank you, Granny. Granny Wang looks at the two siblings, Qin Yu and Xiaoyu, and says softly, Come, stand still. Let this old woman take a good look at you. Granny Wang's eyes flash with a strange green light. Qin Yu is taken aback in surprise. After a moment, Granny Wang bursts into a joyful, hearty laugh. Good, good. I hope the flame will burn brighter and brighter, and never go out. Qin Yu and Xiaoyu widen their eyes in shock, completely lost as to what is happening. Granny Wang approaches Xiaoyu, looking utterly exhausted. Coughing weakly, she says, Child, no matter what difficulties you face, do not give up. You are the most perfect one in this world. With that, she breaks into a fit of endless coughing. Xiaoyu asks worriedly, Granny, are you okay? Qin Yu asks in confusion, Granny, what did you just say? Can you make it clearer? Granny Wang gasps weakly. The South, to devolve to the absolute limit. And also, Tian Meng, leave. Danger is about to descend. Qin Yu asks urgently, Danger is descending? What danger? Granny, what's wrong with you? Granny Wang doesn't get a chance to answer, collapsing straight to the ground. Xiaoyu puts her hand under Granny Wang's nose to check, saying sadly, Brother, she stopped breathing. Qin Yu comforts her. She held on to her very last breath just to say those words to us. Xiaoyu holds up the necklace Granny Wang gave her and asks, What on earth is this? Qin Yu examines the necklace, but senses nothing unusual. It seems to be just an ordinary necklace. Let me try copying it. He activates his skill, but it fails. Qin Yu is absolutely shocked. Xiaoyu is stunned. What? You couldn't copy it? Qin Yu is deeply puzzled. With my current level 3 ability, I can't duplicate this thing? Xiaoyu, try boosting my copying ability. Xiaoyu activates her skill, but there is still no result. Qin Yu grunts in frustration. Just as I thought, it failed again. Xiaoyu replies, But didn't you say at the beginning that you couldn't copy zombies either? Qin Yu explains, The copying failed back then, mostly because zombies have an extremely strong resistance to my ability. My genetic energy was too weak then, which is why it didn't work. But this is different. Copying this necklace drains a massive amount of my energy, yet there is absolutely zero progress. He looks at Xiaoyu in bewilderment and stammers. This is like… Well, imagine you have a wheelbarrow full of sand, which seems like a lot, but you are actually facing an endless ocean. Xiaoyu asks fearfully, Is it really that terrifying? Then she adds, Let's put it in the space ring. Who knows, it might come in handy later. Outside, the sunny, golden sky suddenly turns a bizarre shade of red, followed by a sudden shriek. Ah! What is that? Qin Yu asks, confused. What's going on outside? A moment later, he and Xiaoyu rush out. Everyone is looking up at the sky in pure terror. Someone asks, What? What is that? A bizarre rift opens up in the sky, and countless bullhorn demons begin pouring out from it. The bullhorn demons keep multiplying, their hideous faces soaring across the entire sky. The crowd below points and screams in fear, watching something plunge from the heavens. Qin Yu narrows his eyes and mutters in concern, "Bullhorn demons?" Xiao Yu is puzzled. What on earth are these bullhorn demons? Why are there so many of them? Qin Yu explains, they are an alien race from spatial rifts. Most of their bodies look quite human, so people call them demons. The ones with bullhorns on their heads are naturally called bullhorned demons. Qin Yu describes their appearance in detail to Xiao Yu. Even though they are just a low-class race among the demons, their numbers are overwhelming, and they are incredibly brutal. They are the ultimate, terrifying nightmare that strikes absolute fear into everyone in this apocalypse. Suddenly, a tremendous force crashes onto the ground, so powerful that the earth collapses inward. From the thick, rising dust, the figure of a bullhorn demon emerges. It glares at the crowd, sending chills down their spines. It's looking this way. The bullhorn demon suddenly accelerates, charging straight at the crowd. In absolute panic, the crowd screams, "It's coming this way. Run!" Xiao Hui stammers, trembling. Don't come near me." The bullhorn demon rushes right at Xiao Hui and unleashes a brutal punch. Xiao Hui is sent flying, slamming violently against the wall, coughing up blood, and going straight to heaven. The bullhorn demon lets out a menacing screech. Qin Yu looks at it with utter contempt. With a swift thrust of his spear, he takes out the bullhorn demon in a single strike. Qin Yu calls out confidently to the crowd, "If you want to live, get over here." A moment later, Xiao Yu is cradling a large pile of evolution crystals in her arms. She tells them, "These are evolutionary crystals. Eating one will turn you into an evolver, giving you power far beyond ordinary humans. One for each of you. Eat them quickly." The crowd looks at Xiao Yu with deep skepticism. Suddenly, Bai Bing rushes over to reassure them. "Trust me, he's right. I was only saved because I ate one. There's no time to lose. Stop hesitating." Xiao Yu hands one crystal to each person. Trusting her words, they swallow them down. Qin Yu warns Bai Bing, "Kid, my power is much greater than theirs, so I'll be drawing most of the demons. Take everyone to a safe hiding spot and keep yourself safe." Bai Bing replies, "Yes, benefactor, please take care of yourself too." Qin Yu turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Let's swap places. I want to use these guys to test out my level 3 strength." Xiao Yu readily agreed. "You got it." The horde of bullhorn demons ravaged the streets and crushed houses. Seeing their territory invaded, the zombies let out menacing screeches. They rushed straight toward the bullhorn demons, but normal zombies were absolutely no match for them. One trembling zombie was squeezed like an ant. Suddenly, the demon slammed it hard onto the ground, obliterating it instantly. The demon let out a proud roar. Suddenly, Qin Yu's spear came out of nowhere, striking the beast right in the head. The demons were burned to ashes by the flames. Qin Yu cast a disdainful look, while Xiao Yu smirked. "You made these guys sound so terrifying, bro, but they're actually nothing special." Qin Yu kept fighting the bullhorn demons with his spear. Xiao Yu was just as fierce, using her sword to slice the beasts into pieces. The bullhorn demons showed no fear. They kept swarming in even greater numbers, letting out terrifying screeches. Qin Yu thought to himself, "Going all out. I don't fear these low-level creeps, but fighting like this will drain my stamina and evolutionary energy way too fast." He warned, "Xiao Yu, we need to make sure we don't get flanked. Follow me and let's break through." Xiao Yu replied, "Got it." The two siblings bolted forward with the bullhorn demons hot on their heels. Qin Yu used his spear to shatter a hole through a glass door. He told Xiao Yu, "In here," and they both quickly slipped inside the building. Qin Yu looked at the door and said, "This glass is incredibly thick. When those bastards try to break in, all we have to do is..." Before he could even finish his sentence, the bullhorn demons shattered the glass and charged into the building. Qin Yu turned pale with shock and gasped, "Are you kidding me? It was that thick. Oh my god." Xiao Yu asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Qin Yu unleashed his power, flames wrapping around him. "What else? We fight for our lives." After a while, even more bullhorn demons swarmed in. The blazing fire illuminated the entire street corner. A massive firestorm engulfed the bullhorn demons, incinerating them all. Qin Yu extinguished the flames on his hands. Exhausted, Xiao Yu complained, "Bro, I fought so much I'm actually getting hungry." Qin Yu grumbled, "Damn it, this is endless. This is really messing up our plans." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. A massive force slammed into the ground, and Qin Yu quickly dodged to the side. He asked in confusion, "What on earth is that?" It turned out to be a reptilian beast. He thought to himself, "This thing is easily as strong as a tier 2 zombie." Xiao Yu quickly drew her sword and lunged at the reptilian beast. Qin Yu screamed in warning, "Xiao Yu, get away from it." But the reptilian beast swung its massive fist, sending her flying. Furious, Qin Yu glared at the beast and yelled, "How dare you!" He charged with his spear, shouting, "Don't think I'm scared just because you're tier 2. I'm at tier 3 now." The reptilian beast easily caught the spear with its massive claw. Qin Yu furrowed his brows in deep thought. Sure enough, even though I used a potion to boost my strength to tier 3, physically, I'm still only 30 times stronger than an average human. Even at tier 2, this wouldn't be considered strong. Then, he smirked, channeling his power directly into the spear. He roared, "But my purple flames are a genuine tier 3 power." The flames immediately engulfed the reptilian beast, making it shriek in agony. Sweat dripping down his face, Qin Yu urged anxiously, "Burn, damn it, burn, don't let this go to waste." After a moment, the reptilian beast was charred black, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He raised his spear, preparing to deliver a finishing blow, and growled in anger, "You dared to hurt my sister. Today, you die." Holding her injury, Xiao Yu ran over and yelled, "Wait, big brother." Qin Yu turned around and asked, "What is it?" as Xiao Yu dripped some of her blood onto the beast's head. In his anger, Qin Yu had completely forgotten about Xiao Yu's special ability. He said, "Oh right, I almost forgot you could do that." A moment later, the reptilian beast suddenly stood back up. Xiao Yu pointed at it excitedly and declared, "I choose you, Peekaboo." As the nearby bullhorn demons roared, Peekaboo suddenly coughed up blood, its bones cracking as it sank to its knees. Qin Yu was shocked. "Oh no, did I hit it too hard? It's on the verge of dying." Xiao Yu squeezed another drop of blood from her fingertip and said, "Hold on, let me try this." The blood droplets floated from Xiao Yu's finger and were absorbed by Peekaboo. Like a miraculous elixir, Peekaboo immediately regained its full strength. Qin Yu stammered in surprise. You can even do that?" Xiao Yu crossed her arms proudly. "I can use the genes in my blood to heal the puppets I control." Peekaboo immediately lunged at the bullhorn demons. It swung its fists, crushing them one by one. With one punch after another, many of the bullhorn demons were taken down. Suddenly, another bullhorn demon appeared. Qin Yu warned anxiously, "Another one! Xiao Yu, control it!" Xiao Yu yelled, "Peekaboo, grab it!" Peekaboo tightly grabbed both of the demon's arms. On the other side, Xiao Yu used her blood skill, dripping a drop of blood onto the demon's head. With two of them under their control, Qin Yu cheered. "With these two on our side, this fight just got a whole lot easier." Xiao Yu called out, "Hey, throw a few more over here." Peekaboo threw a heavy punch at another demon, sending it unconscious to the ground. Xiao Yu cheered happily. "That is the third one." She counted them one by one. Fourth, fifth, sixth. Qin Yu asked gently, "Are you addicted to this, little sis?" Xiao Yu replied cheerfully. Proud of her enhanced bloodline enslavement ability, she bragged, "Now I can control 6 of them at once, making it 12 in total." Xiao Yu continued to cast her skill and then enhance them. She added, "The enhanced Pika bulls are way stronger than you wild bulls." Qin Yu was speechless. "Geez, you're totally exploiting a game glitch." While Xiao Yu sat back, happily drinking water and watching the Pika bulls fight, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Qin Yu was shocked. "Is that the sound of space cracking open? Don't tell me another rift is about to tear open." The Horned Demunkin saw something that made their jaws drop in absolute shock. Terrified, they turned and fled. Xiao Yu pointed and ordered, "Pika bulls, after them." Qin Yu shouted, "Those cowards actually dared to run." "Xiao Yu, let's get to the rooftop and see what's falling down this time." The two siblings quickly ran up to the rooftop, looking up at the sky. Qin Yu gasped. Against the fiery red, cloudy sky, a massive crack appeared, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Xiao Yu asked anxiously, "Big brother, why do you look so pale?" "We have my Pika bulls here. There is nothing to be afraid of." Qin Yu panicked. "This rift is different from the others. It's being torn open," he explained. Usually, spatial rifts are highly unstable, and keeping them open takes insane power. Anything capable of physically ripping space apart must be an incredibly terrifying monster. Qin Yu spoke with unease. Suddenly, a sinister, wild laugh echoed from the sky. Where do you think you're going? This princess went through so much trouble to tear this open. If you all just run away, wouldn't my efforts go to waste? A monster was struggling to squeeze through the rift, hissing, "Get out of my way!" A red beam of light shot down from the heavens, triggering a massive explosion on the rooftop. As the thick dust cleared, the silhouette of a little lowly emerged. She let out a sly chuckle. This princess has forgotten how many. Xiao Wu was shocked. Why on earth did such a beautiful girl come here? Qin Yu stepped in front of Xiao Wu to shield her and said, "You can tell just by looking at her that she's from an alien race. Do not let your guard down." The little Lolita twirled a lock of her hair and replied, "I came for you, of course. Also, my name is Shui Lisi. Don't just call me girl. Underestimating me will cost you dearly." Xiao Wu asked in confusion, "For me?" Lisi stuck out her tongue, licked her finger, and grinned. "Not just any reason could make someone of my status go through the trouble of coming down here. I've never tasted any blood as delicious as yours." She looked at her disdainfully. "Hey sis, your world is way too dangerous. Why don't you come with me? I'll protect you." Qin Yu snapped back in annoyance. "You just want to lock her up and feed on her flesh and blood every day, don't you?" Lisi sneered. "Who said you could speak? In my eyes, she's my prey, while you're just trash. You're not even worthy of being hunted." Hearing this, Qin Yu gritted his teeth in anger. "Are you out of your mind? Babbling all this nonsense. Do you really think you're some kind of god? And all that this lady crap, aren't you disgusted with yourself? Do you want me to beat you up right now?" Lisi replied with utter disdain. "You lowly insect. Do you even realize what kind of supreme being you're talking to?" Qin Yu gripped his spear tightly and sneered. "You're just another alien beast. I just slaughtered a bunch of you. If you don't get lost right now, you'll end up just like those bulls." Next to him, Xiao Wu grew anxious, knowing her brother was just bluffing to put on a brave face. Lisi was absolutely furious, her face turning pale with rage. "How dare you compare me to those mindless beasts? You ignorant insect. If you knew the true extent of my power, you wouldn't dare speak to me like that." Qin Yu calmly replied, "I know you're strong. Right now, I'm really no match for you." But he pointed his spear directly at Lisi and continued, "But your real body hasn't crossed the rift at all. The you standing before me is nothing but a mere projection." Lisi was taken aback. "You, how did you know?" Qin Yu grinned. "You didn't attack us right away and kept trying to coax her to leave. That's when I knew you were just putting up a front. I'm guessing that with just your projection's strength, you aren't even sure if you can defeat me." Inside, Qin Yu was laughing hysterically. "Wow, my wild guess was actually spot on. Whew, thank goodness." Infuriated, Lisi hissed, "Even a mere clone is more than enough to crush you." She lunged forward with lightning speed. Seeing this, Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat. So fast, Lisi suddenly materialized right in front of Qin Yu. Grinning like a predator playing with its prey, she mocked him. "Surprised, old man?" Qin Yu raised his staff to block Lisi's attack. Her razor-sharp claws are ready to shred Qin Yu to pieces. He gasps, "Man, those claws, that sturdy staff of mine almost snapped." Lisi licks her fingertips with a wicked grin. She sneers, "Ha, you've got pretty fast reflexes." Qin Yu quickly turns to his younger sister and shouts, "Xiao Yu, enhance." Xiao Yu replies, "Got it." Giving him no time to react, she lunges forward, like a moth to a flame, her eyes sharp and her smile wicked. "Let's see if you can keep up." The two clash in a rapid-fire exchange of blows, and with a single swipe, Lisi snaps Qin Yu's spear clean in half. "Take that as a trophy," she sneers mockingly. "Ha, your spear is shattered by my hand. Let's see how you defend yourself now." Pressing her advantage, Lisi slashes at Qin Yu once more. This time, he is too slow to dodge, and she leaves a nasty, deep wound. Watching from a distance, Xiao Yu panics when he sees his older brother take a hit. Unable to contain his worry, he screams, "Brother!" Even though he is wounded, Qin Yu manages to grab both of her hands. Wearing a triumphant grin, he says, "Ha, gotcha." Flustered and blushing, Lisi is completely speechless. She quickly pulls her hands back, leaving Qin Yu utterly amazed. Wow, so smooth. She must be embarrassed. Lisi throws a furious strike right at Qin Yu's face, but he swiftly dodges it. Seething with rage, she screams, "How dare a lowly insect like you touch me like that?" But in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu is nowhere to be seen. Lisi freezes in confusion. Suddenly, Qin Yu appears right behind her and wraps his arms around her, catching her completely off guard and leaving her absolutely furious. She shrieks, Let me go, you filthy, disgusting male insect. But Qin Yu ignores her and unleashes his attack, shouting, "Burn to ashes." Right on cue, a massive explosion erupts. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, no one is actually hurt by the blast. Absolutely furious after being blindsided, Lisi grinds her teeth and snarls at Qin Yu. "I am going to tear you limb from limb." She unleashes a flurry of claw strikes, aiming straight for him. Qin Yu is in intense pain, and his left arm is clearly in terrible shape. He grits his teeth and mutters, "My enhanced clone got taken out just like that. Damn it, half of my genetic power was completely wasted." Giving Qin Yu no time to catch his breath, Lisi charges again. This time, she looks even more determined to crush him, her eyes sharp as daggers. She screams, "Die, you insect!" But suddenly, a mysterious figure appears out of nowhere and throws a barrage of glowing talismans. Lisi is caught by surprise as a loud voice booms, "How dare you, vile demon! Get away from them!" Shocked, she freezes in her tracks. Stopping with her hands on her hips, she demands, "Who goes there? Who dares stop me from executing this insect?" The man who just saved Qin Yu is none other than Dao Yi. He is a Taoist priest, and he quickly throws a burning talisman at her. However, Lisi easily slaps it aside. She sneers with utter contempt. Just a cheap trick. It is completely useless." But suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts right in front of her. That light quickly transforms into glowing magic ropes, wrapping tightly around Lisi. Bound tightly, Lisi shrieks, "What kind of sorcery is this? Release me at once." Dao Yi just stands there, wearing a smug, victorious grin. He boasts, "Trapped by my golden talisman, even a grand immortal could not escape." But it seems Dao Yi has severely underestimated Lisi's combat prowess. With a deafening roar, she instantly shatters his golden talisman. Dao Yi is completely stunned, never expecting this to happen. He grits his teeth and says, "This demon is incredibly powerful." Watching from afar, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu are completely awestruck. Whoa, a cultivator, a powerful Duzong expert. That is insane. Meanwhile, Dao Yi feels a bit embarrassed that his golden talisman was shattered so easily. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he snaps at the two brothers. "Hey, you two. Shouldn't you guys be running away right about now? The golden talisman won't hold much longer." Hearing this, Qin Yu struggles to stand and calls out to his brother, Xiao Yu, "Enhance me again." As soon as he speaks, a surge of purple energy envelops his body. Lisi calls out in surprise, "You insect, how dare you!" The purple flames quickly engulf Lisi. Qin Yu is reaching his absolute limit. In an incredibly weak voice, he whispers to his brother, "Xiao Yu, enhance my flame ability." Xiao Yu quickly complies. "You got it, brother." Qin Yu pours all of his remaining power into this final decisive strike. But because his injuries are too severe, he suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yu rushes over to catch him, his face filled with worry. "Brother, are you okay?" In intense pain and gasping for air, Qin Yu says weakly, "I am okay. Just pushed myself a bit too hard. I used too much energy, and my injured body couldn't handle the strain." Meanwhile, Lisi is absolutely furious on the other side, screaming, "How dare you? How dare you do this to me?" Seeing that Lisi can still talk, Qin Yu is shocked that even his full power couldn't take her down. "We still haven't defeated her?" Losing his patience, Dao Yi shouts in despair. "Are we really going to lose to this demon today?" As the flames gradually fade, they reveal Lisi covering her chest, blushing furiously in embarrassment. Seeing this, Dao Yi completely loses his composure. Instantly losing his dignified Taoist priest vibe, he gets a massive nosebleed. This demon is just too hot. Qin Yu freezes for 5 seconds, while Xiao Yu looks at him with pure suspicion, asking accusingly, "Brother, did you seriously do that on purpose?" The most embarrassed one is obviously Lisi, who is absolutely seething. "You insect! Turn around! Don't you dare look!" Unable to handle such a spicy sight, Dao Yi's nosebleed flows faster and faster, perfectly matching Lisi's rising anger. She yells, "And you too, stop looking, snort that blood back in, you guys just wait." With that, her body begins to fade away. Before completely vanishing, she delivers one final threat. "This is far from over. Just you wait. Just you wait." Lisi disappears, leaving the three of them standing awkwardly on the rooftop of the building. Dao Yi finally calms down a bit, snorting back the remaining blood to clean himself up. At least things are finally quiet. Dao Yi clasped his hands in a traditional greeting to the Qin siblings. This humble Taoist goes by the name of Dao Yi. May I ask for your honored names? His sister quickly spoke up. I'm Qin Xiaowu, and this is my older brother, Qin Yu. Hearing their names, Dao Yi fell into deep thought. Qin Yu and Qin Xiaowu. Honestly, those names make you two sound more like father and daughter than brother and sister. Hearing Dao Yi's blunt observation, Xiaowu's face completely froze. Stunned into absolute silence, she muttered to herself, "Oh my God, not again. Next time, I am definitely not telling anyone our names." Realizing his little joke might have crossed the line, Dao Yi quickly flashed a reassuring smile to ease the awkwardness. "Ah, my apologies, please forgive me. This humble Taoist has spent his life in isolation and isn't very good at talking to people. If I have offended you, please forgive me." After that, Xiaowu asked him seriously, "I saw you drawing talismans and chanting spells earlier. Are you an immortal cultivator?" He scratched his head and sheepishly replied, "Meditating and seeking the Tao is a lifelong duty for us Taoists. Since I was a child, I've studied the scriptures and yin-yang arts under my master. But as for being a cultivator, I'm afraid I still have a long way to go." Meanwhile, Qin Yu hadn't said a word. Unable to bear the agonizing pain any longer, he let out a low groan. Seeing this, Dao Yi immediately stepped in to offer medical aid. "Sir, you are severely injured. Please, sit down and let me treat your wounds." With that, he pulled out his gear. His stash included various traditional Taoist tools, but surprisingly, also a first aid kit for emergencies. Talk about being well prepared. Xiaowu happily praised him. "Wow, you even carry medicine and acupuncture needles?" Flustered, Dao Yi replied, "Ah, well, I often travel to gain experience, and getting hurt is inevitable. So, I've made it a habit to keep medicine and needles handy, just in case." With that, he quickly put his skills and medical knowledge to work, doing everything he could to treat Qin Yu's injuries. As he inserted the needles, he didn't forget to comfort him. "Hang in there, sir. Just bear with the pain for a moment. Now, let's take a trip down memory lane to when Dao Yi was still just a child. He was an orphan back then. One day, a grandmaster stumbled upon him, looking incredibly disheveled and covered in dirt. The master asked him, "What is your name, child?" "They all just call me Little Beggar." "Then from this day on, I shall grant you a Taoist name. You shall be called Dao Yi." His master brought him up the mountain to practice cultivation. Time flew by, and the once homeless little boy grew up to become the grandmaster's top disciple. Every single day, he trained diligently and happily alongside his master. Great wisdom is generous, petty wisdom is contentious. Great speech is brilliant, petty speech is mere chatter. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. But happiness never lasts, and no one can stay by your side forever. Eventually, his master passed away. "Master, please rest in peace." While Dao Yi was weeping over his loss, something unbelievable happened. His master suddenly sat straight up in his coffin. His face was deathly pale and completely gaunt. He began letting out horrific, animalistic screeches. Terrified by the sight, Dao Yi cried out in pure panic, "Master, what is happening to you?" The old Taoist lunged straight at Dao Yi. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the attack, instantly realizing that this creature was no longer his beloved master. Instead, some foul, evil entity had possessed his master's corpse. Drawing his sword, Dao Yi braced himself for a fight. "You filthy demon, how dare you? Get out of my master's body right now." An intense battle then broke out between them. Back in the present, the three of them were still on the rooftop of the building. The sun was almost directly overhead, yet they showed no signs of leaving just yet. Xiaowu tried to comfort him. "Don't beat yourself up over it. That creature wasn't your master anymore." Dao Yi sighed heavily. "Thank you. Later, I heard on the radio that many others had turned out just like my master. It must be the work of evil spirits. We Taoists live as recluses in the deep mountains, but in times of chaos, we must descend to save the world. That's why I came here." Dao Yi continued. "But I never imagined the world would end up like this. Evil forces run rampant, and there are barely any normal humans left. Yet, in this very chaos, I feel like my years of training in the yin-yang arts have finally broken through to a whole new level." Hearing this, Qin Yu finally spoke up. "So, what are your plans now?" Looking off into the distance, Dao Yi replied solemnly, "I plan to leave this place. The sky over this city is choked with a deadly, ominous aura. I fear a massive catastrophe is coming." Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a spark of hope and quickly proposed, "We're actually planning to head south to get out of here too. Why don't you come with us?" But in contrast to Qin Yu's excitement, Dao Yi placed a hand on his forehead, looking deep in thought, before quickly agreeing, That would be wonderful. The outside world is crawling with those man-eating maniacs. I was honestly stressing over where to go. Xiao Wu cut in with a chuckle. Those guys are actually called zombies. Have you seriously never watched a movie before? He let out an embarrassed laugh and sheepishly replied, Well, I've been living and training on the mountain with my master since I was a kid. I only occasionally came down for ascetic training, so I don't really know much about the modern, secular world. Sensing she might have made him feel a bit awkward, Xiao Wu quickly reassured him, Oh, then you definitely should tag along with us. I'll catch you up on everything you've missed. The three of them chatted happily as they walked. Qin Yu remarked, So, the talisman spells you just unlocked. It's probably because you've awakened as an evolver. Dao Yi beamed, Wow, that explains it. I was wondering why I suddenly became so powerful out of nowhere. Eventually, the three of them arrived at the entrance of a building. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed from inside. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Stunned, Qin Yu muttered, What is going on in there? Stepping inside, the three of them were greeted by a bizarre sight of a man and a bull. They made the exact same movements, but this buffalo could even stand on two legs. That ridiculous scene left the three of them completely frozen in shock right then and there. Bak Bin and his two-legged standing buffalo happily came out to welcome everyone. Oh, brother, you guys are back already? But the buffalo was not so lucky. Qin Yu unleashed an attack that pierced straight through its head, taking the beast down and leaving it collapsed on the floor. Meanwhile, Bak Bin pouted, annoyed by what his buddy had just done. Hey, do not kill it. I was not done having fun yet. Qin Yu glared at him with sharp, decisive eyes and said, Save your gene energy. Now go get someone to clean up those corpses over there. Fix the door, or we will end up attracting those zombies. Just then, Dao Yi spotted a corpse lying right in the middle of the room. He stammered, Is not this Grandmaster Wang? Qin Yu looked at him with surprise. Oh, you know her? He went on to explain everything. Yes, Grandmaster Wang was a highly respected, high-ranking priestess within our Taoist order. I met her a few times when I was a kid, and even my master deeply respected her. We actually planned to go down the mountain to visit her, but I never expected this to happen. Qin Yu walked up behind Dao Yi and said, So she was an esteemed elder of your order. To be honest with you, she was the one who told us to leave immediately and head south. Once they arrived in the south, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu ended up sharing a bed, but neither of them could fall asleep yet. Xiao Yu playfully touched his chest and gasped, Wow, big brother, your chest is so hard. He just stared back at her with a completely cold and indifferent expression. I have a wound there. Stop messing around and just go to sleep. Xiao Yu looked genuinely worried as she spoke. No, it is still early anyway. Do you want me to rub it to make it feel better? He turned to face her directly, whispering a warning. Hey, keep your voice down. It is not going to look good if someone else hears you. Meanwhile, in the next room, Dao Yi could not sleep. He sat there, talking to himself. Sigh. Master, your disciple has failed you. I cannot save all those people in Shengjing City on my own. I have no choice but to flee for now, to keep myself alive. Once I get stronger, I will save many more lives. Just then, a voice drifted over from the room next door. Wow, big brother, your chest is so hard. Hearing those words, he felt completely bewildered and extremely awkward. Are those two seriously siblings? The two in the next room showed no signs of stopping, continuing to say things that made Dao Yi blush bright red. Ow, that hurts. Stop fooling around and just go to sleep. Unable to take it anymore, he grabbed his pillow and buried his face in it, desperate to block out those incredibly awkward sounds. No, it is still early anyway. Do you want me to rub it to make it feel better? Utterly helpless, Dao Yi bolted upright with a deadpan expression. Forget this, I might as well just make some talismans. While the priest was trying to channel his energy into crafting talismans, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu still had not stopped. Big brother, your body feels amazing. The next morning, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu walked out of their room together, both dressed in matching red outfits. Qin Yu looked a bit grumpy and exhausted, while Xiao Yu was stretching her arms, clearly showing she had just enjoyed a fantastic night of sleep. She yawned. Man, I slept so well. Turning toward Dao Yi's room, they saw him slowly dragging himself out into the hallway. Seeing his state, Xiao Yu asked out of concern, Oh, did you not sleep well last night? Dao Yi, sporting dark circles under his eyes while holding a thick stack of talismans he had crafted all night, forced a weak smile. Haha, I was running low on talismans, so I had to stay up all night drawing them. Just then, Bak Bin and Xiao Dong showed up, with Bak Bin asking, "Are you guys not going to stay for a few more days?" Qin Yu replied, "We have urgent matters to take care of. Besides, Shengjing City is no longer safe. You all should pack up and leave as soon as possible." Hearing his warning, Bak Bin was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Qin Yu continued, "Look, I know it is not easy for you to find another safe shelter, especially when you are traveling with the elderly, the weak, and the sick. But when danger comes, do not hesitate for a second. Go look for the military. That is your only real shot at survival." Hearing this, Bak Bin smiled and waved, while Xiao Dong blushed slightly beside him. "Yes, thank you so much, everyone." The three of them left the motel and continued on their journey. Xiao Yu said excitedly, "Hey, big brother, this almost feels like we are out on a road trip." He replied with a deadpan expression. "What is there to be happy about? You have no idea that being out in the wild is way more dangerous than being in the city." She turned around to look at her brother with sparkling eyes. "Wait, in zombie movies, aren't heavily populated cities supposed to be the most dangerous? There is nobody out in the wild, so even if there are zombies, there would only be a handful." Disagreeing completely with his sister, he immediately shut her down. "You are talking about movie zombies. Do not forget about mutated beasts. There are far more wild animals and birds out here than in the city. There could also be mutated plants. If you let your guard down for even a second, those things will rip you apart." Seeing how dead serious Qin Yu was, she quickly looked away and mumbled, "Oh, is that so?" Qin Yu continued, "We need to head to where Lin Feng is stationed first. I have a favor to ask them." Upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped by two guards. One of the guards called out, "Who goes there? Halt." Qin Yu stepped forward. "I am here to see Lin Feng. My name is Qin Yu. I am a friend of his. Could you please pass along the message?" The guard recognized him instantly. "Oh, so you are a friend of Major Lin Feng. Please wait here for a moment. I need to report this." He then added, "We are in a critical state right now, so we cannot afford any mistakes. I hope you understand. Just a few days ago, there were several infection outbreaks among the refugees, resulting in countless casualties." Qin Yu simply nodded in response. "Yeah, I understand. I'll wait." Soon, Major Lam Fong stepped out and greeted him. "Tan Vu, you made it?" Tan Vu and the other two quickly walked toward Lam Fong. Suddenly, Tu Vu noticed the people sitting by the road and couldn't help but ask, "Are these people really this weak?" Lam Fong looked at Tu Vu and sighed. "Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Food is extremely scarce here. These refugees just arrived, and we couldn't just turn them away. Even the young, strong men heading to the battlefield don't get enough to eat, let alone the elderly, the weak, and the women." The three of them were led inside by Lam Fong. Along the way, they came across some bald men shouting at each other over a tiny bit of relief food. "You bastards only gave us this tiny bit of food? Are you trying to starve us to death? If you won't let us live, we won't let you have any peace either. Come on, everyone, let's beat them to death." Lam Fong barked out, "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing?" The bald-headed men, who had been shouting so loudly just a second ago, instantly cowered when they heard Lam Fong's voice. He trembled and stammered, "Oh, Officer Lam, we're not getting enough to eat." Lam Fong wasn't having it and grew even fiercer. "Enough to eat? Ask anyone in this camp if they're eating their fill. You guys are all young, capable men. Why aren't you out there fighting alongside everyone else, hiding in a refugee camp? You call yourselves men?" One of them couldn't take it anymore and barked back, straining his neck. "Fight? Risk our lives out there just to get a tiny bit more food? We'd still be starving anyway, wouldn't we?" Lam Fong carried himself with the authority of a major as he lectured the man to make him understand. "You know, even the soldiers are starving, so what are you whining about? If the soldiers fall, you won't have to worry about rations anyway, you'll just end up as food for the insect race." After settling the matter with them, Lam Fong let out a deep sigh. "Sigh. You see how it is. With threats both inside and out, everyone is just trying to hide their stress and despair." Tan Vu paid no attention to what had just happened and said, "I came here to see Lu Thiet Chu. I want to ask him to make a weapon for me. Once it's done, I'll leave so I won't be a burden to anyone." Lam Fong turned to look at him with a glimmer of desperation in his eyes, asking Tan Vu, "Is that really the only reason you came here? You've seen the situation here. If it's within your power, I beg you to help us." Tan Vu replied immediately, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but when it comes to the insect race, I'm truly powerless. To be completely honest with you guys, this mission is practically impossible to complete. Retreating immediately and finding another camp is your best option. He scratched his head, his face etched with exhaustion. Do you think I haven't thought about that? But, sigh. In that case, let me take you to meet Lu Thietchui. Lam Fong led Tan Vu to a 4-story building, pointing upward as he instructed him, go up to the 3rd floor. Just follow the sound of clashing metal, and you'll find him. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be joining you guys. Tan Vu turned to Lam Fong and said, sure, go ahead and take care of your business. With that, Tan Vu, Tu Vu, and Dao Diak headed inside. Tu Vu asked, brother, why don't we bring Lam Fong along? Surely that's better than leaving him here to die. Tan Vu replied somewhat indifferently. He won't agree. He is determined to defend this place to the death. Dao Diak, seeming to understand his sentiment, spoke up in his defense. Everyone in this world has their own duty. To die without regret makes him a true hero. The 3 of them reached the room Lam Fong had pointed out. Standing in front of the door, Tu Vu complained, it's so hot in here. Stepping into the room, they saw a tall, burly man intensely focused on his work. He held an iron hammer in his hand, wearing nothing but an apron. Seeing him, Tan Vu was quite surprised and thought to himself, no wonder this guy is an evolver, and a rare creation type at that. He then spoke up to greet him. You must be Mr. Luwu. The man replied with complete indifference, not even sparing him a glance. Yeah, Lu Thietchui. Lu Thietchui. Call me whatever you want. Tan Vu stepped closer and extended his hand to start a conversation. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Tan Vu, a friend of Lam Fong. I'd like to ask for your help in forging a weapon. With a stern, indifferent look, Thietchui said, write down your specifications on a piece of paper. Once I'm finished with this, I'll help you. Tan Vu seemed to be in a big hurry. Could you make mine first? I'm in a real rush. He shot him a sharp glare, filled with immense judgment. He said, you're in a rush? Is your business more urgent than the war god's decapitation operation? Just wait patiently. Once I'm done here, I'll make some time to help you. Seeing things weren't going well, Tan Vu quickly explained. Mr. Lu, I'm a friend of Major Lam Fong. Before Tan Vu could explain further, Thietchui cut him off. Drop it, will you? When I tell you to wait, you wait. Who cares if you're a friend of Major Lam Fong? Even if you were the commander's uncle, it wouldn't mean a thing to me. Just as Tan Vu was trying to figure out how to persuade him, someone suddenly appeared and called his name. Tan Vu. Hearing someone call her brother's name, Tu Vu turned around and said in surprise, Tan Vu. Tan Vu appeared with a group of people and said, don't be tense. I'm not here to cause trouble. What are you guys doing here? Tuai Trung, who was with him, couldn't help but ask, is this the Tan Vu you said easily defeated you? Tan Vu stepped closer to Tan Vu, his voice dripping with provocation. Ha, this is great. With you on board, we're bound to succeed. Tan Vu held up a hand to stop him, responding with absolute seriousness, I think you've misunderstood. I only came here to ask for a favor. My weapon isn't even made yet, so how can I leave? And as for that decapitation mission of yours, count me out. And if I were you, I wouldn't blindly rush to your deaths like that. Tan Vu was caught off guard for a second, but quickly composed himself and snapped, you're nothing but a coward. This decapitation mission is for the sake of Thingkan City. Even if we die, future generations will remember us as heroes of this city. Tan Vu maintained his deadpan expression, giving Tan Vu a highly judgmental look. Are you stupid? If you die, those monsters will just level the city anyway. By then, absolutely no one will remember your heroic stunt, because everyone who ever knew you will be dead. Get it? Tan Vu continued, look, I'm busy, and I have zero interest in playing hero. If you can't convince him to forge my weapon, then shut up. Tuai Trung couldn't stand Tan Vu's attitude. Gritting his teeth, he barked, a coward is a coward. I bet you only beat Tan Vu out of pure luck. I, Li Tuai Trung, officially challenge you right here. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll keep thinking you're hot stuff. Tu Vu pointed at Ton Vu and Tuai Trung, asking a question that left both of them dumbfounded. Which one of you is stronger? Tuai Trung was a bit caught off guard, stammering, why the hell are you asking that? With a deadpan look, she picked her nose and scoffed. If you two are evenly matched, don't even think about challenging my brother. I could take both of you on at the same time, with one hand tied behind my back. Tuai Trung was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor, but he quickly snapped back. You arrogant little brat! Just so you know, I don't pull my punches, not even against girls. Thietchui, who had been quietly listening this whole time, finally spoke up. Hold on. Thietchui glanced at him over his shoulder and asked, you said you're leaving Thingkan City? Tan Vu, confused, replied, yeah, what about it? Frowning, the old man proposed. I'll make your weapon first. But in return, you have to promise me one thing. Tan Vu eyed him skeptically and asked, Tell me first. What is it? Thiet Tru made his demand. Take my nephew and get him out of here. Take him to Thienmong City in the south. Promise me that, and I'll forge your weapon. Tan Vu pondered for a moment before firmly agreeing, Deal. I'll do my best to keep him safe. Tuai Trung growled in frustration. Are you two done talking? Because if you are, I'm ready to fight. But out of nowhere, Tu Vu lunged forward like lightning, pressing her blade against his throat before instantly sheathing it. In a calm, casual voice, she ordered, All right, it's over. Now let Uncle Lu help my brother forge his weapon. Tuai Trung went pale, stammering in pure terror. How is this even possible? Thiet Tru's eyes widened at the display. She's that strong? He turned back and struck the glowing hot iron again, his voice filled with relief. With power like that, I can rest easy knowing my nephew is in your hands. Tell me what weapon you want, and I'll start right now. Tan Vu then pulled out a piece of blood fuel stone from his spatial ring. Tuai Trung gasped in shock. Isn't that Major Lamb's spatial ring? Tan Vu frowned, completely unbothered, and replied, It's not Major Lamb's. This guy's abilities are just ridiculously broken. It's a long story. Thiet Tru raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Reaching out to take the blood fuel stone, he asked, What is this? It's still radiating heat. Tan Vu answered, This is blood fuel stone. I'd like you to use it to forge a 2-meter spear for me. Thiet Tru examined the stone, instantly recognizing its incredible quality. He nodded eagerly. All right. Just touching this, I can feel how extraordinary it is. This is a masterpiece in the making. Whatever we forge from this will be a legendary weapon, he added. But as amazing as it is, we're a bit short on material. A 2-meter spear requires more than this. These 2 chunks can only make the spearhead. In my opinion, we should use flame crystal for the shaft, Tan Vu repeated. Flame crystal? Tu Vu, standing nearby, piped up in confusion. What on earth is flame crystal? Tan Vu explained. Do you remember those firebugs that chased us? The flame crystal is actually the organ firebugs use to generate fire. It's incredibly durable and retains heat for a long time. While it's not quite as good as the blood fuel stone, it's still an extremely rare material. The chunks of blood fuel stone were then cut into smaller pieces and thrown into the roaring furnace. Standing before the furnace, Thiet Tru frowned and said in complete disbelief, This thing's melting point is way too high. Even with the forge cranked up to the absolute maximum, it hasn't reacted at all. Seeing this, Tan Vu summoned a purple flame in his hand, his eyes locked onto the furnace as he replied, Let me try. Without a second thought, he thrust his hand, enveloped in purple fire, straight into the burning forge. Thiet Tru stared at the furnace, warning him, Wait, if you keep doing that, the furnace won't hold up. Tan Vu glanced at Tu Vu and ordered, Tu Vu, reinforce the furnace for me. Hearing this, she cast her reinforcement spell on the forge, replying, On it. Everyone in the room watched in absolute shock, their eyes wide at the unbelievable sight. Once the blood fuel stone was thoroughly heated, Tan Vu pulled it out and announced, All right, it's ready. Thiet Tru took the glowing stone and began hammering it with all his might to shape it. He turned his head and urged, Drip your blood onto it, quick. Tan Vu swiftly drew a knife and slashed a cut across his own palm. He held his hand over the spearhead, letting his blood drip onto the white-hot metal. The spearhead began to vibrate violently as the tiny veins of blood spread rapidly across it. Around the spear tip, Qin Yu was completely shocked, thinking to himself, This spear tip, it's vibrating in sync with my own energy. Taizu carefully cradled the newly forged spear in his hands. With a satisfied tone, he said, This is my absolute best masterpiece to date. I've named it the Blood Flame Spear. Let's go with that. Qin Yu held the brand new spear, smiling as he said, The Blood Flame Spear. I like the sound of that. He swung the spear, and a trail of purple flames ignited wherever the tip pointed. Examining it, he remarked, I can't believe it actually reached D-grade treasure quality, and it even has extra effects. To his surprise, a purple flame swirled around the tip of the spear. Qin Yu held the spear upright, and a fiery, blood-red aura instantly enveloped his body. In the blink of an eye, it burns up all the user's blood to temporarily boost speed and power, but once the effect wears off, they'll be left severely weakened from blood loss. Blood backlash. When the blood flame spear deals damage, it drains the enemy's blood to strengthen itself. At the same time, it transfers energy to the user, significantly boosting their blood regeneration rate. Qin Yu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Master Lu. I will do everything in my power to get your grandson safely to Tianmeng City." Taizu clasped his hands back and said, "Excellent. I ask that you wait just one night, Qin Yu. Tomorrow, I'll have everything ready for him to head out with the two of you." Qin Yu called out to him, "Master Liu." Taizu just looked back at him with a warm smile. Qin Yu knit his brows and urged, "Come with us. You shouldn't stay here just to die. You don't deserve that." Taizu clasped his hands behind his back. After a brief silence, he calmly declined. "As for me, I'm not going anywhere. I have to stay here and fight to the very end." The next morning, as the bright sun rose high in the sky, brilliant rays of light pierced through the morning mist, shining down on the exterior of a building. Inside, Liu Hui stood right outside the room, speaking in a shy, hesitant voice. "Hello, you two. My name is Liu Hui." Qin Yu looked at him and asked, "So, you're Master Lu's grandson. Are you ready to leave?" Liu Hui smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm all packed and ready." Out in the hallway, a group of people was walking down the corridor with an imposing air. Dressed in formal attire, they marched straight toward Qin Yu's room. The white-haired man was Gao Xiao, the first of the 10 war gods. With a face as pale as a ghost, he was known as Ghost Xiao, possessing the ability to transform into a spectral spirit. Qin Yu noticed the green-haired man, who was Yang Jingling, the second of the 10 war gods. He was around 25 years old, incredibly handsome, and known as the military heartthrob. His ability allowed him to control grass. Walking right behind him was Lu Yun, the third of the 10 war gods, who could transform into a giant porcupine. His porcupine form had pitch-black, needle-sharp quills that he could shoot out like projectiles. Walking alongside him was Commander-in-Chief Li Wei. He was in his early 40s, a highly cunning schemer with deep, hidden power. Lin Feng walked at the front of the group, calling out warmly, "Qin Yu." Qin Yu glanced at the approaching group, furrowing his brows in confusion. Jingling spoke up, "Impressive. You really are a true young hero. Are you Qin Yu? I've heard Lin Feng mention you." Qin Yu rested a hand on his hip, smiling as he asked, "Based on your appearance, you must be the commander-in-chief of Shengjing City?" Li Wei clasped his hands behind his back and offered a smile. Introducing himself, he said, "Sharp eyes. I am Li Wei, the commander-in-chief of Shengjing City." Qin Yu knit his brows as a sudden realization hit him. He silently muttered to himself, "Li Wei, could it be?" Recalling Li Wei's future appearance, he said, "Li Wei, the future lord of Tianmeng City. To think that right now, he's actually the commander-in-chief here in Shengjing City." Qin Yu clasped his hands in a polite greeting and replied, "Ah, so it's Commander Li. I've heard a great deal about you." Li Wei immediately cut to the chase, speaking cautiously. "To be frank, I came here today because I need your help with something." Qin Yu turned around, pondered for a brief moment, and then politely declined. "You want me to join the raid on the Queen Bug's nest? I'm sorry, but I have to decline." Li Wei burst into laughter and replied, "You've got it all wrong. That's not why I'm here." He stepped closer and whispered, "We stand absolutely zero chance of winning this war against the Bug Tribe. Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Yu asked suspiciously, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Li Wei proposed, "Rather than fighting a battle that we are destined to lose, isn't it better to preserve our lives so we can make more meaningful contributions to humanity later on?" Qin Yu curled his lips into a cold smirk and asked mockingly, "Are you suggesting a breakthrough?" "Commander Li, that is a highly intelligent decision." Seeing his reaction, Li Wei corrected him. "It's not a breakthrough, it's an escape." Lin Feng frowned, his voice filled with doubt as he asked, "Commander Li, I have no objections to abandoning Shengjing City, but why is only our squad retreating? Are we really just going to abandon over 100,000 soldiers and over 100,000 civilians just like that?" Hearing this, Li Wei immediately snapped, spinning around to face Lin Feng. His voice rose to a shrill, accusing pitch, filled with pure spite and irrationality. "Major Lin, watch your tone and attitude. If the entire camp retreats, the Bug Tribe will undoubtedly hunt us down. Besides, our food supplies are extremely low. There is absolutely no way we can feed everyone." Qin Yu shot him a look of pure disgust, muttering under his breath, "This guy is truly ruthless. No wonder he becomes such a notorious tyrant in the future." Seeing that Qin Yu remained silent, Li Wei assumed there was a misunderstanding and quickly explained, "Qin Yu, if you're worried about us not making it to our destination, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. We have over 500 elites accompanying us. Once we arrive at Tianming City, we'll have everything we need. My status there won't be any lower than it was in Shengjing City. After all, my brother is Li Hongming, the commander-in-chief of Tianming City. Qin Yu listened to his explanation. With a dark expression, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, Li Hongming? I never heard of this guy in my past life. Could it be? Li Wei smiled as he went on. Not long ago, my brother reached out to me with some news. Things aren't bad over there. Tianming City has basically been completely cleared out. With the military strength they have now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Tianming the safest place on Earth. If we head there, with my connection to him and your impressive strength, we are guaranteed to secure a solid position in Tianming City. Qin Yu silently recalled his past life. He remembered that in his previous life, he only knew Li Wei as the Lord of Tianming City. He had never even heard the name Li Hongming. Logically speaking, the ruler of an entire region, especially the one who built up Tianmeng's grand foundation, should have had his name recorded in history, even if only a little, it seemed. He rubbed his temples and frowned, considering another possibility. What if Li Wei bit the hand that fed him? What if he plotted to seize power and murdered Li Hongming? Then, he covered up the truth, established a brutal dictatorship, and used strict censorship to completely erase every trace of Li Hongming's existence. If that was true, then this Li Wei was a truly ruthless monster. Dao Yi spoke up grimly, his voice laced with an endless deep sorrow. What a tragedy. What a terrible sin. As for the people left behind, their future is looking grim. Liu Hui placed his hands on his hips, trying to speak up for Commander Li. Cut Commander Li some slack, it wasn't easy for him either. He dedicated himself to Shengjing City from the very beginning. Making a choice like this was his absolute last resort. He must be suffering so much inside. Xiao Yu leaned in slightly, casting a cautious glance at the man before whispering to Qin Yu, Big brother, why does that guy always feel so terrifying? Even though my strength would make it easy to take him down, there is this strange, imposing pressure around him that makes me hesitate to cross him. Qin Yu looked at her with approval and said, Xiao Yu, your intuition is spot on. We need to watch out for Li Wei. He is a very dangerous man. A moment later, a crowd of citizens gathered around a soldier, asking in a panicked tone, Where are you guys going? A soldier tried to calm them down, explaining, Everyone, please do not panic. We are just going to secure some food and supplies to bring back. We will be back in no time. Hearing this, a man said joyfully, That is wonderful. We finally do not have to starve anymore. A woman standing nearby placed her hand over her heart and muttered thoughtfully, If that is true, we might actually hold out until we wipe out those bugs. Inside one of the vehicles, Lin Feng frowned in deep frustration, his lips tightly sealed, without uttering a single word. Sensing his heavy mood, Qin Yu patted his shoulder to comfort him. Do not blame yourself. There was nothing you could have done. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his voice thick with self-loathing. They trusted us. They relied on us. Yet we abandoned them and ran away, leaving them with nothing but empty promises and false hope. By the time they realize the truth, it will be far too late. When that moment comes, they will have nothing left but despair. They will hate us, and they will all die. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh, his voice dropping low, as if he were opening up to Qin Yu while trying to comfort himself. At least I want to be able to face my own conscience. Seeing this, Qin Yu glanced at him and replied, And what of it? If we brought everyone along, the bugs would have caught up to us in no time. His voice carried a cold, harsh edge as he explained, Lin Feng, in the apocalypse, nobody gives a damn about your conscience. If your conscience could actually save everyone, then sure, it might be worth something. But if it cannot, then it is completely worthless. When it comes to a matter of life and death, this is the best outcome we could hope for. Save your conscience for a critical moment when you actually need to burn yourself out to make a difference. Qin Yu's words hit Lin Feng like a bucket of cold water, leaving him utterly speechless as he sank into a heavy, silent contemplation. As the vehicles began to roll forward, Lin Feng sat quietly inside, seemingly having an epiphany. He spoke softly, his tone laced with bitterness. Qin Yu, you are right. Right now, I am just too weak. I have no real power, just a useless conscience that means absolutely nothing. Despite the heavy silence hanging over them, the convoy pushed forward resolutely, showing no signs of stopping. Leading the way were several nimble motorcycles. The riders scanned the area, checking every corner of the road ahead. In the distance, a massive horde of zombies gathered like a gray sea, looking as if they were desperately searching for something. Spotting the zombies, one of the soldiers riding up front immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and alerted the others. Hostile situation ahead! Hostile situation ahead! The road is blocked. We have a zombie horde heading our way. The convoy screeched to a halt, and soldiers hopped out one by one, weapons in hand. They formed defensive lines as the captain barked out orders to take positions. Gunfire erupted as they opened fire in rapid succession. Drawn by the noise, the zombies whipped their heads around and rushed forward, letting out terrifying growls. A voice boomed, ordering the other soldiers to fire. A relentless hail of bullets tore into the monsters, making them shriek in agony. The captain's voice rang out repeatedly. Reposition. Watching their seamless coordination, Qin Yu could not help but admire them. As expected of elite troops, their teamwork is flawless. The captain's voice boomed once more. Suppress the enemy, heavy weapons, reload. After a short while, everything calmed down, and the original silence returned. Once the zombies were completely wiped out, the soldiers quickly moved in to assess the situation. A soldier barked out orders in a booming voice, commanding them to gather supplies, loot, and evolutionary energy. The sky slowly faded into a deep purple, signaling the arrival of night as the group pulled up and stopped at a gas station. We will rest here tonight, a steady voice announced. Immediately, another voice replied, Understood. Inside the gas station, a group gathered around a bubbling hot pot. Dao Yi, looking anxious and deeply unsettled, muttered, I have a really bad feeling about this. Something just feels off. Holding a bowl of noodles, Xiao Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, Hey little priest, why are you always so paranoid? My intuition is never wrong. Hearing this, Qin Yu warned them, Keep your guard up tonight. Don't fall into a deep sleep. If danger strikes, Liu Hui, make sure you stick close to Dao Yi. Then, the two of you should quickly find me and Xiao Yu. In another room, Li Wei leisurely enjoyed his noodles, his voice full of confidence. Everything is going to get better. Once I reach Tianmeng and join forces with my second brother, we will surely achieve great things. Outside the room, a group of armed guards stood watch in silence when they suddenly heard approaching footsteps. Lu Yun looked toward the sound. Recognizing the newcomer, he asked, Zhao Kui, what are you doing here? Zhao Kui stood at attention, adjusting his cap. He reported, Sir, I have urgent matters to report to Commander Li. Lu Yun replied, It is late, and Commander Li is likely asleep. Whatever it is, it can wait until tomorrow. Zhao Kui grit his teeth in silence before reluctantly agreeing. Fine, I will be back first thing tomorrow, Zhao Kui muttered. But from inside the room, Li Wei's voice rang out, Let him in. What can be settled today should be done today, not tomorrow. Zhao Kui immediately pushed the door open and shouted, Commander Li. Li Wei walked over and asked, What do you have to report? Zhao Kui, his face pale and eyes lifeless, threatened in a chilling voice. Li Wei, today is your final day. Li Wei's eyes widened as he screamed, Oh no! Hearing his shout, Gao Xiao's face fell in panic as he cried out, We're in trouble! Cut to Qin Yu and Xiao Yu sleeping peacefully when suddenly, a monstrous Zerg creature appeared. Raising its razor-sharp stinger, it flew toward the soundly sleeping Xiao Yu. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he unleashed his power, setting the insectoid monster ablaze. The fierce flames incinerated it to ashes as alarms instantly blared throughout the entire building. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It is the Zerg. Woken by the blaring alarms, Xiao Yu jolted awake. She sat up slightly and asked, What is happening, brother? Qin Yu explained. An insectoid raid. Judging by the noise, there are a lot of them. Get ready quickly. We need to find Dao Yi and Lu Hui. A foot kicked the door open with force, and the two rushed into the room. Qin Yu asked anxiously, Are you two okay? Inside, an insectoid monster was trapped within a glowing golden box. Shielding Lu Hui behind him, Dao Yi held a talisman in his hand and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned and warned them loudly. The Zerg are attacking, and it is chaos outside. Hide in a corner and absolutely do not expose yourselves. Outside the building, the soldiers had already taken up defensive positions. The captain bellowed, Fire! Fire! They unleashed a barrage of bullets at the insectoid monsters, charging madly toward them. A middle-aged soldier kept firing, shouting mockingly, You filthy bugs! Die! We are the elite of the elite. Seeing this, a nearby soldier yelled a warning, Watch out! It is a claw bug. Massive claws suddenly lunged forward, stabbing the soldier. He let out a painful shriek as a terrifying, gigantic claw bug materialized right before them. It spat a barrage of sharp spikes toward the soldiers. The spikes rained down on them, causing them to scream in agony as they desperately scrambled. Find cover! Find cover! A massive insectoid monster lunged forward, pinning a soldier beneath its weight. He screamed in absolute terror, but a sudden sniper round tore right through the clawbug's head, neutralizing it instantly. Seeing this, a soldier let out a sigh of relief and cheered. Yes, our snipers are in position. The sniper team has finally set up. Inside the camp, a chaotic battle erupted between the swarm and the soldiers. Voices shouted encouragement, "Kill these beasts," amid desperate cries of pain. "Help me!" Suddenly, 3 sharp spikes flew through the air, impaling their bodies. The 3 soldiers were killed instantly. Lin Feng and 2 other soldiers stared in horror. Looming in that direction was a massive insect with razor-sharp legs and 4 glowing, hateful red eyes. A bald soldier cried out in panic, "We're doomed! Take cover! Take cover!" The other soldiers quickly fled, shouting, "Hurry! Find cover!" The beast, resembling a mutated spider, was the source of those deadly spikes. Under the moonlight, it violently launched a volley of spikes toward the crowd. Though it was not aiming at anyone in particular, the raining spikes were bound to hit some unfortunate soldiers. One of them calmly pointed at the beast and ordered, "That is their leader. Attack." High above, a sniper acknowledged the order. Understood. He carefully lined up his sights on the mutated spider. But as he lines up his shot, a massive red bug lands right behind him. By the time he senses the danger, it is already too late. The sniper is killed instantly. His blood-curdling scream is the last sound he ever makes. Seeing their comrade's lifeless body plummet to the ground, the soldiers below freeze in shock. They look up to see a winged red beast with a long, lizard-like tail, but its body has human-like limbs. Only its head still resembles an insect. Someone screams in panic, confirming its identity, the armored bug king. A soldier panics and yells, "Get back! Get out of the way!" But it is too late. The armored bug lunges straight at them. The impact triggers a massive shockwave, blasting everyone back. Amidst the rising dust, it looms like the shadow of death itself. Wherever it slashes, people die. The squad instantly loses 2 more men. Sun Wu quickly calls out a counter-strategy. "Everyone, if they get close, switch to melee weapons." Just as he says that, a bug with razor-sharp pincers lunges forward. His comrade desperately warns, "Watch out." The bug drives its blade-like pincers deep into the ground, but Sun Wu has already leapt high into the air. He laughs triumphantly. "Bet you didn't expect that. I can jump this high." Mid-air, he flips like a professional acrobat and lands, driving his blade straight into the bug's head. On another side, a bug charging forward is instantly frozen solid, unable to move a single inch. It turns out this squad is made of evolved soldiers, all possessing awakened abilities. The soldier who just froze the bug smirks in victory. "You mindless beasts, didn't see that coming, did you? We've got tricks of our own." But the armored bug king is still on the loose. Realizing he cannot take it alone, a soldier spots it and rallies his squad to gang up on it, shouting, "Let us take down the big one together." Instantly, a mutant with altered hands and a bald-headed swordsman charge forward. From behind, others unleash their special abilities. Explosive fire, crackling lightning, and freezing ice rain down from all directions, creating a colorful barrage to wipe it out in one shot. Despite taking the full force of the onslaught, the armored bug remains completely unharmed. A dangerous glint flashes in its eyes. With terrifying speed and agility, it dashes forward slash. The 2 soldiers who just charged are instantly torn apart and sent to the afterlife. A young man in civilian clothes collapses to the ground, whispering in sheer terror. "Even that didn't kill it. I guess this is where I die." Just as the armored bug's claws are about to crush his head, it suddenly stops. It turns out the beast had to block an incoming strike from Qin Yu. His spear tip strikes one of its arms. The rescued young man can only stare in utter shock. Right now, Qin Yu is cloaked in a faint red glow, holding his spear with imposing authority, looking like a god of war descended from the heavens. Qin Yu drives his spear heavily into the ground with a thunderous impact, kicking up clouds of dust and forcing the nearby soldiers to stand back in awe. However, he does not look pleased at all after landing the blow. He stares at his spear and scoffs. Beneath his spear tip is only a severed arm of the armored bug, not its corpse. He cannot help but sigh. Sacrificing a limb to block a fatal blow, huh? Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, the armored bug king's wing sweeps right past Qin Yu's face. He leans back to dodge it. With another swift slash, the beast aims straight for his lower body. Luckily, he manages to dodge that too, or he would have been stripped of his manhood. Both man and beast leap back, staring each other down warily. As they prepare to clash again, a soldier finally snaps out of it, looking at Qin Yu with deep concern. He is not with the god of war squad, and I do not know him. Who on earth is this guy? On the other side, Qin Yu is quite satisfied with his new weapon. Even a basic strike is this effective. This blood flame spear really is a legendary weapon. By now, the armored bug king has taken to the air, its severed arm completely regenerated, as if nothing had happened. Qin Yu taps his spear against the ground. If a basic attack can do that much to you, then try blocking this next move. He channels his energy for his ultimate skill, his entire body radiating a faint yet menacing blood-red aura that cannot be ignored. Qin Yu grits his teeth and lets out a painful roar. Ah! His eyes turn bloodshot, and his spear glows with an even deeper crimson hue. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, he drives his spear directly into the armored bug's head with a deafening crash. Such a violent impact is more than enough to scramble its brains. Qin Yu spins his spear and shouts, "Die!" Right at that moment, Xiao Yu appears behind him and yells, "Brother, wait, spare the bug." He looks back at his sister in confusion, wondering what she is up to. Extracting a droplet of her own blood, Xiao Yu calmly explains, "Leave it to me." The blood droplet shoots straight into the armored bug king's head, sinking into its body. Miraculously, its heavily damaged body instantly heals, restoring it to peak condition. Now, it is completely under Xiao Yu's control. She cheers in excitement. Awesome! It worked! She climbs onto its back, grabbing its two antennae like horse reins, and effortlessly steers the armored bug high into the sky. Xiao Yu gleefully brags, "I have got my own helicopter now." Seeing this, Qin Yu is utterly speechless and powers down. Below them, two soldiers stare with their jaws wide open, feeling like they have stepped into a fantasy world. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying armored bug has been completely tamed. The mighty insect king has actually been tamed by the Qin siblings. Everyone else could only stammer in shock. Just what kind of monsters are those two? Outside, things seem to have temporarily calmed down. But back inside Li Wei's room, an officer who had just walked in to report suddenly began to mutate. A sinister laugh echoed through the room. "Li Wei, today is the day you die." Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Cao Xiao rushed in just in time to help. Oh no! The officer had completely transformed into a mutated insect creature, with a human torso surrounded by hideous, twitching legs. With a ferocious roar, it opened its massive jaws. Cao Xiao quickly activated his ghost ability, turning into a spectral spirit and flying right through its body. He desperately tried to reach Li Wei. Thanks to his incredible speed and skills, Cao Xiao managed to grab the commander-in-chief and pull him away from the mutated insect's gaping maw. The creature snapped its jaws shut with immense force, but it only bit empty air. There wasn't a single bite of human flesh for it to feast on. Realizing its attack had failed, the monster looked around, preparing to flee. Seeing this, Jing Ling shouted a warning. "It's trying to run." Lu Yun roared as he began to transform, his shirt ripped to shreds as sharp, deadly quills sprouted all over his body, making him look just like a human hedgehog. But actually, this was a porcupine form, not a hedgehog. Once Lu Yun finished his transformation, his handsome hair was replaced by pitch-black, stiff porcupine quills. Two sharp fangs also protruded from his mouth, making him look incredibly fierce and, frankly, not very handsome. Jingling leaned forward and threw a small green sprout. The sprout struck the humanoid insect monster directly. Instantly, a cluster of vines erupted like dried seaweed soaking in water. They rapidly expanded, wrapping around the beast. Within moments, the vibrant green vines had bound the mutated insect so tightly it looked like a fresh mummy. Lu Yun stepped forward and effortlessly snapped the 6 sickle claws on its back, completely stripping the creature of its deadliest weapons. Only then did Commander-in-Chief Li Wei snap out of his shock, still trembling slightly. How did he suddenly turn into such a hideous monster? Outside the base, commanding shouts echoed through the air. "Attack! Keep attacking them! Watch the left flank! Hold the line!" Startled, Li Wei asked what was happening outside. The two soldiers guarding the door rushed in to report, "Commander Li, this is bad. The swarm is attacking, and the front lines are in extreme danger." This news sent a wave of anxiety through him. The swarm is attacking? How is that even possible? But proving why he was the commander, he only pondered for a brief moment before immediately issuing orders. "Go help them. We must drive the swarm back." Hearing the order, Cao Xiao's group of 3 prepared to head out and assist. But before leaving, they didn't even. After quickly instructing the soldiers there to protect Commander Li, they barked back, "Understood, sir." A moment later, as they stepped outside, Cao Jiao, Jing Ling, and Lu Yun stared up at the sky in absolute shock. Up in the air, Xiao Yu was piloting the Beetle King, absolutely shredding several flying bugs. The other three looked like they had seen a ghost. What on earth was going on? Before they could even process this, a purple streak slammed into the ground with a massive crash, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Out of the billowing dust, Qin Yu soared like a superhero before landing dead center in a swarm of ant-like bugs, driving his spear violently into the ground. Purple sparks raced along the cracks in the earth, triggering a series of deafening explosions. It turned out Qin Yu was the one causing these shockwaves, making himself the absolute center of attention. Cao Jiao turned pale as he watched. Not that his face had much color to begin with. "That is Qin Yu," he muttered. "He is insanely strong." Lu Yun was a man of action. Without another word, he charged forward, shouting, "Watching this is making my hands itch. Let us go." Jing Ling waved her hand, scattering countless glowing green sprouts that lit up the night sky like fireworks. As they hit the ground, they erupted into sharp, flexible vines that pierced and shredded the insectoids to pieces. Watching the chaos, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, hardly the look of a battle-hardened warrior. She beamed and cheered. "Wow, it is just like Plants vs. Zombies." Cao Jiao joined the fray, unsheathing a sword that crackled with an eerie purple aura. Looking at Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, he thought to himself, "So, is this the power of a war god?" With a swift slice of Cao Jiao's sword, a bug was sliced clean in two, the cut as smooth as butter. Qin Yu noticed the trio's movements and paused his attacks for a brief second. A purple shadow flashed past, leaving a trail of dead insectoids in its wake. Seeing this, Qin Yu recognized him as Gui Jiao. Cao Jiao's shadow surged forward, dual-wielding swords with deadly precision. With his unique abilities, tearing through the insectoid swarm was a walk in the park. Qin Yu fell into deep thought, recalling what he knew about him. Though Gui Jiao is as famous as Lin Feng, anyone who knew his name was well aware that he was far stronger than him. Down the road, Lin Feng left Li Wei for some reason. Shortly after, Gui Jiao died under mysterious circumstances, with no one knowing the cause. While he was lost in thought, a loud voice called out from behind, "Qin Yu." He turned around to see Lin Feng, who looked thrilled to finally show off. He was excited to finally fight side by side with Qin Yu, but he didn't notice a dark shadow creeping up on him. Qin Yu quickly warned, "Heads up, behind you." Lin Feng frowned, glaring back at the insectoid that had crept up behind him. With a quick spin, he blew the weak bug away using his power. Qin Yu smiled, silently impressed. Lin Feng had indeed unlocked an ability worthy of a future hero. Curious to see what his power actually was, Qin Yu decided to watch a bit longer. Lin Feng extended his hand, molding a vortex of swirling air right in his palm. The gale force vortex began drawing in several crawling insectoids, completely oblivious to the fact that their time was up. As the vortex intensified, Lin Feng bellowed, "Vacuum." His vacuum swirl expanded, dragging the bugs into a miniature black hole. Once the black hole had sucked in a massive cluster of insectoids, Lin Feng commanded, "Detonate." A pitch-black sphere, spinning like a cosmic void, suddenly went boom. A massive explosion shook the entire area. Under the moonlit, starless sky, the remaining bugs seemed to receive some sort of command through the wind, throwing their heads back in a collective growl. Instantly, they lined up and began to retreat. The soldiers gasped in disbelief. "They are retreating." Meanwhile, Lu Yun held up a leg he had snapped off one of the dead bugs. He burst out laughing, "What a bunch of cowards. Guess these bugs are not so tough after all." Qin Yu found it strange, silently analyzing the situation. What is going on? Even if this insectoid army would have eventually been wiped out, retreating simply was not in their nature. Regardless, since they were running away, no one bothered to give chase. The courtyard was now completely littered with dead bugs. Xiao Yu hopped down from the Beetle King, laughing excitedly. Time for everyone's favorite part, looting. She wondered how much evolutionary energy was waiting for them. Putting away his weapon and storage ring, Qin Yu calmly replied, "There is no evolutionary energy on these bugs." Xiao Yu's face instantly fell. "Aw, really?" Qin Yu added, "But they do have precious exotic essence." Suddenly, Xiao Yu's mood did a complete 180. "That is awesome," she chirped, eagerly nudging her brother. "Hurry up and burn them all to ashes so we can start gathering it." But Qin Yu did not budge. He explained, The insectoids' essence is highly sensitive to heat. If I use my fire to burn them, the essence will go up in smoke too. Staring at the massive heap of carcasses with no easy way to harvest the loot, he sighed. There are way too many bodies. Sifting through them one by one is going to be a massive pain. Just then, Xiao Yu gasped, making a sudden discovery. Wait, I think my helicopter can sense the exotic essence. With that, she immediately put her flying mount to work, commanding it. Get to work, go on. The armored beetle king obediently followed her orders, picking up the bug corpses with alien essences and bringing them right to Xiao Yu. And she acted as his translator. That one. That one. Qin Yu dissected the bug brought before him, pulling out a blood-red stone. He let out in surprised. Oh, clearly not expecting such a haul. A flame crystal? A little while later, Xiao Yu had gathered a whole bag of flame crystals. She eagerly showed them off to her older brother, waiting to be praised. Look, big brother, more than 20 of them. Just then, Lin Feng walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. He cleared his throat. Qin Yu, there is something you should know. Clearing the battlefield has always been the job of the cleanup crew. Doing this is kind of against the rules. Xiao Yu hugged her bag of flame crystals tightly, speaking up in annoyance. We fought for these ourselves. If you guys want some, go find your own. Lin Feng knew she had a point, and did not want to press further, only getting more embarrassed. So, what do we do? Suddenly, Li Wei appeared, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He laughed out loud. It is just a small thing. If young Master Qin wants to keep them, let him. But suddenly, his face turned pale as he saw something that absolutely terrified him. It was the giant, armored beetle king standing right behind Xiao Yu. Li Wei panicked and barked orders to his men. An armored beetle king. There is still one left over there. Kill it, quickly. Lin Feng rushed forward to explain and stop them. Commander Li, don't worry. That thing is under the control of Qin Yu's younger sister. It is not a threat to us. Only then did Li Wei let out a huge sigh of relief. Looking much more relaxed, he gasped. So, that's how it is. Incredible. Truly incredible. Even so, he did not let his guard down. He immediately issued orders. Everyone, stay on guard. The bugs might have been beaten back, but we cannot afford to get careless. Get the cleanup crew out here to clear the battlefield and gather valuable resources like essences, shells, and insect blades. Salvage anything we can use. Jingling then walked up to Qin Yu, warmly bowing and extending his hand for a handshake. You must be Qin Yu, right? I have heard Lin Feng talk about you. He said you are incredibly strong, but seeing is believing, and your reputation definitely precedes you. Qin Yu did not reach out to shake Jingling's hand, nor did he even reply. The air instantly turned awkward. To break the icy tension, Xiao Yu hugged her bag of flame crystals and offered a sheepish laugh. My big brother is always like this. He is just playing cool, so please don't take it personally. Jingling stood back up, scratching his head awkwardly. No worries, no worries. Powerful people always love to act cool, I get it. By now, Lu Yun had retracted his porcupine quills. His fangs disappeared, and his hair settled back over his handsome face. He teased Jingling. That's what you get for trying to play buddy-buddy with everyone you meet. Embarrassing, right? The guy is aloof. He is the type who lets his actions speak, not his words. A moment later, Qin Yu turned and walked back toward the base. Xiao Yu quickly ran after him, grabbing his hand. Hey brother, that Commander Li was totally staring at me earlier. He had obviously noticed the strange look too. With a slight frown, he replied. Yeah. On the surface, he was just looking in our direction. But I could tell it was just a cover-up. He was definitely staring at you. Xiao Yu shuddered in fear. Oh God, is he some kind of creep? Qin Yu chuckled. Do you really think a man in Li Wei's position would be a creep? She shot back with a somewhat naive logic. Why not? I heard that the more successful people are, the more likely they are to be total weirdos. Soon, they made their way back to Dao Yi's room. Xiao Yu swung the door open and called out. Hey, little Taoist. Liu Hui, what are you two? She froze mid-sentence as she saw what had happened inside. Her eyes filled with utter shock. A dead bug lay to one side of the room. Liu Hui was face down on the floor, completely motionless, while Dao Yi sat holding his head, weeping uncontrollably. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Qin Yu stepped inside, just as shocked and stunned as his sister. What on earth happened here? Dao Yi was consumed by guilt, taking all the blame. It is all my fault. I should have held on to him. He choked back tears as he explained what had happened to the two siblings. A bug had broken through the door and lunged into the room. Dao Yi had managed to use a talisman just in time to summon a golden barrier around himself and Lu Hui. The defensive shield was incredibly sturdy. The bug bashed against it several times but could not even make it budge. But instead of staying safely inside until the two siblings returned, the boy panicked and tried to run. He bolted right out of Dao Yi's protective barrier. It all happened so fast. He could not grab him in time and could only yell out in panic. "Hey, don't run!" Seeing its prey leave the safety of the solid barrier, the bug seized the moment, raising its sharp claw and delivering a lethal slash. A clean, effortless cut tore across Lu Hui's back. The boy only managed to let out 2 quick screams before collapsing. Having finished his story, Dao Yi broke down completely, burying his face in his hands. "I should have held on to him. It is all my fault." Xiao Yu gently patted his back to comfort him. "You can't blame yourself for this, little Taoist. Who could have guessed he would panic and lose his mind like that?" Qin Yu pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a heavy sigh. "I promised Lu Tichui that I would keep his grandson safe until we reached Tianmeng. I never thought we would lose him before even leaving Shengjing, and so, a night full of chaos finally passed. Early the next morning, the military camp buzzed with activity as everyone gathered to depart. After a quick head count, the convoy rolled out under a bright, hopeful sun. Fortunately, their journey went incredibly smooth, with no obstacles in sight. Inside one of the vehicles, Jingling could not help but speak up. "We haven't run into a single bug." Driving the car, Lu Yun laughed out loud and asked his teammate, "Haha, what, were you actually hoping we would?" The atmosphere was much more relaxed than last night's tense vibe. High up in the sky, Xiao Wu's armored Beetle King was flying around, scouting the surrounding area. It would report any unusual discoveries back to Xiao Wu, who was sitting in the car. Sitting in the vehicle, Qin Yu's sharp sense of danger kept him from letting his guard down. "Better be careful, something feels off." Inside Li Wei's car, Lu Yun suddenly asked, "Lao Gao, Cao, did you guys hear that?" Jingling heard it too. He squeezed his eyes shut as if trying to block out the grating noise. "I hear it. It's a horrible, agonizing crying sound." Eerie, wailing cries began to echo down the road as the vehicle started driving into a hazy mist. A few soldiers in the vehicle began to whisper in fear. "What's that sound? Crying? That is so creepy." Meanwhile, Gao Xiao transformed into his spirit form and flew out to scout ahead. The vehicles came to a halt, but the heartbreaking wailing didn't stop. Someone barked out an order. "Ready your weapons. Prepare for battle." Just as the soldiers took up defensive positions with their guns ready, the crying suddenly stopped. A dead silence filled the air, leaving some bewildered. The crying, it stopped? Up ahead, Gao Xiao reappeared, seemingly done with his scouting. Li Wei stepped out of the car, letting out a sigh of relief when he saw his man return. "Good." Lu Yun called out curiously, "Lao Gao, what was that? Why was it crying so miserably?" But Gao Xiao didn't even acknowledge him. As he brushed past, Lu Yun snorted in annoyance. "Wow, totally blew me off." Jingling chuckled and said, "Oh, come on, you know Lao Gao. He's always been a man of few words." But Qin Yu sensed something was off. He stayed silent, but his face looked incredibly tense, as if he were facing a dangerous enemy. Seeing this, Jingling reached out to stop him. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Because by then, Qin Yu had already raised his spear to block Gao Xiao. Xiao Wu didn't understand why her brother was doing this either. "Big bro, why are you attacking him?" From behind, Lin Feng shouted in shock. "Qin Yu, have you gone crazy?" But Qin Yu didn't answer. He swept his spear in a wide arc, forcing Gao Xiao to leap back to dodge. Lu Yun immediately transformed into his porcupine form, grumbling in frustration. "Seriously? Is this kid trying to steal our supplies? Is that why he pretended to tag along with us?" But Li Wei noticed something unusual and stopped Lu Yun before he could join the fight. Wait a minute. Finally, Xiao Wu also realized something was wrong. "Wait. This isn't right. This guy shouldn't be this weak. My brother isn't even using his full strength, yet he's backed him into a corner where he can't even fight back. He's acting like a completely different person compared to before." And that was exactly what was happening. Gao Xiao was only dodging and not fighting back, much less using his ability to transform into a spirit. After taking a brutal beating, his body began to shake, and his form started to change. That wasn't Gao Xiao at all. It was a shape-shifting monkey. The soldiers in the back watched in utter disbelief, their jaws dropping. Officer Gao turned into a monkey. It seemed that only after returning to its true form could the monkey unleash its full power. It darted frantically around Qin Yu, making it hard for him to lock onto a target. Finally, seizing a moment when he seemed off guard, it bared its fangs and lunged straight at his face. As it turned out, he had only feigned a weakness to lure it into a trap. Just as it lunged, Qin Yu calmly thrust his spear forward, piercing right through it. Then, he unleashed his infinite burn. A purple, hellfire-like flame erupted from the spearhead, incinerating both the monkey's body and soul. In the end, an evolution crystal dropped to the ground. Qin Yu calmly picked it up, letting the wind scatter the monkey's ashes into the air. Jingling finally understood what was happening, but he couldn't help but worry about his actual comrade. So it was just a monkey in disguise. Then, is Lao Gao okay? Just then, Lu Yun pointed in another direction. The real Gao Xiao was walking back from that direction, dragging the corpse of another monkey in his hand. Lu Yun cheered in relief. Lao Gao, you scared the crap out of us. We thought you got taken out. Gao Xiao approached and explained, once this monkey saw me, all it did was run. It took me quite a while to catch it. Commander Li Wei stood with his hands behind his back, analyzing the situation. One monkey lured our teammate away, while the other disguised itself to infiltrate us. I have to say, these mutated beasts are pretty clever. After getting everyone back in order, he gave the command, let's keep moving. Qin Yu's car was at the very back. Instead of starting the engine right away, he walked over and handed the evolution crystal to Dao Yi. Here, eat this. Having lived in the mountains for so long, Dao Yi was quite naive. Looking at the energy crystal in Qin Yu's hand, he frowned slightly. Can you actually eat this? Xiao Wu chimed in. Of course you can, it's actually pretty good. Qin Yu also encouraged him. Your ability is great. Eat it, and once you're enhanced, you'll become even stronger. Dao Yi was still a bit hesitant, but since the siblings had put it that way, he knew they had his best interests at heart. Steeling his resolve, he muttered, all right, I'll eat it then. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to his sister and asked curiously, doesn't your beetle need to eat? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. With that, she pricked her index finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the armored beetle king's head. After absorbing the drop of blood, its body began to shrink until it was the size of a plushie. Cradling the beetle king in her arms, Xiao Wu explained to her brother, the beetle king can eat meat, evolution, energy, or even flame crystals. Ding! Well, it can eat anything of value, but your blood is definitely the most effective. Relying on his sharp sensory abilities, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Why do I feel like it's feeding on your blood? It shrank, but it actually got a bit stronger, didn't it? Is this also part of your ability? Xiao Yu didn't really understand her own powers, so she had no idea how to explain it. She just guessed that maybe it got stronger because it was finally full. As night fell, everyone stopped to rest in the forest. They built a campfire to keep warm and ward off monsters. The flickering flames cast a warm glow against the pitch-black night. Sitting by the fire to warm up, Xiao Yu grumbled, we've been on the road all day, and that truck was bouncing around so much. On top of that, it was moving so slowly. I'm absolutely exhausted. Qin Yu could only tell his sister to be grateful. At least she had a vehicle to ride in, otherwise she'd be walking. Suddenly, he noticed a rustling in the bushes. Grabbing his spear, he immediately rushed over. The soldiers on guard nearby instantly went on high alert. Was there danger again? They waited anxiously for orders from their commander and Qin Yu. But when he returned, he was holding a rabbit with a bright smile on his face. Dinner is served. And just like that, the rabbit was skewered and placed over the campfire to roast. Xiao Yu whined in protest, rabbits are so cute. How could you eat a rabbit? Qin Yu ignored her, holding the fully roasted rabbit meat in his hands, ready to dig in. Fine, I'll eat it myself. Forced to choose between starving to protect a rabbit that was already roasted, or eating the mouth-watering meat to fill her stomach, Xiao Yu chose the meat. Cute or not, she decided to dig in, demanding, put plenty of chili on mine. Just then, someone sniffed, catching the delicious aroma of roasted meat drifting through the air. Jingling said excitedly, ooh, roasted rabbit. Lu Yun scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Go ahead and eat. We were just passing by and wanted to take a look. Politely, Xiao Yu offered, why don't you sit down and join us? To her surprise, the two actually sat down to eat. Don't mind if we do, thanks. Luckily, the rabbit was quite large, enough to feed all four of them. Lu Yun tore off a huge piece of rabbit meat and stuffed his face, chewing noisily. Jingling looked a bit more polite, taking bite by bite, but the crunching sound of his chewing was intense. It had probably been a long time since they last had fresh food like this. Once they finished, Xiao Yu snuggled up to Qin Yu, whining, "I'm stuffed. Hold me while I sleep." He pushed her head away, looking completely disgusted. "Hey, your mouth is covered in grease. Don't rub it on me." Early the next morning, as sunlight filtered through the trees, everyone packed up their blankets and tents. Qin Yu was already awake, stretching his limbs and greeting the morning sun. Suddenly, something caught his red eyes. It was a bug that looked like the Beetle King, but not quite. This one had way more armor plating on its body. Without a word, Qin Yu immediately drew his spear, ready to blast it to high heaven. However, Xiao Yu stopped him. She stepped in front of it to shield it. "Wait, stop, that's helicopter." Surprised, Qin Yu couldn't help but ask, "How did it mutate? It looks completely different." Xiao Yu scratched her head, clearly clueless as well. "I don't know either, but it's definitely him." Qin Yu sensed its presence for a moment and remarked, "Even its aura has gotten much stronger." Watching his sister play with and pat the head of the evolved Beetle King, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder, how could it evolve after being disconnected from the swarm? Is it because of Xiao Yu's ability, or is it her blood? Shortly after, under a clear blue sky and bright sunshine, the group resumed their journey. In the back of the truck, the Taoist priest Dao Yi and some of the soldiers hadn't slept well the night before. Everyone took the chance to catch some shut-eye whenever they could. After driving for a while, the convoy suddenly ground to a halt. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were sitting next to the driver's seat. Looking around in confusion, she asked, "Why did we stop?" It turned out they had driven deep into the forest. The path ahead was extremely overgrown, so the soldiers got out to assess the situation. Lu Yun stared into the dense woods ahead, and to ensure everyone's safety, he suggested, "This forest seems endless. God knows what kind of danger is lurking in there. Should we find another route?" Jingling gave a reassuring chuckle and shared some info. "I actually know this place. It's called the Red Pine Forest, and it's massive. If we take a detour, it'll take us at least 4 days at our current speed." Seeing that a detour would cost them too much time, Li Wei asked, "Is there a path through this forest? Is there any chance our vehicles won't make it?" Jingling immediately replied, "There is a path, and it's wide enough. Once we get through, there's a small town called Lindu County. We can rest there, get ourselves organized for 2 days, and then set off again." Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately sent down the order. "Once we cross this forest, we'll reach a town where we can rest for 2 days. The soldiers in the back cheered in excitement. "Awesome. We finally get a 2-day break." By now, the sun was high in the sky, shining brightly. Jingling quickly assessed the situation. It was midday, with only a few hours left before dark. If we move at full speed, we might just make it all the way through the Red Pine Forest. With that, he immediately ordered everyone to move out at full speed. Their vehicle led the way to scout. Spotting an obstacle ahead, someone called out to the soldiers behind, "Obstacle, up ahead, we need to clear it." The convoy stopped briefly as the soldiers jumped down with their blades to clear the blockage. This stop-and-go driving was starting to get on Xiao Yu's nerves. Quite annoyed, she asked, "Now what?" Up ahead, the soldiers are struggling to clear the path by hacking away at the thick vines. Tan Vu sees how slow they're being, and, totally annoyed, decides to take matters into his own hands. Seriously, how long is it going to take if they just cut it bit by bit? Seeing him about to burn the vines with his purple flames, Lam Fong quickly rushes over to stop him. "Wait, Tan Vu, there are too many trees in this forest and they'll catch fire easily. Burning down the entire forest would be a disaster, so you can't just burn the trees to clear a path. So, obviously, the soldiers have to keep doing the hard labor." They continue hacking at the vines, but as they work, they suddenly hear a rustling, clicking sound nearby. When they look over, they see several mutated monkeys gathered on the tree branches not too far away. They're staring greedily at the group with glowing red eyes, like predators locking eyes on their lunch. Someone shouts a warning to watch out for mutated beasts. Tan Vu immediately calls out to his sister, "Tu Vu, buff me." He lets out an excited smirk. Since the prey has delivered itself right to his doorstep, how could he possibly let it go? The monkeys have absolutely no idea that just a moment ago they were the hunters, but now they've become the hunted. Sensing his terrifying aura, they finally realize that the prey down below is not someone to be messed with. Tan Vu radiates a chilling aura like a grim reaper holding a spear, with faint traces of purple flames flickering across his body. The monkeys also know that running away right now is the smart move. However, Tan Vu is already fully charged up, and there's no way he's going to let them escape so easily. He swings his spear downward, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" In the terrified eyes of the monkey, all that's left is the shadow of a man thrusting his spear forward. With a squelch, blood splatters everywhere. The monkey gets sent straight to the afterlife. Since this scene isn't for the faint of heart, it's been censored. Just a moment later, Tanvu already has 5 evolutionary energy crystals in his hand. Who is he giving them to? Ah, turns out it's for Dao Deek, the guy traveling with the siblings. Here, eat this. Dao Deek obediently eats them one by one. Once he finishes, Tanvu casually remarks, "Now, you're an evolved human with 13 times the physical strength of a normal person. You could definitely be considered strong now." Suddenly, a painful shriek echoes from the other side. Dao Deek and Tanvu look over in surprise as someone asks, "What happened?" A soldier is rolling on the ground, clutching his leg, groaning in pain. "Something bit me." Everyone immediately checks his leg and finds snake bite marks. But before they can even treat the wound, the poor soldier starts foaming at the mouth, takes his last breath, and passes away. Not far from there, a snake is trying to slither away. However, karma comes fast. With a sharp squelch, a blade pierces right through the snake, delivering a fatal blow. Rest in peace, snake. The one who killed the snake is a soldier from the squad. After avenging his comrade, he lifts the skewered snake with his blade, his brow furrowed with deep worry. Everyone, watch out. The venom of these mutated snakes is incredibly deadly. Just one bite can kill a person instantly. Lam Fong and Can Lang walk over, and their faces look grim. What's going on? We just got off the vehicle, and we already have casualties. As the group huddles to share information, they have no idea that bloodthirsty red eyes are watching them from the roadside bushes. Without warning, mutated eagles swoop down to attack, and several snakes also lunge out of nowhere, forcing the soldiers to struggle to defend themselves. Tanvu cautiously looks around while warning his sister. Compared to the city, the deep wilderness really is much more dangerous. Tuvu, stay alert. But Tuvu doesn't have the energy to stay on guard constantly, so she immediately calls her personal bodyguard. "Hey, helicopter, protect us." Suddenly, there's a loud boom in the forest as something crashes down. The Beetle King's eyes flash with a dangerous glint, as if a single move from it would turn the enemies ahead into lifeless corpses. From the bushes by the road, 2 mutated wolves spring out, aiming to attack Tanvu and his sister. But the Beetle King is already there. It lands on the ground, its red eyes cold and sharp, and an intense, overwhelming pressure radiates from its body, forcing the 2 wolves to back off, only daring to growl without taking another step forward. Tuvu giggles, patting the Beetle King's head in praise. "With our guard dog here, nobody dares to mess with us." Just then, a green frog leaps out from somewhere. Even though it's just a frog, nobody knows if it's venomous. Tanvu doesn't dare let his guard down and thrusts his spear toward it. "Watch out." Dao Diek immediately steps in, a golden light flashing in his hand as a golden ring instantly envelops the frog. The frog's body glows as if it just achieved enlightenment and became a saint, and right after that, the ring of light vanishes, and the frog disappears on the spot. Then, the frog instantly teleports right behind Tanvu. This time, it's closer to the ground than before, still glowing, making it look like a walking target. Tuvu's eyes light up, and she asks excitedly, "What is going on? Why is it glowing like that?" Tanvu tilts his head, analyzing spatial teleportation. Before he can even make a move, the Beetle King stomps down, crushing the frog and taking care of it. Dao Diek chuckles, highly satisfied with this display of his power. He explains, "This is my spatial swapping talisman. Pretty cool, right?" Tanvu gives him a thumbs up in approval. "Nice, how long does this talisman of yours last? Did he just get acknowledged?" Dao Diek grins sheepishly, scratching his head awkwardly as he answers, "About 1 month. All my talismans have an expiration date of about 1 month. If they're kept any longer, their power will gradually weaken until all the magic fades away, turning them back into ordinary paper." Qin Yu nodded and advised his teammate, "Yeah, Dao Yi, draw a few more of these displacement talismans. They'll come in handy. I think I know what you're planning." Dao Yi warned him seriously. "But let me make one thing clear first, so you don't end up getting hurt. These talismans of mine aren't for everyone. They won't work if the enemy is too strong, and you can't use them on yourself either." After a brutal clash with some mutated beasts, night began to fall. They couldn't push forward because no one knew what terrors were waiting for them in the dark. Li Wei sighed. Order the men to set up camp here. He turned and told everyone to clear out an open space before total darkness set in. The soldiers got out of their vehicles and prepared to pitch their tents. Qin Yu turned to his little sister with concern, saying, "Be careful tonight. Don't fall into too deep a sleep." Xiao Yu pouted in protest. "But you tell me that every single night. My body needs sleep to grow, you know." Qin Yu didn't hesitate to call her out. "Please, as if there's ever a night you don't sleep like a log. I always have to drag you out of bed anyway." Hearing the siblings bicker, Dao Yi blushed for some reason. Who knows what thoughts were running through his mind. By nightfall, the campfires were extinguished, and everyone retired to their tents. Of course, out here in the treacherous wilderness, they couldn't let their guard down, so sentries were posted to watch the perimeter. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from the nearby bushes. The sentry standing guard immediately went on high alert, scanning the darkness. The two soldiers didn't rush in blindly. One of them quickly pulled out his radio to contact the other patrols. "Hey, we've got a situation over here." Within moments, two other guards rushed over to reinforce them. "What is it? What's going on?" The soldier with a scar on his face explained, "There's movement over in that direction. Probably a mutated beast." Another soldier suggested, "Don't panic just yet. Let's go over and check it out first." He quickly laid out the plan. "The three of us will head in first. You stay behind and keep your distance from us. If a fight breaks out and the enemy is too tough, your primary mission is to wake everyone up immediately." The scarred soldier tasked with sounding the alarm nodded. "Got it." The lead guard looked into the pitch-black night and muttered, "It's too dark. Give us some light." As soon as he spoke, a bright red flame erupted from his palm, illuminating the dark area around them. The moment the light flared, they saw a massive green snake, jaws wide open, lunging right at them. He instinctively hurled a fireball at it while screaming, "Watch out, snake!" The fireball didn't seem to do much damage, as the beast kept moving. Just then, his teammate cried out, "We've got them over here too!" Another green snake, with massive jaws and razor-sharp fangs, lunged forward. It coiled tightly around the soldier, who desperately grabbed its jaws to keep it from sinking its fangs into him. But pinned down by its massive body, it was only a matter of time before he ran out of strength. Blood-curdling screams pierced the night. The third guard was also ambushed by a snake dropping down from the trees above. Seeing the horror unfold, the scarred soldier who had been assigned to sound the alarm screamed at the top of his lungs, "We're under attack! We're under attack! Wake everyone up!" The entire camp was instantly jarred awake, lighting torches and going on high alert. "We're under attack! Enemy attack!" Awakened by the chaos, Li Wei threw open his tent flap and demanded, "What's going on out here?" A soldier ran up to him in absolute panic, gasping, "Snakes! There are snakes everywhere!" He looked completely exhausted, as if he'd already fought 8 rounds with the beasts. No sooner had he finished speaking than several more snakes of all colors came slithering in. It looked like a full-blown annual board meeting of snakes out there. Staring down a massive green snake that was baring its fangs right at him, Qin Yu gasped in shock. Who on earth stole their eggs? Seeing the absolute chaos around them, Jingling remorsefully blamed herself, saying, "This is all my fault. I made a terrible call. I never should have led everyone down this narrow forest path." As the commander-in-chief, Li Wei spoke up, "I'm the one who made the final decision, so the blame lies with me. None of you should be blaming yourselves. Right now, our top priority is finding a way to break through this siege." He barked out his orders, sending them echoing through the ranks. "Spread the word. Everyone attack together. Support each other and do not get separated." The snakes were becoming increasingly aggressive. One launched itself from a tree branch, its venomous fangs glinting under the pale moonlight. The terrified soldiers stumbled backward, while their comrades raised their weapons and unleashed a hail of gunfire, blasting the snake out of the air. It crashed to the ground, riddled with bullets, yet it kept writhing and hissing furiously. But the bullets seemed to have only grazed it, doing no real damage. After thrashing around for a second, it was back on its feet, ready to strike again instantly. And then, the inevitable happened. The nearest soldier was targeted. The snake lunged, sinking its fangs deep into his torso. A blood-curdling scream rang out, "Help! Save me!" But those would be his very last words. Blood instantly stained his uniform a deep crimson. The lethal toxin surged through his veins so fast that by the time his scream faded, he was already dead. Qin Yu quickly realized something was terribly wrong. Wait, these aren't just regular green snakes. They're highly venomous vipers that have mutated into giant monsters. Having finished off its first prey, the venomous beast immediately locked onto its next victim. It spewed a thick cloud of purple gas, which a bald soldier inhaled. He began bleeding from his face and collapsed dead on the spot. Within moments, 2 men were dead, and the beast was already slithering toward its third target. Suddenly, a figure dual-wielding swords rushed in from the flank. It was Gao Xiao, his eyes filled with fierce determination and his expression deadly serious. Jingling yelled out a warning, "Old Gao, watch out! The gas that thing spits is highly toxic." Gao Xiao didn't reply. Thanks to his spectral form, he could easily phase through physical strikes, making it simple for him to drift right through the snake's toxic purple haze. With a few swift slashes of his dual swords, the snake is sliced into multiple pieces. If it weren't venomous, it would probably make a perfect ingredient for snake soup. Lu Yun stands to the side with a flattering smile. As expected of old Cao, highly effective the moment you make a move. Just as he finishes his sentence, a glob of venom comes flying through the air. He tilts his body to dodge, quickly evading to avoid meeting his maker. Sure enough, the moment the venom hits the ground, a chemical reaction occurs. It bubbles up and releases a foul stench. Controlling the vines in his hands, Jingling warns everyone. "This poison is too strong, don't touch it." The camp descends into chaos as a swarm of snakes keeps slithering in to attack, leaving everyone struggling to hold them off. A group of armed soldiers marches out from the military camp, their commander's voice booming, reloading. Enemy attack confirmed on the right, suppress them with firepower. Enemies breaking through on the left, block them. Seeing the 3 of them standing in one spot, Lin Feng calls out, "Hey, Qin Yu, what are you doing standing around? Let's get moving." After staring blankly for a moment, Qin Yu suddenly mutters 2 words. "Just as I thought." He turns around and says to Lin Feng, "You guys break out first. I'll catch up later." Xiao Yu asks in confusion, "Why aren't we leaving?" Instead of answering his sister's question, he asks another one, "Do you guys smell that?" A faint fragrance. Dao Yi strokes his chin thoughtfully. "Fragrance? Where? All I smell is a foul stench." Xiao Yu sniffs the air intently and finally notices it. "Oh, I think there actually is. It's very faint, but it's definitely there." As if realizing something, Qin Yu sighs. No wonder. Why else would so many venomous creatures suddenly gather in a place like this? Confused, Xiao Yu asks, "What are you talking about, brother?" Now he finally fills his sister in. "If I'm not mistaken, these venomous snakes and even that frog from earlier are all being controlled by the 5 poisons beast." Xiao Yu frowns. Her knowledge is no match for her brother's, and the more he explains, the more confused she gets. The 5 poisons beast. He shares the information with Xiao Yu and Dao Yi. They say it's the king of all poisons, capable of controlling all kinds of venomous creatures. Inside its body is a 5 poisons pearl. If you swallow it, you become completely immune to all poisons, and you will also gain the abilities of the 5 poisons beast. It is an incredibly rare treasure. Considering the danger ahead, Qin Yu decides, "Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, you 2 go with the main group. I'm going to check out that 5 poisons beast." Without her brother, there is no way Xiao Yu would leave with anyone else. She firmly states her stance. "No, I'm coming with you. We agreed that once I became an evolver, I'd fight right by your side." Dao Yi thinks for a moment and hesitantly raises his hand. Then, "I'm coming too." Qin Yu pats him on the shoulder and advises, "I appreciate your determination, but you should go with the military. The 5 poisons beast is incredibly strong, and it's too dangerous. If you come, you'll only hold us back." Having been rejected, Dao Yi can only scratch his head with a sheepish grin. Fair enough. Right after that, he pulls out a stack of yellow talismans and hands them to Qin Yu. "Take these with you, they might come in handy. There are 5 substitution talismans, 5 golden light talismans, and 5 demon binding talismans." Qin Yu takes them, duplicates the talismans, and says, "Thanks." He turns and hands Xiao Yu a round pill. "Xiao Yu, I duplicated these antitoxin pills from the others during the Battle God's trial. Enhance it, and then swallow it." Back on the other side of the camp, a snake suddenly appears behind Lin Feng. Without a single wasted movement, Lin Feng coldly extends his hand toward it and unleashes his skill, Vacuum Burst. With a loud boom, the snake is instantly obliterated, its body shredded into pieces that rain down. But standing right in the middle of that shredded snake meat is a figure. The person who suddenly appeared is none other than Dao Yi. Before Lin Feng can get a clear look at the newcomer, he is about to unleash another vacuum strike. Dao Yi quickly calls out to stop him. Whoa, hold on. Benefactor. It's me. Lin Feng immediately shields Dao Yi, then asks out of concern about the sibling situation. You're here. But where are Qin Yu and his sister? Dao Yi replies briefly. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu sensed some prey and went hunting. Hearing this, Lin Feng feels a bit inadequate. As expected of them, we're barely surviving here, yet they're in the mood to go hunting. Up ahead, the soldiers who are desperately trying to break through the snake siege suddenly report, the enemy has stopped attacking. What's going on? Watch out, they might be gathering their strength for a massive, coordinated strike. The attacking five-colored snakes suddenly freeze, looking dazed as if hypnotized. Immediately after, they turn and leave, giving up the fight. Seeing them retreat in an orderly line, Lin Feng is also stunned. They're retreating? Why? Just then, a soldier spots some movement on the other side and gasps in shock. It's them! They're luring the snakes away. It turns out to be the Qin siblings and the fire beetle king. The swarm of snakes is moving toward them, seemingly drawn by the purple flame surrounding Qin Yu's body. With just a single sweep of his spear, the snakes burst into flames and are sliced to pieces. His face remains expressionless as his body turns a brilliant blood red. He unleashes his skill, blood ablaze, sweeping his spear once more. As the lunging snakes are chopped into multiple pieces, the fresh blood from their bodies absorbed by the spearhead. Qin Yu says, domineeringly, "Drink your fill." Xiao Yu is not one to be outdone either. Holding her blade, her swordsmanship is decisive and her footwork agile, as she takes down quite a few snakes herself. Even the fire beetle king is just as formidable. With a single swipe of its claw, any snake lunging at it is torn in half. The group of soldiers, the vanguard soldiers, felt like they had just spotted their savior. Though they kept their weapons raised, ready to back him up at any second, hope was finally starting to flicker in their eyes. If anyone could handle this, it was him. Up ahead, Qin Yu sliced off the head of a massive snake with a single swing of his spear, but suddenly, he froze. What is that smell? Sensing danger, he spun around and yelled to his sister, "Watch out, Xiao Yu, get away from there." By then, Xiao Yu had already climbed onto the Beetle King. Having just dealt with a bunch of snakes, she stood there, completely dazed for a moment. Suddenly, a monstrous snake lunged out of nowhere. Its blood-red jaws snapped wide open, aiming right for Xiao Yu. With a sharp crash, she barely managed to leap off the Beetle King's back. The beast missed her, but its fangs sank deep into the Beetle King's armor. Xiao Yu gasped in shock. Even Qin Yu was taken aback by its sheer size, thinking, it is huge. Since its fangs were stuck deep in the armor, the snake could not pull away. Seizing the chance, Xiao Yu reached out to buff her pet. Helicopter, do not let it scare you. She knew its strength was now boosted 60 times over. And the Beetle King did not let her down. It lashed out, clawing at the snake's body. Infuriated, the massive serpent thrashed violently, tossing the Beetle King high into the air. Down on the ground, the soldiers murmured in awe. Look, that is the girl's armored beetle. High up in the air, whether its wings failed or the gap in their power was just too massive, the Beetle King could not dodge. It took a devastating tail whip from the serpent head-on. With a series of deafening crashes, the Beetle King was sent flying, snapping several massive trees in half. Xiao Yu screamed in panic, "Helicopter!" There was no response. The beetle lay motionless on the ground, completely knocked out. Tears welled up in Xiao Yu's eyes. Helicopter. She had grown quite fond of her trusty mount and bodyguard, and she had no idea if she could save him this time. Having taken down its strongest threat, the snake turned and hissed menacingly at Qin Yu. He quickly analyzed the situation. This beast must have at least 60 times normal physical strength. Otherwise, it could not have swatted Xiao Yu's beetle away so easily. To think a mutated beast this powerful was hiding right here in the Red Pine Forest. It seemed that even with his memories of the future and crucial intel, reaching the absolute peak was not going to be a walk in the park. Gritting his teeth, he quickly calculated the difference in their stats. My base physical stats are about 28 times normal. Even with Xiao Yu's buff, I am still way below 60 times. Relying on brute strength alone was a suicide mission. He could not win that way. But if he combined his duplication ability with his level 3 flame, he might actually stand a chance. While the snake hesitated, he frantically formulated a plan. That massive snake had managed to sneak up on them without Xiao Yu or the Beetle King even noticing. It had to possess some kind of stealth or presence concealment ability. While deadly for sneak attacks, it would not be nearly as useful in a head-on clash. He could definitely win this. Qin Yu looked back and made a split-second decision. Xiao Yu, boost me now. She immediately cast her buff on him, while frantically checking the Beetle King's wounds, shouting, Watch yourself. As the boost kicked in, Qin Yu's body surged with a bright, radiant glow. Gripping his spear, he charged at the serpent. But the beast was ready, opening its jaws to spit a stream of deadly acid. He nimbly sidestepped the attack. The venom hissed as it hit the ground, eating through the dirt with a terrifying sizzle. The snake then whipped its head around, snapping directly at Qin Yu's arm. He brought his spear down hard, smashing its snout right into the dirt. But the beast refused to stay down, immediately whipping its massive tail around in a familiar, deadly arc. Qin Yu ducked just in time. The impact was so violent it shattered a massive tree branch right above him. Seizing the opening, he sliced open its tail with the tip of his spear, instantly channeling his level 3 purple flames deep into the wound. The sudden burst of heat sent a wave of agony through the beast. It hissed in sheer rage, slamming its tail against the ground to smother the burning purple fire with dirt. Just a few exchanges in, and Qin Yu was already drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, he thought, "Thank goodness I have mastered my spear techniques." If his weapon had dug in any deeper, the force of that tail whip would have sent both him and his spear flying. The massive serpent aggressively lashed its tail, which still bore smoldering embers, glaring at Qin Yu with its tongue flicking. Qin Yu kept his eyes locked on it, analyzing its next move. Suddenly, a whip lashed out. Qin Yu leaped, bringing his weapon down. I was a second too slow on that jump, he realized. I need to use my duplicates to completely crush this thing. As the whip collided with the giant snake's tail, the sky above suddenly grew pitch black. Qin Yu looked back and warned, "Stay focused. One slip up and we are dead." The massive snake lunged, exposing its terrifying maw. Despite the relentless whipping attacks, it barely slowed down. Horrified, Xiao Yu cried out, "Brother!" Xiao Yu looked down at the Beetle King, weighing her options. Without hesitating, she bit her finger hard, letting her blood drip directly onto the injured beast. Slowly, the Beetle King's eyes fluttered open. Xiao Yu raised her bleeding finger and smiled, "Drink my blood. It will keep you going as many times as you need." Staring at her finger as the wound began to close, she thought, "Well, since I am this powerful now, any injury heals in a flash anyway." She pulled out a blade, sliced it across her own wrist, and let out a sharp cry of pain, her face twisting in agony. Fresh blood pooled from her wrist, slowly absorbing straight into the Beetle King's shell. It shuddered, then began to move, fully coming back to life. Xiao Yu beamed with joy. It worked! Meanwhile, Qin Yu's desperate battle was far from over. He threw a mysterious ring directly at the beast. The ring slammed into the massive snake, making it writhe and coil in agony. Qin Yu stared down at his hand, focused on the ring. This ring actually lets someone like me, who's terrible at controlling fire, cast spells so easily. It really is a huge help. Too bad its rank is too low to withstand my tier 3 purple flames. If I keep using it, the strain will definitely destroy it. Qin Yu looked up at the giant snake. Taking it head-on is a losing battle. I'm no match for this thing. My only option is to slowly wear down its stamina. The giant snake thrashed around, completely disoriented. Qin Yu seized the opening. This is my chance. The giant snake's eyes flared crimson as it hissed, baring its terrifying fangs. Qin Yu's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, it still has this move. Coiling its massive body, the beast lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Qin Yu countered immediately, summoning a magical barrier. Qin Yu cursed, "Damn it. All that effort to create an opening, wasted. If I let it rest and recover, taking it down again is going to be twice as hard." The giant snake struck repeatedly, but it couldn't breach Qin Yu's barrier. Determined, the beast began concentrating all its attacks on a single point. Suddenly, the Beetle King appeared right behind the giant snake, digging its powerful claws deep into the beast's tail. The Beetle King held on tight, refusing to let go. As the snake thrashed its head back in agony, Qin Yu seized the opening and lunged with his spear. The snake snapped its jaws toward the Beetle King, but the insect kept shredding it with its razor-sharp claws. The giant beast couldn't even react in time. The giant snake let out a painful shriek. Charging forward with his weapon, Qin Yu roared, "Go to hell!" Qin Yu thrust his weapon straight into the giant snake's eye. With a grim expression, he commanded, "Burn to ashes." A beam of fire pierced straight through the snake's head, forcing its jaws wide open. Looking up, Xiao Yu whispered in relief, "Yes, we did it." Enveloped in Qin Yu's intense flames, the giant snake collapsed at his feet, its entire body ablaze. At that moment, the gem on the Beetle King began to glow brilliantly. Standing before Qin Yu, the Beetle King radiated a newfound power. Qin Yu couldn't help but say, Xiao Yu, your ability is honestly mind-blowing. Xiao Yu pouted and replied, well, if that sneaky snake hadn't ambushed us, my Beetle King wouldn't have been taken down so easily in the first place. Holding the glowing crystal, Qin Yu remarked, I've never seen evolution energy this pure before. Same old rules. Sis enhance it first, then copy it. Xiao Yu shook her head. No, you take it. We still have to hunt down that 5 poisons beast later. Qin Yu patted his little sister's head and smiled. Don't be silly. It's just evolution energy. If I absorb it all by myself, the boost won't be enough to make a game-changing difference. Besides, you're already weaker than me. If you fall too far behind, I might just have to leave you behind. Xiao Yu huffed and threatened him. If you ever dare leave me, I'll bring 12 Tier 3 monsters to hunt you down. Looking at his sulking little sister, Qin Yu felt a sudden chill. Okay, yeah, definitely not messing with her. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. Man, that was definitely no ordinary energy. It boosted my physical strength from 28 times the human limit to 32 times a full 4 times increase. Xiao Yu grinned. Tell me about it. I went from 23 times to 29 times. That's a 6-fold jump. I got more than you, and you didn't hear me complaining once. Qin Yu laughed. All right. Stop teasing your big bro. My blood flame spear absorbed that snake's blood essence and successfully upgraded from a D rank to a double D rank treasure. Qin Yu turned to his sister and said, Let's go. Time to hunt down that 5 poisons beast. Intrigued, Xiao Yu asked, Hey, how dangerous is this 5 poisons beast anyway? Is it even stronger than that giant snake we just fought? An image of a terrifying spider demon flashed in her mind. Qin Yu replied, In terms of rarity and value, the 5 poisons beast is easily on par with a demon breed. Hiding behind a massive ancient tree, Xiao Yu whispered urgently, Hey, look over there. Qin Yu winced in disgust. Ugh, what on earth is that hideous thing? Qin Yu gestured to his sister. Stay here and keep me buffed. Xiao Yu nodded. Got it. Qin Yu's tone grew dead serious. We have to take this thing out in one clean shot. If it has time to react, we're in for a nightmare. He gripped her shoulder, his eyes burning with determination. From the shadows, the Beetle King quietly observed the creature. Turning to the Beetle King, Qin Yu instructed, In a moment, I want you to go over there and draw its attention head-on. The Beetle King immediately shook its head, flatly refusing. Qin Yu blinked in surprise. Wait, it can actually talk back now? Its intelligence has skyrocketed. Is this because of Xiao Yu's ability? Xiao Yu immediately smacked the Beetle King on the head, snapping, How dare you disobey my big brother? The 5 poisons beast scanned its surroundings. Digging its razor-sharp claws deep into the dirt, it let out a sickening, savage grin. Clamping its legs tightly around a massive, twitching centipede, the beast lifted the struggling insect and bit right into it. Seizing the moment, the Beetle King materialized right behind the 5 poisons beast, throwing a heavy strike to open the fight. But the 5 poisons beast didn't even flinch. It slowly turned, and the 2 monsters stared each other down in a tense, silent standoff. With a mighty leap, the Beetle King lunged forward, but the 5 poisons beast effortlessly caught and locked its arms in a vice-like grip. But before the beast could react, its eyes widened in shock, as a sudden, razor-sharp slash ripped right through its torso. Screaming in agony, the 5 poisons beast collapsed onto the dirt. The Beetle King stood over it, hands on its hips, looking smug. Watching this, Xiao Yu tilted her head, confused. What is the Beetle King doing? Suddenly, the Beetle King began flailing its arms and legs frantically. Qin Yu's face fell. Oh no, it's been poisoned. It's the 5 poison beast's illusion. Suddenly appearing behind the fire-armored Beetle King, the beast opens its hand and hurls a venomous spike. Reaching out, the 5 poison beast stabs the fire-armored Beetle King in the back. Infected by the deadly venom, the Beetle King's entire body freezes instantly. Watching the fire-armored Beetle King collapse with satisfaction, the 5 poison beast reaches down to deliver the finishing blow. Covering her mouth in horror, Xiao Yu screams, Beetle King. Just then, Qin Yu appears out of nowhere behind the 5 poison beast, driving a sharp blade right through its head. Qin Yu grips his sword tightly, unleashing endless burning flames. As the 5 poison beast begins to collapse, he whispers to himself, It worked. The 5 poison beast throws its head back and shrieks in excruciating pain. Holding his sword, Qin Yu calmly says, Heh, so this 5 poison beast really does have 3 heads. I was wondering why it didn't match the rumors. Looks like I was right after all. Qin Yu unleashes his magic, shouting, Die. He aims right for the center of the five poison beast's chest and strikes with absolute conviction. The five poison beast rears back, spraying jets of venom from its entire body. The toxic liquid instantly seeps right into Qin Yu's clothes. Qin Yu's eyes widen in shock. Oh no, the venom got on me. His body instantly reacts violently as he clutches his chest, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Using his sword to prop himself up, Qin Yu's face contorts in pure agony. This is bad. Is this venom actually draining my power? His sword digs into the ground, his grip starting to slip. The five poison beast appears behind Qin Yu, a sinister grin creeping across its face as it spews more venom. Qin Yu quickly spins away to dodge the blast. Gripping his sword for a counterattack, Qin Yu thinks, I used every ounce of my strength just to spark that tiny flame. The five poison beast closes in, leaving Qin Yu no room to strike. He grits his teeth. I'd expect nothing less from the five poison beast. It's incredibly powerful. Before this paralyzing poison completely takes over my body, if I'm extremely careful, I might still have a chance. The five poison beast unleashes another vicious strike. Qin Yu instantly senses the danger. It's more poison gas. As the beast's attacks grow more relentless, Qin Yu struggles desperately to hold his ground. Summoning the last of his strength, Qin Yu uses the superior reach of his blood flame spear to keep his distance from the monster, using his remaining flames to push back the toxic cloud. As the five poison beast keeps spewing gas, Qin Yu is forced into a desperate scramble to dodge. Damn it! Its defense is way too solid. No openings, no chance to strike back. Just then, the five poison beast reaches out and grabs Qin Yu's sword in a vice-like grip. Qin Yu grits his teeth. Oh no! Suddenly, he's yanked into the air by the beast. As the toxic gas closes in, he thinks, I'm finished. Groaning in pain, Qin Yu is blasted backward, sent flying helplessly through the air. Qin Yu uses his weapon to brace himself, desperately trying to regain his balance. Coughing violently, he gasps. There's so much poison gas. Cold sweat pouring down, he grits his teeth. Damn it! As the venom spreads through his system, his vision begins to blur, and the five poison beast becomes a hazy figure. Xiao Yu screams in panic. Watch out! With his mind racing through a million frantic thoughts, Qin Yu struggles to survive as the beast presses its advantage, launching a relentless barrage. Qin Yu activates his cloning technique, creating multiple copies of himself. Completely disoriented, the five poison beast begins attacking blindly. Clenching his chest, Qin Yu lets out a painful cry. He tightens his grip on his weapon, waiting for the perfect split-second opportunity. Now, summoning every shred of his remaining strength, Qin Yu drives his weapon straight into the center of the five poison beast's head. As he pulls his weapon out, the five poison beast shrieks in agony, but its tail lashes out, stabbing deep into Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu's face contorts in pain, drenched in sweat. The poison surges through him, causing his heart to seize up. Clutching his chest, Qin Yu screams in agony before collapsing to his knees, right at the five poison beast's feet. His eyes widen in shock as he clutches his chest. This is the five poison king's ultimate toxin, a lethal poison so potent that just a few milligrams are enough to end anyone's life. As Qin Yu kneels there helplessly, the five poison beast grows even more ferocious, a mocking smirk plastered across its face. Qin Yu's mind races. I was so close. Is this really how it ends? I can't accept this. Raising its hand, the five poison beast prepares to fling a deadly spike to finish Qin Yu off. The lethal tip edges closer and closer. Qin Yu struggles to raise his weapon in defense. Just then, Xiao Yu rushes in clutching a knife, screaming, "Get away from him!" The five poison beast shifts its gaze, spotting Xiao Yu. With her now in its sights, the beast swings its claws and immediately lunges at her. The knife clatters to the ground. Xiao Yu is lifted high into the air, choked by its single massive claw. "Let go of me, you monster!" Qin Yu bellows. "Let her go!" Xiao Yu desperately grabs the beast's claw with her tiny hands, her face contorted in agony as she cries out. Forcing himself to his feet with every last ounce of strength, Qin Yu drives his weapon through the five poison beast's head once again. The five poison beast's eyes roll back in confusion. Its grip loosens, sending Xiao Yu crashing to the ground. Qin Yu commands, "Endless burn." A violent shockwave of energy explodes, shaking the entire forest as the five poison beast is finally defeated. Qin Yu quickly turns to Xiao Yu, who lies helplessly on the ground. "Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu!" Qin Yu cries out in panic. "Xiao Yu, are you okay?" Her eyes half closed, her face flushed. Xiao Yu whispers, "I'm sorry, I have to leave you behind." Qin Yu frantically replies, "Xiao Yu, don't talk like that. I'm going to save you." Qin Yu scoops her into his arms. "Right, stop the bleeding. I need to stop the bleeding." Xiao Yu weakly murmurs, "It's no use, big brother. I'm not going to make it." Suddenly, Qin Yu freezes in absolute confusion. Placing his hand on Xiao Yu's stomach, he mutters, She's already healed?" Qin Yu lets go, sending Xiao Yu tumbling to the ground. He shouts, "What the hell? Are you seriously playing around at a time like this?" Xiao Yu scratches her head and murmurs, "I just wanted to see if you actually cared." Qin Yu reaches out to help her up, huffing, "Cut the crap. You're my only family left. How could I not care?" Xiao Yu shyly takes her brother's hand, smiling, "I knew it." Qin Yu warns her, "Next time you see a situation like that, don't be an idiot and rush in." Xiao Yu argues back stubbornly, "But if I didn't put myself in danger, how else was I supposed to unlock your hidden potential? If I had failed, that thing would have beaten you to death too." Qin Yu lets out a deep breath, sighing, "We barely made it out alive. The poison in that snake's tail is no joke. If I hadn't taken the level 3 boosting drug, I'd definitely be dead right now." Suddenly, Qin Yu clutches his chest and collapses, leaving Xiao Yu in a panic. "Brother, what's wrong?" Qin Yu winces in agony, his face contorted in pain. "Damn it, the snake's venom hasn't completely cleared out yet." He coughs weakly. Xiao Yu rushes over to support him, asking anxiously, "Are you feeling any better?" Qin Yu clutches his chest, hanging his head as he stammers, "No. This venom won't kill me right away, but if I stay like this, some other mutant beast is going to kill me." Xiao Yu narrows her eyes suspiciously and asks, "Wait, you're not faking this, are you?" Hearing this, Qin Yu snaps upright and snarls, "What kind of person do you take me for? I'm not a faker like you." Xiao Yu scratches her head, letting out a sheepish laugh to smooth things over. "Hey, I was just worried you were playing a trick on me." Qin Yu glares at her, growling, "Aren't you even worried I might actually die out here?" Suddenly, Xiao Yu whips her head around, sensing something behind them. "Wait!" Xiao Yu suddenly bolts. Seeing this, Qin Yu groans in frustration. "Hey, I'm literally dying here, and you're in the mood to run off?" Xiao Yu runs over to a corner and squats down. She picks up a shiny orb, examines it closely, and calls out loudly, "Look what I found." Qin Yu stares at the glowing orb in her hand and mutters uncertainty. "Is that the 5 poison orb?" Xiao Yu beams and holds the 5 poison orb out to him. "If you eat this, won't you become completely immune to all poisons?" He takes it and holds it in his hand. "Can I copy it?" Qin Yu leans in closer to inspect the 5 poison orb. He gasps in disbelief. "It won't let me copy it, just like that necklace from before." Xiao Yu, highly skeptical, reaches out to try it herself. "Huh, you're right. Even when I tried to use my enhancement ability, nothing happened." She winces and nudges him. "Whatever, just swallow it. I think this thing is totally gross anyway." Nodding, Qin Yu pops the 5 poison orb into his mouth and swallows it whole. Suddenly, his limbs fling wide as he lets out a roaring scream, a swirling torrent of multicolored energy wrapping around his entire body. Xiao Yu asks anxiously, "How is it? What's happening?" The energy splits into 2 halves, wrapping around both of Qin Yu's arms as he mutters in awe. "Huh, deadly poison, flame, and copy. I guess that means I have 3 abilities now." With that, he raises his hands high. Instantly, he masters the illusion skill and purges 2 types of toxins. Haha, I basically mastered 2 different abilities at the exact same time. Xiao Yu is so distracted watching him that she lets her guard down, completely unaware that something sharp is nudging her. "Huh?" Xiao Yu turns around to look, and it turns out to be the Beetle King, lying pitifully flat on the ground. She slices her index finger, and blood immediately begins to drip. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Thanks to you, we made it. Thank you." As soon as the Beetle King drinks Xiao Yu's blood, it stands up straight with its hands on its hips. With his strength fully restored, Qin Yu walks over to the corpse of the 5 poison beast and says coldly, "Not sure if this 5 poison beast corpse will be useful later. Oh well, better bag it." True to his word, Qin Yu stores the massive body into his pocket dimension. Xiao Yu asks hesitantly, "Hey, now that you've put it in there, is the food inside still edible?" Qin Yu laughs and replies, "Don't worry. The storage space inside the ring can be divided however I want." Stretching with a wide yawn, he urges her, "Let's move. We need to catch up with the army." The 2 of them speed through the forest and arrive at the village entrance. Looking around, Xiao Yu says in surprise, Huh? Did they not get here before us? She looks down at the Beetle King and commands, "Helicopter, go scout ahead." Qin Yu looks around and analyzes the area. The village is eerily quiet. It's one thing for there to be no survivors, but there aren't even any corpses. Just as he finishes speaking, Xiao Yu cries out, "Brother, look over there." Following her gaze, there's a man in tattered clothes squatting down, busy with something. Qin Yu quickly steps closer, thinking, finally, a living soul. Even a zombie would do. It turns out to be a pale-skinned zombie, ravenously devouring a raw leg. Xiao Yu's face turns serious as she draws her blade and says, "Let me handle this." Qin Yu drops his usual playful attitude as well. Yeah, looking at this zombie's state, even a common zombie has 5 times the physical strength of a normal human now. For ordinary humans who haven't become evolvers yet, survival is only going to get harder and harder. While Qin Yu is still analyzing, Xiao Yu charges forward and delivers a swift slash to the zombie. Resting her blade on her shoulder, Xiao Yu says proudly, "How was that? Quick and clean, 1 shot, 1 kill." Qin Yu can't help but roll his eyes, replying with a smirk. Right. You crushed an ant with a single hit. Truly impressive." Xiao Yu puts her hands on her hips, highly annoyed. "You're so mean. Stop teasing me." Looking at the corpse lying not far away, she mutters in confusion, "Wait, what was it even eating?" Xiao Yu takes a closer look and instantly backs away, clutching her mouth and gagging, "Blech." Qin Yu squats down beside it to inspect the remains. It doesn't look human or zombie. Must be some kind of foreign race. Looks like the foreign race made an appearance here too. Xiao Yu guesses, there probably aren't any survivors left in the area. Suddenly, a flock of birds resting nearby takes off in wild panic. Qin Yu's face pales as he shouts, "Something's coming!" Out of nowhere, 3 bizarre-looking creatures materialized right in the middle of the village square. Bearing their fangs and wielding weapons, they charged straight toward the 2 of them. Qin Yu, spear in hand, glanced at them. They were just Li Gui, a low-class demon race, far inferior to the bullhorn demons they had faced earlier. The leader lunged forward, swinging its club while screeching in some bizarre tongue. Just as they closed the distance to Qin Yu, he swept his spear in a wide arc, instantly setting the Li Gui ablaze and leaving them writhing on the ground. Xiao Yu excitedly waved her hand, shouting, "Oh, looting time, let's search them." Qin Yu coldly rained on her parade. "Don't bother. They are the lowest class of demons. They don't have anything useful on them." Under a clear sky with a few petals drifting in the wind, the 2 continued making their way deeper into the village. As they passed by a house, Xiao Yu caught a faint glimpse of someone standing on the upper floor. She gasped in surprise. Oh, she wasn't seeing things. There really was a man standing up there. His face was terrifyingly gaunt, with dark, hollow circles under his eyes. Standing below, Xiao Yu waved enthusiastically and called out, "Hey there, hello mister, can we ask you a quick question?" Uncle Jian raised an eyebrow, staring down at them. Seeing this, Xiao Yu tried to sound even friendlier. "We are not bad people, we don't mean any harm." But to her surprise, Uncle Jian, who had just been standing by the pillar, vanished in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu focused his senses, straining his ears to listen. Inside, the man was barking orders to some others, telling them to get their blades ready and light the fire. He looked at Xiao Yu and warned, "Xiao Yu, stay sharp." Just then, Uncle Jian cracked the door open and asked cautiously, "Is it just the 2 of you?" Qin Yu replied, "Yeah." Hearing this, Uncle Jian urged them, "Hurry up and get inside. It is crawling with monsters out there." As the man led them inside, Xiao Yu spoke up, saying, "Thank you." Suddenly, she sniffed the air. "Huh? What's that delicious meaty smell?" Uncle Jian said in a strangely eerie tone. "Watch your step, you 2. Qin Yu let out a sly smile and asked, "Hey mister, where did you guys get fresh meat from? It has been ages since I smelled anything this good." Uncle Jian acted generous and said, "You 2 arrived just in time. We are cooking right now. Why don't you join us?" Xiao Yu clapped her hands in delight, cheering, "Oh, that is awesome. Mutant meat is so dry and tough, it makes me want to throw up." Today, we finally get a real meal. Qin Yu, on the other hand, remained completely silent, just watching them. Song Mao, a heavily built man, licked his lips and grinned. "Ah, welcome, welcome." Sitting by the table, a pretty woman named Qing Qing also gave them a warm, welcoming invite. "Come on over, sweetie, have some meat." Xiao Yu walked over and said politely, "Thank you, ma'am." She lifted the pot lid and took a sniff. Smells so good. So delicious. Then, curiosity getting the better of her, she asked, "What kind of meat is this?" But the moment she saw what was actually cooking inside, her eyes widened in sheer horror. Gagging and covering her mouth, she spun around and screamed to Qin Yu, "Bro, they are eating human meat." Instantly, Qing pulled out a knife hidden right beneath the pot and glared savagely at Xiao Yu. Mumbling incoherently, she hissed, "Food, food," before lunging forward, stabbing wildly. Meanwhile, Uncle Jian slammed the door shut and locked it tight. He smirked maliciously at Qin Yu. "Heh, looks like we get to feast for a few more days." Song Mao also drew his blade and joined in, grinning, tender skin and thick flesh. "This is going to be delicious." He leaped right in front of Qin Yu, slashing down violently with his left hand, but the youth easily dodged the strike. Qin Yu spun around and drove his elbow straight into the man's face. Song Mao's cheeks swelled up instantly, and he screamed in agony, clutching his face. But then, he let go, staring blankly at Qin Yu. Dazed, his gaze drifted over to Xiao Yu, who was currently pinned in the corner by Qing. Out of nowhere, he swung his knife right at Uncle Jian. "Ha!" Stunned, Uncle Jian shrieked. "Ah!" Seeing the chaos, Qing froze, stopping her attack to scream at him. "Have you lost your mind?" Song Mao's face went completely dark, his mind seemingly hijacked by some unseen force. As he kept muttering, "Food, food," Qing trembled in absolute terror. After finishing off Uncle Jian, Song Mao turned and advanced toward her, roaring like a wild beast. Wah! Inside the tightly sealed house, nothing but blood-curdling screams echoed through the walls. Soon, the lifeless bodies of Uncle Jian and his crew lay scattered across the floor. Stunned, Xiao Yu asked, "Why? Why did they start killing each other?" Qin Yu pointed at himself and replied, "It is my hallucinogenic toxin." Xiao Yu furrowed her brows with worry, her voice trembling slightly. "Bro, there are so few humans and zombies left here. Do you think?" Qin Yu gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Xiao Yu, don't overthink things. Even if the apocalypse drives some people to cannibalism, definitely not everyone sinks that low. People who completely lose their humanity like this are still a rare few." Just then, they were startled by a sudden, loud shout from outside. "What's going on out there?" Out in the yard, a crowd of people had surrounded the Beetle King. "Whoa, what kind of monster is this? It looks terrifying." Ma Song spoke up skeptically. "It doesn't seem that strong, and it doesn't look hostile either." Lu Shui coldly raised her bow, snarling. "Die, monster!" Li Xiao scoffed dismissively. "Humph, who cares if it's some terrifying beast? There's no way it can survive Lu Shui's arrow anyway." Lu Wen crossed his arms, waiting for the show. "Haha, this guy looks intimidating. But who knew he'd be this weak? He is so petrified he can't even move." Finding the perfect opening, Lu Shui released her arrow. The Beetle King stood frozen, not even trying to dodge as the arrow struck it dead on in the head. A massive explosion rocked the spot where the Beetle King stood. Li Xiao smirked. "Ha, told you so. That energy stone is mine now." But as the dust cleared, the Beetle King remained standing tall, completely unscathed. Lu Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Huh, it's still standing? Not bad." Lu Shui was also in utter disbelief. "It took my arrow right to the face and didn't even flinch." Lu Wen cracked his wrists and took the lead, shouting, "Let's all team up and finish it off." He raised his hands to gather his strength. Fists clenched, Lu Wen dashed straight toward the Beetle King. As he swung his fist, he roared, "Taste my golden heavy punch." Right then, the Beetle King raised its head, flapping its wings as if preparing to fly away. Li Xiao quickly noticed it. Snapping his fingers, he sneered, "Trying to run?" Instantly, massive stone arms erupted from the barren ground. They pinned the Beetle King's limbs. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wen leaped high into the air and punched it right in the head. Lu Feng also raised his hand and bellowed, "4 times gravity." The sheer weight dragged the Beetle King back down to the ground. Lu Wen wasn't about to let up. He pulled his fist back, preparing to deliver another devastating blow. Ma Song stood behind them, his voice trembling as he spoke. Guys, let's just leave it alone. Something feels really off about it." But nobody seemed to listen, and the Beetle King's eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie light. Li Xiao crossed his arms and looked at him with utter disdain. "Ha! Ma Song, you're the only coward here." Ma Song furrowed his brows in deep anxiety and quickly pleaded, "Brother Xiao, I'm serious this time. This thing is completely different from the enemies we've faced before. Li Xiao smirked sinisterly, raising a hand. Well, if you put it that way, it seems we're not dealing with an ordinary beast. But with a swift wave of his hand, a giant puppet standing several meters tall materialized out of thin air. He boasted arrogantly, "In front of me, it's nothing but prey." The giant had a rugged build, but its eyes gleamed with razor-sharp intensity, with a blue scarf wrapped around its neck. Li Xiao threw a punch forward and ordered, "Smash it to pieces." The giant, standing 2 to 3 times taller than the Beetle King, clenched its hands together into a massive double fist, clearly aiming to crush it from above. A flash of light sliced through the air. With a deafening boom, the giant puppet was instantly sliced into 2 halves by the Beetle King's claws. Li Xiao cried out in horror, "How is this even possible?" Ma Song rushed over, grabbing his arm and urging him, "Run, we need to run, now. This thing is on a completely different level than us." While they were still frozen in shock, 2 more arrows came flying in. Lu Shi, standing on high ground, yelled at the top of her lungs, "Everyone fall back. My light arrows are the strongest. I'll cover the rear." But before she could even finish, the Beetle King had already soared right up behind her. Too terrified to look, Ma Song covered his eyes with both hands and screamed. Lu Wen also cried out in terror. Lu Shu, paralyzed with fear, Lu Shu couldn't even make a sound as the Beetle King's claws stopped just inches away from her. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu had already made their way out of the house and were heading right toward them. Hearing Xiao Yu's voice, the Beetle King froze mid-motion. Lu Wen quickly tried to stop the 2 newcomers, shouting, "Who are you guys? Get out of here. This monster is insanely strong." Li Xiao whispered maliciously, "Lu, let's get out of here. Perfect timing. We can use these 2 as a distraction." The Beetle King flapped its wings and hovered, staring down at Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Lu Wen desperately yelled out, "Hey, kid, do you have a death wish or something?" Only Ma Song stammered in awe. They're so strong." As the Beetle King landed, Xiao Yu gently patted its head to comfort it. "Good boy. I'm sorry. I won't leave you all alone next time." Li Xiao stood frozen in disbelief at the sight. "Wah, what is going on here? The monster isn't attacking her." Lu Wen hazarded a guess. "Is that monster a pet she trained?" Li Xiao seemed to put the pieces together. "Maybe she has a similar ability to mine. It must be a summoned pet. But why is this bug so much stronger than my giant puppet?" Xiao Yu stood beside the Beetle King, hands on her hips as she demanded, "Why did you guys attack him? He didn't do anything to you." Lu Wen waved his hands defensively, offering a sheepish smile. "Ah, we're really sorry. We had no idea it was your pet." Xiao Yu completely ignored him and went back to petting the Beetle King. Qin Yu asked coldly, "Who are you people?" Lu Wen smiled politely and introduced himself. "Ah, my name is Lu Wen." Pointing behind him, he said, "This is Li Xiao, and the older one is my cousin, Lu Feng. The youngest is Ma Song, and this is my little sister, Lu Shu." With the introductions out of the way, Lu Wen asked curiously, "You 2 don't look like locals." Qin Yu replied, "We're from Shengjing City." At the mention of Shengjing, the expressions on Lu Wen's group instantly soured. Noticing their strange reaction, Xiao Yu tilted her head and asked, "Is something wrong?" Lu Wen quickly snapped out of it and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. We actually planned to seek refuge in Shengjing City before. Lucky for us, the monsters in the Red Pine Forest blocked our path. Otherwise, it would have been a pointless trip." As he spoke, his tone naturally softened. "Anyway, this isn't the best place to talk. Why don't you come with us? Consider it our way of making amends. Dinner is on me. Food is incredibly hard to come by around here these days." Hearing the word food, Xiao Yu couldn't help but picture Uncle Jian, Song Mao, and Qing Qing eating back in that house. She rushed to the corner of a wall, violently dry heaving. "Bleg." Though utterly confused, Lu Wen asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiao Yu wiped her mouth and waved her hands frantically. "Ah, it's nothing. Just mentioning food reminded me of something absolutely disgusting I saw earlier." Putting that aside, the group made their way to a large building compound. Leading the way, Lu Wen explained, "Sorry about earlier. Our people saw your pet and panicked, so we came out to eliminate the threat." Qin Yu nodded understandingly and said, "I get it. Anyone would be on edge with a monster wandering so close to home." Hearing this, Lu Wen felt relieved and continued, "Yeah, we are all locals here. Not long after the disaster started, we killed a zombie and accidentally found a strange crystal inside its body. Honestly, It looked pretty tempting. Since I was the bravest of the bunch, I decided to eat it. Xiao Wu was shocked. Wait, you actually dared to eat something from a zombie corpse? Weren't you afraid it was filthy or poisonous? Lu Wen scratched his head, sheepishly explaining, well, I used to love reading web novels. Don't the main characters always get stronger by eating monster cores or something like that? So I just went for it. I didn't expect that after swallowing it, I would actually get superpowers. Qin Yu pointed at him and said, if I am not mistaken, your ability is a golden body. It is similar to steel body fortification, but your metallic strength is enhanced even further. That girl's ability is the most outstanding among you all. The power of her bow and arrows is not only impressive, but also has incredible armor-piercing capabilities. It is highly effective against heavily armored enemies. Just as he was speaking, the door suddenly swung open. Aunt Lu peeked from behind the door and called out, Xiao Wen, you guys are back. But before she could even welcome Xiao Wen, she caught sight of the Beetle King and shrieked in absolute terror. Lu Wen gently touched her arm to calm her down. Hey, don't worry, that's just their pet. It is not dangerous. Aunt Lu stammered in pure fear. Monster. Lu Wen quickly urged, Aunt Lu, please whip up some food. Bring out your best dishes. The 6 of them gathered and sat down together, and Xiao Wu happily opened the food box. Oh man, it has been so long since I have had food this good. Lu Wen turned around, asking with a serious look. Qin Yu, you mentioned earlier that you came from Xingjing City. How is the situation over there right now? While Xiao Wu was entirely focused on stuffing her face, only Qin Yu replied, Xingjing City is completely overrun by zombies and mutated beasts right now. Before long, it will be targeted by the insect swarm too, making it a dead city. He tilted his head, asking, I am curious though, what is the situation for you guys here? Why are there so few of you left? Lu Wen sighed. To be honest with you, when the apocalypse started, a massive crack ripped open in the sky. Countless monsters poured out of it, killing anyone they saw. He frowned, looking deeply perplexed. And then, another bizarre thing happened. The people here seemed to just vanish into thin air. Qin Yu muttered in confusion. Vanish? Lu Wen nodded. Yes, literally vanished into thin air. No bodies if they died, no sign of them alive. They just disappeared like that, never to be seen again. Qin Yu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Could it be a dimensional ruin? If a dimensional ruin can make people disappear like that, it must be incredibly dangerous. Out of curiosity, he asked, if you knew this place was making so many people disappear, why didn't you just leave? Lu Wen replied gloomily, because we finally figured out why they were disappearing. We saw a monster doing it. Qin Yu was surprised. A monster? Seeing her brother fall silent, Lu Shui quickly added, yes, that monster. It has been sneaking around, eating everyone up. Even our little sister, Lu Meng, was eaten by it. Lu Wen said firmly, the only reason we haven't left is because of that monster. I have to avenge my sister. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his rising anger. Qin Yu quietly observed his reaction. Looking thoughtful, he said, a monster capable of eating an entire village's worth of people can't be weak. With your current strength, can you really defeat it? Li Xiao, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly scoffed. Last time we injured it so badly, we sent it running in a panic. The next time we cross paths, we will definitely kill it. Qin Yu grew interested. Tell me exactly what that monster looks like and how that battle went down. Lu Wen recalled that time, about half a month ago. That day, the 5 of them had gone into the forest to fight the monster. Phew, we finally beat it. Lu Wen pulled the crystal out of the monster's body. Meng, this is for you. Lu Meng took it with both hands. Thank you. Suddenly, strange plant sprouts began shooting up from the ground. Vines shot out of the ground, instantly grabbing Lu Meng. Everyone was completely stunned by what they were seeing. Meng, what's happening? Lu Meng's arms and legs were tightly bound by the flower's pistil as she sobbed, struggling in absolute despair. But it was all in vain. She was completely swallowed by the flower. The ground around them shook violently once more, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Everyone rushed over to the spot, but the flower had vanished without a trace. Only a massive hole remained, proving it had actually been there. After listening to the story, Qin Yu muttered, a mutated plant. Lu Wen looked at him and asked, Qin Yu, do you happen to know anything else about this man-eating flower? Qin Yu quickly shook his head. No, I don't. As if suddenly remembering something, he asked. By the way, did any of you see a group of over 100 soldiers passing through here? Lu Wen answered without a second thought. No. If that many people had passed through, we definitely would have noticed. You don't think? They were eaten by the man-eating flower too, do you? Qin Yu didn't seem to have considered that possibility, so he remained silent. Lu Wen gathered his courage and said, Qin Yu, you guys have special abilities just like us. I was hoping you could help us kill that monster. Qin Yu thought to himself, even if this man-eating plant is powerful, there's no way it could have eaten Li Wei's entire group. I can't help but feel like something else is going on here. Despite his doubts, he still agreed out loud. All right, we will help you. Lu Wen stood up abruptly, absolutely thrilled. That's fantastic. But the county is so big. Where do we even begin looking for it? Tanvu speculated. According to what you guys said, there were 6 of you back then, and that beast swallowed your little sister. My guess is, she wasn't actually its prey. Luke Van still didn't quite get his point, so Tanvu explained, whether it's a zombie or a mutated beast, hunting for evolutionary energy is pure instinct. Its real target was likely the evolutionary energy she was holding. Hearing this, Luke Van agreed. Now that you mention it, that actually makes sense. Crossing his arms, Tanvu said, if it's after evolutionary energy, then we don't even need to go looking for it. We have plenty of it right here. It'll come to us on its own. With that, Tanvu turned to Ma Teng and asked, hey kid, your ability is sensory, right? Can you sense zombies and mutated beasts nearby? Ma Teng obediently replied, yes, I can. Luke Van chimed in. We'll go with you guys. It's too dangerous out there alone. Before they could even finish, Tanvu cut them off. No need. We'll be back in a flash. Li Tu scoffed. Fine. Suit yourself. It's not like we wanted to go anyway. Meanwhile, Ma Teng closed his eyes and began to focus his senses. Looking at Tanvu with a serious expression, he said, there are 2 zombies in that 2-story building over there. With that, the 3 of them headed straight for the building. As they were walking down the hallway, Ma Teng suddenly stopped and pointed to a room. They're right in there. The moment the words left his mouth, 2 zombies burst through the door and lunged at them. Tanvu watched calmly as they stumbled toward them. Ma Teng cried out in absolute terror. Brother Vu, what are you doing? But Tanvu didn't even blink. He lunged forward, grabbed the zombies by their heads with his bare hands, and slammed them brutally onto the floor. Just like that, 2 zombies that were walking a second ago were instantly reduced to a pile of mushy flesh. Ma Teng could only stare in utter shock. He thought to himself in awe, even Luke Van, our best fighter, would have to put up a massive fight to take down 2 zombies. And this guy just used his bare hands and destroyed them instantly. He's a total monster. Meanwhile, Tanvu suddenly called out, oh, awesome, both of them had it. Ma Teng walked over to the window, peered outside, and pointed in a direction. There's an evolved zombie over there. The 3 of them immediately ran down to the courtyard, where a massive tentacle suddenly burst out from the wall. Ma Teng's face went pale as he warned them, watch out, this one is incredibly strong. But Tanvu just grabbed the tentacle with both hands and gave it a violent yank. The zombie hiding inside the building was ripped right out of its hiding spot. It bared its claws, glaring at Tanvu with sheer malice. Still gripping its tentacle, Tanvu unleashed a burst of endless, scorching fire. The zombie was instantly reduced to ashes by the raging flames. Ma Teng stood there, completely speechless. This level of power was simply terrifying. Tuovu grabbed the zombie's evolutionary crystal and said happily, sweet, we got one. Tanvu then glanced over at Ma Teng. Getting the hint, the boy quickly nodded. Right away, let's go. The 3 of them continued their hunt, leaving another zombie face down in the dirt. Tuovu ran over to the corpse with her bag and searched it, shouting, jackpot. In no time at all, they had collected an entire bag of evolutionary energy. Tanvu nodded with satisfaction. This should be more than enough. Taking the bag from Tuovu, he activated his duplication skill, and boom, another bag of energy materialized in his hand. Tanvu pulled out 4 evolutionary crystals and handed them to Ma Teng. Here, you earned these. Go ahead and eat them. Ma Teng cautiously took them, staring at his hands in complete disbelief. Are these really for me? I've never gotten this many at once before. Thank you so much. Once they returned to the base, Luke Van stared at the bag on the table in absolute shock. Over 20 evolutionary crystals in less than 2 hours? This is insanely fast. Tanvu gestured toward Ma Teng with his chin. It's all thanks to Ma Teng's tracking ability. He helped us locate so many targets in such a short time. But the boy just waved his hands humbly. No way. It didn't even take 2 hours. Most of our time was just spent walking. To him, the zombies were killed so instantly that they barely counted as fights. Luke Van could only listen to them praise each other, speechless at their absurd standard of normal. All right. What do we do next? Luke Van asked. Tanvu took charge and instructed, everyone, take turns keeping watch. 2 people per shift. If anything happens, sound the alarm immediately. As night fell and the moon rose high in the sky, it was finally Tanvu and Tuvu's turn on guard duty. Sitting up on the watchtower, Tuvu asked softly, "Hey bro, do you really think it'll show up?" Tanvu replied calmly, "Maybe, but I can't guarantee it 100%. Inside the building, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Luke Tuyet sat close to Luke Van, whispering anxiously, "Big brother, I don't think those 2 are actually trying to help us out of the goodness of their hearts." Luke Van didn't argue. It's the apocalypse. No one helps complete strangers for free. They definitely have an ulterior motive, but I don't think they mean us any harm. As long as we can avenge Tuman, nothing else matters. Luke Van clenched his fists with fierce determination. Once that monster is lured here, we will do whatever it takes to kill it. Luke Tuyet nodded softly. Yeah. The night grew deeper, the moon hanging cold and bright in the dead of the night. Suddenly, Luke Van bolted upright from his rest and hissed, "Wake up! Get everyone up, now!" The others staggered out, rubbing their sleepy eyes. What is it? What's going on?" Some mumbled, rubbing their eyes. Luke Van barked out a warning, "Enemies, get ready." That instantly snapped everyone wide awake. Luke Van quickly issued orders, "Luke Tuyet, Li Tu, Luke Fong, Ma Tung, you're with me. We're going out to check. Everyone else, get ready to run at a moment's notice." Judging by the sheer noise, there was a massive horde incoming. The 5 of them cautiously stepped out into the courtyard. Surrounding the pile of evolutionary energy was a swarm of mutated beasts. Trembling, Li Tu grabbed Luke Fong's sleeve and stammered, There are so many of them. We should run before they notice us." But Luke Fong replied coldly, "If we run, what's going to happen to the rest of our people?" Even Luke Van was sweating. He swallowed hard and asked, "Ma Tung, can you read their movements? What are we dealing with? Can we even win this?" Ma Song clasped his hands, watching intently. In a panic, he cried out, "Brother Lu, there is no way we can defeat them without taking casualties." Suddenly, a mutated cat beast turned its head, let out a fierce roar, and lunged right at them. Lu Wen grabbed it and yelled, "This is bad. There are too many cats gathered here to count." They howled in unison. Lu Wen grit his teeth and barked, "Get into formation. The enemy has spotted us." The 5 of them huddled close together. As the cats slowly closed in on them, Lu Wen shouted, "Xiao She, get to high ground, now!" Xiao She instantly leaped onto a rooftop. Drawing her bow, she called out anxiously, "Got it, big brother, be careful." Lu Feng spread his arms wide, concentrating his power to unleash gravity suppression. The cats were engulfed in flames by a fireball, screeching in agony. Lu Wen used his golden heavy fist to send one flying. Ma Song stood holding his blade, watching in horror as a swarm of cats rushed toward them once again. Li Xiao let out a long roar, crushing them to death. The giant summoned by Li Xiao rose from the ground and immediately joined the fray, slamming its fists to flatten the cats. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Xiao Wu still stood atop the watchtower. Xiao Wu asked curiously, "Brother, aren't we going to help them?" Qin Yu observed the chaos below and replied, "Don't rush, let's wait a bit." A massive cat beast grabbed Lu Wen's arm. He flung his arm to shake it off, but the beast seized the chance to slash at Lu Wen's chest, leaving 3 bloody gashes. Furious, he kicked it away, barking, "Get lost." Lu Wen clutched his chest and collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. The cat beast arched its back, gathering its strength. It pounced, aiming straight for the wounded Lu Wen. Seeing through its intentions, Li Xiao growled, "You have to get through me first." The giant caught the cat beast with both hands, but the creature unexpectedly used its claws to tear the giant's face to shreds. Panicked, Li Xiao spun around and yelled, "Sister Lu, my puppet can't hold it back much longer. Take this chance to shoot it." Lu Shui's arrow struck, engulfing the area around the giant in raging flames. Yet, the cat beast leaped out of the fire, completely unscathed. Enraged, it charged toward where Lu Shui was standing. The situation was critical. Lu Shui crouched, her eyes wide. Ma Song, consumed by absolute terror, shrieked, We can't win against this thing. Everyone, run. Hearing the noise, the cat beast glared and switched its target. Ma Song screamed in terror. Help! Save me! Suddenly, a flash of light out of nowhere startled the beast. It was pierced through by a pillar of light. The cat beast stiffened up and let out an agonizing shriek. The cat beast's cries cut short as Qin Yu's spear pinned it firmly to the ground. Li Xiao stood dazed and stammering. Qin Yu, is he really this strong? Several other cat beasts were sliced and sent flying. It turned out to be Xiao Wu, leaping down while riding the armored beetle king. The cat beasts were drawn to her and lunged toward Xiao Wu. The armored beetle king flapped its wings to dodge before fighting back with its claws. They stood up on their hind legs, desperate to chase after Xiao Wu. With a cold glance, Xiao Wu leaped down from the back of the armored beetle king. She drew her blade and delivered a clean slash, sending the cat beasts flying. Landing gracefully on the ground, Xiao Wu swept her blade in a circle, slicing several more cat beasts in half. She continuously swung her weapon, leaving the beasts utterly decimated. Standing next to his giant, Li Xiao stammered, "Isn't she supposed to rely on summoning beasts? How can she fight like this herself?" Ma Song's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands, watched for a moment, and let out a sigh of relief. At this level of combat, we're totally carried. No need to jump in and help anymore. Suddenly, something flashed through the horde of cat beasts. Qin Yu's sharp eyes caught sight of a Tier 2 mutated night shadow cat. He thrust his spear at it, but the creature swiftly slipped away to dodge. The night shadow cat transformed into a snake-like shape, coiling around his arm. It constantly shifted its form, suddenly sprouting claws to pounce at Qin Yu's face. He used his other hand to grab its neck, but the beast turned into a puddle of mush, slipping right through Qin Yu's grip to escape. Watching it weave through the crowd of cat beasts, he sneered, "Humph, you think you're so clever." He pointed his spear tip at the ground, and purple flames instantly incinerated the surrounding cats. The night shadow cat launched a surprise attack on Qin Yu from behind, but its intentions were already seen through. He spun around and gave it a taste of his spear. Stunned, the night shadow cat lashed out with its claws to the left, and seeing it miss, slashed to the right. Qin Yu's figure became blurry and distorted in its vision. It stood on all four legs, squinting and darting its eyes around, only to find itself surrounded by multiple Qin Yus. 3 or 4 clones raised their spears high, about to impale it. From the side, Qin Yu watched the night shadow cat stand on its hind legs, clawing wildly in the air. He reached out his hand, and flames suddenly flared up. Qin Yu blasted the purple fire toward the night shadow cat, incinerating it completely. It was burned to ashes, revealing the glowing light of an evolutionary energy crystal inside its body. Qin Yu quickly caught the falling evolutionary energy. Seeing this, the surrounding cat beasts backed away, watching him warily. Lu Wen's group watched in astonishment as the beasts retreated in fear. Clutching his chest, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, we're saved." Summoning the flames in his hand, Qin Yu calmly remarked, "Now, let's see what we've harvested." The fire burned away, the carcasses of the cat beasts scattered on the ground. As the fire died down, it revealed several shiny energy crystals. Lu Shui gasped in astonishment. So many evolutionary energy sources. This efficiency is insane. Xiao Wu suddenly pointed in a direction. "Brother, there's some movement over there." The flat ground suddenly cracked open as a flower-like entity emerged from beneath the earth. Lu Wen clenched his fists in anger and muttered, "It's that thing!" The beast was greedily devouring everything in sight. Lu Feng raised his hand, and a swirling vortex manifested right in his palm. Unleashing heavy gravity, he pinned Ruhua's bud down, making it impossible for the creature to rise. The vines it had kept hidden beneath the dirt were forced to show themselves. Its entire body was pulled right out of the ground, exposing an ugly yellow flower bud. Suddenly, it burst open, revealing rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth inside. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, while Xiao Yu stared in disbelief as Ruhua spread its petals wide, absorbing the evolution energy. Lu Wen gritted his teeth in frustration. "Let's hit it with a heavy golden punch. We need to kill it while it's distracted by the evolution energy." But suddenly, a pitch-black vortex formed inside Ruhua's mouth. Lu Wen was instantly sucked right into the vortex. Li Xiao gasped in absolute terror. It ate him. It ate another one. Qin Yu was stunned, and Lu Shui stood frozen in shock. Ma Song's jaw dropped, too terrified to utter a single word. Lu Feng, completely losing his mind, roared, "I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do." Right at that moment, Xiao Yu pointed and yelled, "Look over there." Following her finger, someone tumbled out of thin air. It was Lu Wen, falling headfirst onto the ground. With a sharp whoosh, Qin Yu muttered to himself, "Space-time element." Lu Shui leaped down from the rooftop, drawing her bow and aiming straight at Ru Hua. "You won't escape this time," she barked. In response, Ru Hua's petals began spinning furiously like helicopter blades. The monster had absolutely no intention of dodging her attack. The moment the arrow collided with its body, it triggered a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Ru Hua emerged without a single scratch. Unfazed, it went right back to greedily sucking the evolution energy into its mouth. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "I've got an idea." He quickly recalled his spear into his storage ring and sat down on the spot. Seeing him scoop up some evolution energy crystals, Xiao Yu panicked and yelled, "Brother, are you really being greedy right now? How can you focus on loot at a time like this?" Furious that its delicious treats were being snatched away, Ru Hua glared at the pile of crystals in Qin Yu's hands and lunged forward impatiently. It whipped its vine directly at him, scattering the energy crystals everywhere, before immediately trying to suck them all up again. Qin Yu was knocked flat on his back. As he rubbed his head, Xiao Yu ran over and scolded him, "I told you so. You need to stop being so obsessed with wealth." Suddenly, Qin Yu put his hand to his lips and let out a sly, cunning smirk. Keeping his eyes locked on Ru Hua, he celebrated triumphantly. "Gotcha," he declared. The moment those words left his mouth, the monster began looking around in confusion. Incredibly, Ru Hua saw 6 identical copies of him surrounding it on all sides. Suddenly, a circular portal began to expand in the sky. It was a space-time rift. While Ru Hua was still trying to make sense of things, the rift unleashed a strange energy. The monster immediately froze in its tracks, completely dazed and unresponsive, as if it had been hypnotized. Moments later, Ru Hua saw 6 copies of Xiao Yu glaring at it too. As more and more illusions of the siblings manifested around the beast, Xiao Yu's voice echoed. "Brother, what's wrong with it?" she asked. Qin Yu, who had orchestrated all of this with his skill, calmly explained. "It's infected with my extreme hallucination toxin. It's completely lost in its own mind right now." Seeing Xiao Yu raise her sword to strike, he quickly held out his hand to stop her. "Hold on. Its spatial abilities are incredibly rare, so it'd be a waste to just kill it. Let's capture it first." Xiao Yu, however, seemed highly annoyed. "But brother, it keeps wobbling around." "I can't control it," she whined. Qin Yu simply chuckled and instructed, "No worries, let's beat it up first. Just make sure you don't kill it." Grinning with excitement, he immediately began stomping and kicking Ru Hua mercilessly. Xiao Yu quickly joined in, kicking the helpless monster with all her might. "Take that, and that." After receiving a thorough thrashing, the creature lay flattened on the ground, shivering in fear. Kneeling down, Qin Yu picked up the bruised bud and said, "All right, now let's tame it." Xiao Yu couldn't agree more. But as they celebrated, the space-time rift in the sky began to expand aggressively. Suddenly, Ru Hua started thrashing wildly, putting Qin Yu on high alert. "Oh no, don't let it get away," he warned. By now, the rift had opened up wider than ever, unleashing a powerful gravitational pull that threatened to suck everything inside. "What's going on?" Qin Yu screamed in confusion, desperately squeezing the thrashing creature to keep his grip. Before he could even get an answer, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Ru Hua were all violently sucked into the rift. In an instant, the rift snapped shut, leaving no trace behind. Lu Wen, Li Xiao, and Ma Song were left staring at the empty air, utterly dumbfounded. But the armored beetle king didn't hesitate for a second and flew right in after them. Fortunately, the beetle managed to slip into the closing rift just in time. Inside the void of the rift, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Ru Hua were locked in a chaotic freefall. Despite falling through the sky, Qin Yu furiously squeezed Ru Hua and threatened, "Stop squirming, or I swear, I'll roast you for dinner." Dusting himself off after they crashed onto solid ground, Qin Yu muttered, "Where on earth are we?" Just then, Xiao Yu looked up and spotted the armored beetle king. "Helicopter! Did you get sucked in here too?" she called out. Observing their surroundings, Qin Yu deduced, "This must be a pocket dimension created by this creature's ability. Xiao Yu, tame it now so it can get us out of here." Nodding, she immediately bit her finger to draw a drop of blood. Before a stunned Ru Hua could react, the droplet of blood floated over and seeped deep into one of its petals. Soon, the bright patterns on its petals began to fade away, and the massive plant monster shrank down to a harmless size. Xiao Yu beamed, "It's done." She happily showed it to her pet beetle, saying, "Helicopter, look, you have a new friend. What should we call you? How about Ru Hua?" Without waiting for the little plant's approval, she immediately ordered, "Ruhua, take us back home." Before Ruhua could even carry out the command, Qin Yu lunged forward, swinging his spear and yelling, "Watch out!" His sudden attack triggered a massive explosion. Standing right in front of them was Ju Kong, firmly gripping the spear. He sneered, "How did you detect me?" His sudden appearance instantly put Qin Yu on high alert. "Stay back." It seemed this massive commotion had terrified Ruhua more than ever. The creature trembled and huddled close to Xiao Wu, prompting her to complain, "Brother, look at how badly this creep terrified Ruhua." Still locked in combat stance, Qin Yu demanded, "Who are you? Or rather, what are you?" Ignoring his questioning, Ju Kong calmly ordered, "Hand over the world-devouring flower." His demand left Qin Yu puzzled, wondering to himself, the world-devouring flower? What on earth is that? It must be the creature Xiao Wu just subdued. And for this guy to suddenly show up here, he must also possess space-time abilities. Right then, Zhuo Kong pointed directly at Xiao Wu and explained, "I mean that thing right behind her. It constantly feeds on our world's space-time barrier, causing massive distortions. I am here under my king's orders to capture it, hand it over, and then..." The moment he finished speaking, a sick smile spread across his face as he added, "You can obediently become my dessert." Suddenly, Ju Kong stared intently at Xiao Wu and noted, "Your blood is different from ordinary humans. It smells so sweet and enticing. Feasting on you will trigger my next evolution." Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly deduced, "You're a zombie." His deduction instantly enraged Ju Kong, who snapped, "A zombie? How dare you compare me to those mindless beasts? I belong to the immortal race, the eternal, undying race." It seemed Qin Yu had realized something as he pondered, the immortal race. Confused, Xiao Wu asked, "What is the immortal race?" Qin Yu immediately explained, "When zombies reach the absolute peak of evolution and gain intelligence, they call themselves the immortal race. The difference between them and ordinary zombies is like the gap between humans and monkeys." Still dripping with arrogance, Ju Kong threatened them, "Hand over the world-devouring flower quietly, and I'll grant you a quick, painless death." His sheer arrogance made Qin Yu scoff. "Immortal race? Give me a break. You're just glorified zombies trying to make yourselves look good. You mindless freaks really know how to flatter yourselves." Qin Yu's mocking attitude completely infuriated Ju Kong. "What did you just say? We are the perfect species. How dare a pathetic insect like you show such disrespect to us?" Keeping up his provocative tone, Qin Yu poked, "Oh yeah? Then tell me, how many of you perfect species are actually out there?" Completely oblivious that he had walked right into a trap, Ju Kong proudly bragged, 5. The moment he got this piece of information, Qin Yu rapidly analyzed it in his mind. The apocalypse only started recently, yet zombies have already evolved into the immortal race at this scale. This is happening much faster than he had anticipated. Then, Qin Yu spoke up and asked, "What's your name? And what is your king's name?" Ju Kong foolishly replied, "My name is Ju Kong, and my king is named." Before he could finish, he realized the trick and roared, "You filthy insect, you dared to trick me." Seeing his reaction, Qin Yu calmly shrugged it off. "Who's tricking you? I just need to know the name of the enemy I'm about to kill." Qin Yu's casual confidence drove him wild. Ju Kong snorted coldly, "What shameless boasting. Do you have any idea how magnificent the entity standing before you is?" Refusing to let Ju Kong brag any further, Qin Yu suddenly yanked his spear back, sending him stumbling. Trying to save face, the creature quickly scrambled back up and muttered, "Not bad. You actually have some strength. Before meeting me, I bet you've never faced anyone stronger, have you? No wonder you talk so big." Ignoring Ju Kong's self-satisfaction, Qin Yu braced himself. With physical stats 60 times greater than normal, Ju Kong far surpassed any unenhanced human. But unfortunately for you, even with stats 60 times greater, you're still barely tier 2. Instantly, Qin Yu raised his spear high and charged forward, shouting, "Take this!" But in a flash, Ju Kong decisively caught the tip of the spear. Ju Kong's face darkened, looking utterly annoyed as he sneered, "Do you still not understand? With your pathetic strength, you stand absolutely no chance." After a 2-second pause, something suddenly caught him completely off guard, making him gasp, "What?" Qin Yu unleashed a powerful strike at Ju Kong, aiming to burn him to ashes. A purple flame suddenly erupted and engulfed Ju Kong's arm, shocking him. This is no ordinary fire." Sensing the imminent danger, Ju Kong violently swung his arm, opening a spatial rift to suck the purple flames inside. On the other side of the rift, a horde of zombies was gathered, minding their own business. The instant the flames poured out of the rift, the zombies were completely incinerated. Back in the battle, Jukong stared at his smoking arm and mused aloud. Your strength is clearly weaker than mine, yet you can unleash such a devastating flame. How interesting. After observing him closely, Qin Yu admitted, so you really do have spatial abilities. Next, Jukong opened another portal, shaking his head with mock pity. But unfortunately for you, no matter how strong your flames are, they are utterly useless against me. After a 2-second pause, Jukong instantly reappeared right behind him. Can you keep up with my speed? Fortunately, Qin Yu sensed the threat just in time and spun around to defend himself. Feeling a bit anxious, he quietly analyzed the situation. His physical stats are nearly 60 times greater, while mine are only over 30. In terms of raw power, my opponent has an absolute advantage and is completely suppressing me. Qin Yu's voice echoed, and on top of that, this space has no physical presence. I can't fully unleash my power. Hearing this, Xiao Yu casted a buffing spell from a distance. Stopping her before she could finish, he quickly spoke up. No need for now. This time, I want to test my own skills. Can I defeat an enemy whose physical strength is far greater than mine? Qin Yu's calculation drew a sneer from Jukong. Kid, should I call you rational or stupid? Since you already know you are weaker than me, how do you still dare to boast? Ignoring his disdain, Qin Yu immediately shot back. Don't get it twisted. It's only my physical strength that is weaker than yours. But my skills are 10 times better than yours. With that, Qin Yu burst with energy, declaring confidently. In the blink of an eye, he knocked Jukong backward. Tearing open a spatial rift, Jukong gritted his teeth and snorted. Cheap tricks! His figure vanished into the rift, disappearing completely. Seeing this, Qin Yu became more alert than ever, constantly scanning left and right. Suddenly, Jukong materialized right behind him, with claws bared. But unfortunately for him, Qin Yu detected the sneak attack and easily dodged it. It seemed he was deep in thought, figuring out how to deal with the troublesome Jukong. The hazy smoke swirling around made Jukong furious. He thought to himself, damn you. Your fire is kicking up so much dust that it's blocking the whole space. After careful observation, Qin Yu realized, I have finally figured out your little tricks. The moment he identified his target, he lunged forward. The tip of his spear pierced straight toward Jukong's hiding spot. Just as Qin Yu expected, his strike successfully slashed Jukong. Jukong quickly casted a spell to stabilize himself. The next second, he gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, this guy's combat skills are actually superior to mine. If I don't go all out, I might actually lose to him. Flying right in front of Qin Yu, he praised. Fine, I admit your skills are better than mine. You are the only person I will kill who gets to witness this next move. Jukong soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of sharp shards straight at Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly raised his defense, Flame Barrier. Suddenly, those shards slammed into his barrier, cracking it instantly. This made Qin Yu's eyes widen in shock. Qin Yu's surprise brought a satisfied laugh from Jukong. These aren't glass shards, they are spatial fragments. No matter how tough your bones are, being sliced by space will make you feel like soft tofu. With that, Jukong tore open another spatial rift with his hand. A relentless wave of spatial fragments rushed forward to obliterate Qin Yu. To make matters worse, he shattered the surrounding space even more. It seemed Jukong was determined to end Qin Yu once and for all. He roared with all his might. Instantly, the shards surrounded him, spinning rapidly and slashing at Qin Yu from all angles. Despite the pain, he endured and glanced back, wondering, is it not working yet? In the next second, Jukong formed a black sphere between his hands. Clapping them together, he bellowed, shatter! Right on cue, more shards rushed in for the kill. Yet, Qin Yu remained perfectly calm, ignoring their onslaught. Suddenly, Jukong lost all his mojo as his power vanished. My power. Why has it suddenly disappeared? Exactly as planned, Qin Yu burst into a triumphant laugh. Hearing his laughter, Jukong furiously demanded, what did you do, you insignificant ant? A flashback of Jukong's earlier complaint played. Damn you. Your fire is kicking up so much dust that it's blocking the whole space. Qin Yu quickly reminded him. Remember what you said? That my fire was kicking up dust everywhere? He then explained, my flame burns everything completely. It doesn't produce any dust. What you saw was something else entirely. Waving his hand, he continued, I wanted to use hallucinogenic toxins on you, but their vibrant color would have given it away. Fortunately, the degenerative toxin has a dull, dark color, which was perfectly masked by this gloomy environment and my flame ability. Before Jukong could even respond, Qin Yu smirked and said, "That's why I said, no matter how strong you are, when it comes to pure skill and combat experience, you are not even close to my level." His absolute confidence drove Jukong to make a furious threat. Just you wait. Once my king arrives, he'll tear you to shreds." But in an instant, Qin Yu's spear slashed down. "You won't get that chance." Qin Yu's declaration made Jukong furrow his brow. "What did you say?" Before he could finish, a sudden burst of energy flew past, leaving him dead on his feet. Right after, Qin Yu clutched his face in pain and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yu rushed over in a panic. "Brother, how bad are your injuries?" After a moment, he struggled to stand, advising her, "I'm fine. It's just a minor wound. I'll heal up quickly. Xiao Yu, go grab the evolutionary energy now. This place is endlessly dark, so if it gets too far, we'll never find it." She immediately complied, commanding Ruhua. "Ruhua, hurry up and retrieve that evolutionary energy." Ruhua obeyed, but held the energy on its leaf, drooling over it. Sensing its intentions, Xiao Yu scolded, "Ruhua." After getting chewed out, Ruhua sadly handed over the evolution crystal. The moment Xiao Wu took it, she examined it curiously and said, "This one looks a little different from the others." As Xiao Wu held the evolution crystal in her hand, Qin Yu pointed out, "Of course it is. This one is equivalent to 5 of the crystals we pulled from that giant snake's scales." Her eyes lit up at his words. "So if we enhance and duplicate it, it'll be 20 times more powerful than what the snake had." Scratching his head, Qin Yu added, "Well, we enhanced and duplicated the snake's crystal before eating it too, so realistically, it's still only a 5-fold increase." Seeing Ruhua drooling over the evolution crystal, Xiao Wu ran over and scolded her. "Are you trying to eat it again? If my brother hadn't protected you, you'd be captured by now. Go on, that zombie corpse over there is all yours." The moment she said that, Ruhua unleashed a surge of energy, completely enveloping Jukong's body. Seeing Ruhua's impatience, Xiao Wu nagged, "Hey, we need to enhance and duplicate that before you can eat it. Can't you hold on for just a second?" After getting scolded, the flower turned away in a huff. Noticing Ruhua's silent protest, Xiao Wu flew over to tease her. "Ah, what's wrong? Still sulking? It's not like we're not going to feed you." Suddenly, Ruhua spread her petals wide and let out a massive roar. A swirling vortex that looked like a tornado materialized, shocking Qin Yu. That's a space-time turbulence." This immediately piqued Xiao Wu's curiosity. "Space-time turbulence? What's that? Can we travel through time with it?" He instantly shattered her daydream. "In your dreams, it'll rip us to shreds. Move, run." Terrified by Qin Yu's warning, Xiao Wu lunged forward and grabbed Ruhua tightly. Meanwhile, Qin Yu quickly waved his hand, storing Jukong's corpse inside his spatial ring. Just as he finished, Ruhua shot out her vines, wrapping them tightly around Qin Yu, Xiao Wu, and the Beetle King. She immediately sped off in the opposite direction, trying to outrun the pulling force of the space-time turbulence. With Ruhua pushing herself to the absolute limit, Qin Yu yelled, "Faster!" But Xiao Wu quickly shouted back, "Ruhua says she's at her limit. She can't go any faster. Brother, we're going to get crushed." In the next second, she shot like a bullet toward a specific point, catching Qin Yu off guard. "Ruhua, what are you doing?" With a sudden burst of energy, Ruhua spat out a massive blast of air. Her sudden action made both Qin Yu and Xiao Wu scream in sheer terror. On the other side of the spatial rift lay a strange world teeming with mutated plants. A massive crack suddenly tore open across the crimson sky. Through the rift, Qin Yu and the others tumbled out, free-falling toward the ground. Fortunately, the Beetle King reacted quickly, catching both him and Xiao Wu in midair. Looking around, she asked in bewilderment, "Brother, where are we?" Peering down from above, they saw a massive horde of mutated plants gathering below them, and it seemed like the creatures had already spotted them. After taking a closer look, she put 2 and 2 together and asked Ruhua, "Is this your home?" Seeing Xiao Wu chat with the plant, Qin Yu asked in surprise, "Wait, can you actually understand her?" She quickly shook her head and explained, "Of course not, but I can read her mind. Ruhua says this is her birthplace, it's a pocket world. She only fled to our world because Jukong was hunting her down." Hearing this, Qin Yu picked up on the key term and muttered, "A pocket world?" Noticing his curiosity, Xiao Wu turned to him and warned, Save your questions for later, brother. Look down, there's a whole army of mutated plants staring right at us. After taking a moment to calm down, Qin Yu asked, Xiao Wu, ask your flower if she can get us back to our world. She listened to Ru Hua for a moment before replying. She says, taking us back is no problem. But she pushed herself way too hard in that space-time rift. It'll take at least a week before she has enough energy to cross back over. On top of that, she's about to pass out right now. Qin Yu carefully scanned the unfamiliar terrain below. Let's find a safe spot to land first. 1 week isn't that long. We've got plenty of food and water stored in the spatial ring, so survival won't be an issue. Xiao Wu stared blankly at the bizarre landscape before asking in curiosity, Brother, are we still on Earth? Hearing this, Qin Yu replied thoughtfully, Yes, but also no. It's hard to explain where we are, but this isn't the Earth you know. It's more like a different plane of existence on Earth. The minotaurs and fiends we ran into before probably came from places like this, creatures living on another parallel plane of Earth. As he began to explain, an image of the vast universe played out. Think of the universe as a book. The world we live in is just one page, and Earth occupies a very specific spot on that page. We have to punch a hole through this page to cross back over to our original page. All this theoretical talk left Xiao Wu completely dazed and confused. Qin Yu chuckled, knowing she'd be lost. Honestly, it's fine if you don't get it. I don't really understand it either. I just heard it from someone else. They went on about some law of gravity stuff, sounding completely crazy, so I didn't get a word of it. Suddenly, Xiao Wu pointed in a direction and gasped, Brother, look over there. Looking where she pointed, they saw several pieces of clothing hanging on a line to dry. Qin Yu frowned in confusion. Are those clothes? Why on earth would there be clothes hanging here? Then, Xiao Wu's eyes widened as she remembered something. Did you forget? Didn't the villagers from our town go missing? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu put the pieces together, so they were sucked into this pocket world. In that case, it looks like Li Wei's army. There was a high chance they could get sucked in. He immediately ordered the Beetle King to fly a bit lower to see if there were any survivors. A moment later, she cheered happily. Look over there. There don't seem to be any mutated plants. Let's land. As soon as they touched down, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. Ah, finally, solid ground beneath my feet. This feels so good. She then gently touched Ru Hua and said, Rest up, you've worked hard. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, it began to shrink on its own. In the blink of an eye, Ru Hua transformed into a tiny flower. Tucking it into her hair, she asked, What do you think, brother? Does it look good? Without hesitation, Qin Wu threw cold water on her excitement. It looks tacky. His dismissive attitude made Xiao Wu huff. You have absolutely zero taste. To change the subject, he looked around and asked, Where are your insects? They vanished as soon as I turned my head. She calmly pointed to Ru Hua and replied, Ru Hua ate them all. Xiao Wu seemed incredibly proud of this trick. Ru Hua had a pocket dimension inside its belly that could store tons of items. Well, do you still think she's tacky? This is way better than your spatial ring. Suddenly, she gasped and pointed ahead. Look, brother, there's someone over there. After taking a closer look, Xiao Wu was overjoyed. Yes, we finally found some living people. While the two of them were still celebrating, a voice barked out, Hold it right there. It turned out to be Gu Yong and his crew approaching them. Who are you two? Qin Wu calmly replied. We mean no harm. Just like you, we got sucked in here. Their sudden arrival piqued Shen Zhong's curiosity. 2 more? Has this godforsaken place turned into a tourist spot? Suddenly, their eyes locked onto Xiao Wu's beauty, causing her to step back in unease. Just as expected, Dao Ye crudely unbuckled his belt and sneered. Talk about luck. This girl is a real beauty. Seeing what was happening, Shu Nuo immediately stepped in to stop him. Tao Ye, don't scare them. His courage sent a shiver of fear through Kong Wei. Hey, there are too many of them. Let's not stick our noses where they don't belong. Tao Ye completely ignored Shu Nuo's warning. Why don't we just have some fun first, and then kill them? It'll be like they were never here. Instantly, Shen Zhong licked his lips in agreement. Sounds like a plan to me. Despite their stubbornness, Shu Nuo still tried to reason with them. Hey, did you guys forget what Boss Zhou said? We're supposed to bring back any survivors. There's safety in numbers, and that's the only way we'll survive out here. But his words seemed to fall on completely deaf ears. Shen Zhong glared at him menacingly and spat. Cut the crap. Stop trying to use your precious Boss Zhou to boss us around. As far as I'm concerned, Boss Jin is the only one in charge. This is none of your business, so get lost. But let me warn you, If either of you opens your mouth, you're dead." With that, they grinned wickedly and stepped closer. By now, their annoying behavior was starting to grate on Qin Yu's nerves, prompting him to deliver a cold warning. "I'm only going to warn you once. Back off now, and you might just keep your pathetic lives." It seemed Shenjiang had never encountered anyone this arrogant before. "This kid's got a big mouth, huh? Just wait till we're done here, then we'll tear you both to pieces." Guyong sneered and chimed in, "Since you're in such a rush to die, I'll take care of you first." His entire body began to harden as his skin turned a slate gray. Petrification. Get him. He lunged forward, using his newly petrified, rock-hard arm to choke Qin Yu by the throat. Refusing to let Guyong have his way, Qin Yu instantly shattered his stone arm with a single punch. The devastating blow sent Guyong into a state of sheer agony, screaming in pain. Before he could even process it, Qin Yu was already charging right at him. Guyong managed to snap out of it just in time, fully petrifying his entire body. But the moment his transformation completed, Qin Yu slammed a devastating blow right into him. In an instant, Guyong's petrified body shattered into a million pieces. The horrific sight left Shenzong and Tao Ye completely paralyzed with shock. Furious and panicked, Shenzong immediately triggered his transformation. Tao Ye shifted his form as well, growling stubborn defiance. "Let's take him together. Kill him." With lightning speed, Shenzong began circling around Qin Yu like a blur. "Can you even keep up with my speed?" Qin Yu's eyes remained dead, calm, looking at him with utter contempt. Out of nowhere, Tao Ye managed to sneak up on Qin Yu. "Choke on this," he roared, spraying a thick, slimy liquid directly onto Qin Yu's face. Delighted by the opening, Shenzong rushed in, shouting, "Nice one. Now watch this." Unfortunately for him, Qin Yu caught him by the face in a split second, leaving him horrified. "What?" Before he could even register what was happening, Qin Yu slammed him face first into the ground with brutal force. Witnessing this brutal takedown, Tao Ye screamed in panic, "Shenzong!" Suddenly, Qin Yu's icy voice cut through the air, catching him off guard. "What did you just say?" To make things perfectly clear before sending him to his grave, he added coldly, "I said you're about to die, and yet you're still wasting time babbling." But Tao Ye remained stubborn, yelling, "I'm going to suffocate you in my slime." With those words, the thick slime oozing from his body completely enveloped Qin Yu. Within moments, Qin Yu was fully covered from head to toe in the foul, sticky substance. The disgusting sight made Xiao Wu cringe. "Ew, brother, that is so gross." Right then, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a menacing red light. He casually waved his hand, and in the next second, a burst of flame completely incinerated the slime. Seeing Qin Yu's terrifying power, Xu Nuo began to tremble with fear. They were trembling. Qin Yu quickly noticed their fear and spoke up to comfort them, showing that he was nothing like those guys. "Don't worry, as long as you don't mean any harm, I won't just kill innocent people." Suddenly, panicked voices rang out from the distance. "What's going on? How did he do that?" While the flames were still roaring, he calmly said, "Please explain the situation to me. I really don't want to kill innocent people over a misunderstanding." Even though Qin Yu had explained himself, Xu Nuo was still shaking with fear. Brother, please don't do anything rash. We're not bad guys. Only those three are the bad ones." Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly requested, "All right, then please tell me what's going on here." Xu Nuo immediately began to explain. "It goes like this. Everyone here is a survivor who got sucked into this world. Since we all just want to survive, we've been helping each other out. Boss Joe, Boss Jin, and Boss Sunday." Suddenly, a group of people rushed over, demanding in a loud voice, "What's going on here?" Turns out Boss Jin had arrived. He growled menacingly, "Who did this?" Completely unfazed, Qin Yu shot back, "I did." But terrified of his anger, Xu Nuo anxiously tried to explain, "Boss Jin, it's like this." But before he could even finish his sentence, Boss Jin raised his hand and cut him off. "I know exactly what kind of people those three were, but, kid, no matter how you spin it, you still killed my people. And that's a direct slap to my face." Hearing his tone, Qin Yu knew exactly what was up and asked, "What do you want?" While looking at their miserable state, Boss Jin raised his voice. "I know those three were scum and did plenty of bad things. I get it. But since you had the strength to take on all three of them and win so easily, it's clear you're not someone to be taken lightly. Still, they had their uses and helped us out a lot. Now that you've killed them, our fighting force has taken a serious hit." In the next second, Boss Jin's true intentions were written all over his face. If you agree to work for me and help me out, I'll consider their deaths their own fault and let it slide. What do you say? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu shook his head and refused. I'm not working under anyone. Boss Jin seemed to have already anticipated that answer. The strong should have their pride, but let me remind you, when you're facing someone stronger than you still need to show some respect and caution. Even so, he got irritated and unleashed his powerful aura into the surroundings. Qin Yu quickly realized that this guy was a level 2 evolver. Boss Jin put on a superior air and sneered. Very well. It looks like the two of you can actually tell the difference between the strong and the weak. I was one of the very first people to arrive here. I became a level 2 evolver over 2 months ago, and just over 10 days ago, I leveled up once again. My current strength is far beyond your wildest imagination. His over-the-top arrogance made Xiao Yu burst out laughing. Her mocking attitude irritated Xia Feng, who snorted coldly and bragged loudly. You brat, how dare you show such disrespect to Boss Jin? Do you have any idea how many mutated beasts he has killed? Xiao Yu couldn't care less as she whispered, like I care how many he killed. Either way, it's definitely not as many as us. While she was playfully teasing them, Qin Yu stepped forward to issue a challenge. How about this? You and I will have a duel. If you win, I'll join you. But if I win, we let the matter of those three go. It seemed Boss Jin was just waiting for him to say that. Fine, no problem. Right after, Qin Yu turned around and walked away, calmly stating, Don't worry, I have no interest in killing innocent people. I'll pull my punches, so I won't take your life. His confident tone started to make him nervous, as he thought, he knows how strong Boss Jin is, yet he's still talking so big. It seems this kid really has some skills, but there is no way Qin Yu is stronger than Boss Jin. Suddenly, a heavy set of footsteps approached from a distance. Turns out Boss Zhou had finally arrived, completely puzzled by the scene in front of him. What's going on here? Seeing his arrival, Shu Nuo happily ran over. Boss Zhou, you're here. Boss Zhou looked around and asked, Old Jin, you're here early? Shu Nuo, what's going on? Where are Gu Yong and his guys? Hearing this, he glanced at Qin Yu and hesitantly replied, Boss Zhou, Gu Yong and his men were killed by that guy over there. After listening to the explanation, Boss Zhou finally got the whole picture. I see. Old Jin, are you planning to fight them? As if trying to reassure Boss Zhou, Boss Jin casually reassured him, Old Zhou, don't worry about it. Trust me, I won't kill them. I'm just going to teach them a lesson so they'll willingly join my side. Even so, Boss Zhou still wanted to step in. Seeing this, Boss Sun quickly stopped him. Old Zhou, after all, the kid killed his men, so he has to fight him just to save face. Since Old Jin already said he wouldn't kill them, you don't need to worry. Back over on Qin Yu's side, a familiar figure suddenly waved enthusiastically and called out to them. Qin Yu let out a hum, and in an instant, Xiao Yu recognized the voice. She waved back and yelled, Little Taoist, is that really you? Turns out, it was indeed Dao Yi who had spotted them. He exclaimed, This is great. Everyone was so worried about the two of you. But I knew it. A giant snake would be no match for the two of you. Seeing that Dao Yi was alive and well, Qin Yu quickly asked, It's so good to see you're okay. How are Commander Li and the others? Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, Li Wei walked over and called out, Qin Yu! Before he could say another word, Lin Feng laughed out loud and exclaimed, Qin Yu, I knew the two of you would be fine. Their incredibly close conversation left Boss Zhou completely stunned. Old Li, do you guys know each other? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wei immediately confirmed it. We've known each other the whole way here. Qin Yu helped us a ton. Next, Lu Yun sidled up to Boss Jin, laughing as he offered some advice. Boss Jin, are you thinking of taking him on? You're no match for him, so don't say I didn't warn you. That warning made Boss Jin break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Li Wei's subordinates are all top-tier experts. Originally, the three factions combined had over 1,000 people. Even counting Old Zhou and Old Sun, there were only 6 Tier 2 evolvers. Yet Li Wei's group, with only a few dozen men, had 4 Tier 2 evolvers. He kept observing and calculating. Li Wei's arrival had completely shifted the balance of power. Even if they didn't show it openly, they had already become a quiet 4th faction. And this Lu Yun guy wasn't much weaker than Boss Jin himself. If Lu Yun said he was no match for this kid, Boss Jin's sudden tension was quickly noticed by Li Wei. This clearly proved that the kid's strength was outstanding, likely another Tier 2 evolver. If he ended up losing to Qin Yu, he would lose a massive amount of face. Li Wei also seemed to want to defuse the situation, saying, Boss Jin, this must be a misunderstanding. For my sake, Let's just let it go. Qin Yu, what do you think? Seeing this, Qin Yu pretended to scratch his head and replied politely, Boss Jin, it really was just a misunderstanding. As for working under you, I'll have to pass. But if there's anything you ever need my help with, I'll do my absolute best. Seeing the graceful exit, Boss Jin immediately took the opportunity to back down and agreed. It's all a misunderstanding, Qin Yu. Since you put it that way, I won't be unreasonable and force you. Let's go with that. Their fake act made Xiao Yu roll her eyes, thinking, wow, these guys are such good actors. Afraid she might offend them, he nudged Xiao Yu and whispered a warning. Keep your mouth shut and keep your voice down. While observing Qin Yu, Boss Jin thought he easily defeated Gu Yong and his men, and even someone like Li Wei treats him with respect. This kid is definitely not ordinary. I need to stay on his good side. Right after that, he put on a friendly face and spoke up. Qin Yu, right? But before Boss Jin could say another word, Boss Zhou cut in with an invitation. You two were also sucked in by the spatial rift, right? Since we can't get out right now, why don't you stay here with us so we can figure this out together? Boss Sun also jumped in right on cue, saying, it's extremely dangerous outside. There are tons of powerful death beasts out there. We have to fight with everything we've got just to survive in this harsh place. With everyone agreeing to stick together to survive, the group headed toward the temporary village they had built. Meanwhile, Dao Yi approached him and said, Qin Yu, I was so worried about everyone. You have no idea what we've been through. This instantly sparked Xiao Yu's curiosity. What happened? Dao Yi then lowered his head in sorrow and began to recount. Back then, our breakout attempt was incredibly brutal. So many of our brothers and soldiers couldn't make it. Then, a rift suddenly ripped open in the sky and sucked us into this bizarre place. It's pitch black, with no end in sight. Before we could even figure out where we were attacked by a strange, mysterious force. The sheer horror of that power became vivid through Dao Yi's words. That power was absolutely terrifying. Anyone caught in it didn't even have time to scream before being instantly pulverized into dust. The rest of us fled for our lives, only to be suddenly sucked into another rift. Reaching this point in the story, he furrowed his brows, heavy-hearted. Out of an army of over 100 men, only 20 or 30 of us escaped. It was a complete tragedy. As soon as Dao Yi finished speaking, Boss Jin happily introduced the place, saying, this place might be simple, but it's the result of our hard work. Qin Yu quickly replied, being able to build a settlement in such a brutal environment is quite an achievement. Hearing this, Boss Jin excitedly extended an invitation. Not long ago, we found a ton of wine grapes. Old Sun, Old Joe, it's been a while since we hung out, hasn't it? Why don't we throw a party to celebrate Qin Yu joining us? Ignoring Boss Jin's carefree attitude, Xiao Yu pointed in a certain direction and asked, I see quite a few people on guard duty here. Do you guys get attacked by enemies often? Her question made him let out a long sigh. You have no idea. Every 3 to 5 days, those death beasts attack us. We don't get a single moment of peace. This new piece of information made Xiao Yu even more curious. Death beasts? Boss Sun, standing behind her, immediately answered her question. They're incredibly powerful creatures. They're a bit like mutated beasts, but they resemble zombies more. They're extremely fierce, and they have absolutely no fear of death, which gives us a massive headache. His description triggered a memory for her. Zombie beasts? We once ran into a massive zombie dragon. Then, Qin Yu turned to Boss Zhou and asked, Boss Zhou, are the death beasts the main threat here? Are there no actual zombies? Before Zhou could even reply, Boss Sun beat him to it. Almost none. They don't even last long enough to feed those plants out there. But there are exceptions. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he continued in a low voice. We encountered 4 of them. They weren't ordinary zombies, more like monsters, and terrifyingly strong. They can even speak our language, calling themselves the Immortal Clan. Hearing this, he realized who they were. Qin Yu's strangely calm reaction quickly caught Boss Sun's attention. Qin Yu, have you met them too? Just the 4 of them beat dozens of our elite fighters, so badly we had to run for our lives. If it weren't for 2 powerful experts who stepped in to help, our entire force would have been completely wiped out. Listening to his story, he quietly thought to himself, even a powerful master, relying solely on his own strength to deal with that beast, which wasn't even the weakest one, must have put in a lot of effort. Being able to take on 4 guys with just 2 people is truly not something to be underestimated. The next second, Boss Sun spoke as he walked. Perfect. I'll introduce you to them in a bit. The scene transitions inside the base, where everyone has settled down around the campfire. Once everyone has gathered, Boss Sun instructs the man standing beside him to invite the two masters and Mr. Leng over. His subordinate quickly obeys. Yes, sir. A moment later, a cheerful, booming voice suddenly rings out. Boss Sun is so nice to invite us to dinner. Just hearing that voice, Xiao Yu hesitates, recognizing it instantly. Why does that sound so much like that guy? As if confirming her suspicion, Xiaofeng and Xiao Na walk in. It is indeed Di Xiaofeng and Xiao Na. Catching sight of Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, Xiaofeng calls out excitedly, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, what a coincidence. Their sudden reunion makes Xiao Na and Qin Yu look at each other shyly. She quickly walks over to Xiao Yu to greet her. Xiao Yu, we meet again. Unable to contain her excitement, she throws her arms around Xiao Na. This is amazing. I thought I'd never get to see you again. Xiao Yu's sudden warmth makes her a bit shy. Xiao Yu, there are so many people around. Seeing this, Xiaofeng quickly steps forward and demands, I want a hug too. Without a second of hesitation, Xiao Yu snaps back. In your dreams, get lost. The lively scene in front of him surprises Boss Sun. Do you all know each other? Hearing the question, he immediately replies, Of course. Qin Yu actually saved my life once. Boss Zhou calls out with a smile, Mr. Leng, come sit over here. From outside, Mr. Leng walks in with an imposing aura. Qin Yu observes him closely as he passes by. With just a brief look at the way he walks, Qin Yu can tell this guy is definitely an ancient martial artist. Then, Boss Zhou calls out loudly, Bring out the food. Beautiful young women quickly carry plates of food inside. Xiao Yu quickly grabs a strange-looking fruit and asks curiously, What is this? I've never seen it before. Hearing her question, he explains, sadly, There are no animals here. Besides us, there are only zombie beasts and mutated plants. We can't just keep eating zombie beasts. Left with no choice, we only have these mutated plants. It seems this hardship has left Qin Yu completely speechless. Despite that, she is still curious enough to take a bite. As soon as she does, Xiao Yu quickly spits it out and complains, This is awful. It's so bitter and hard. Boss Jin also sighs deeply. There is really no other choice. This stuff is indeed terrible. But it is packed with energy. Fearing Qin Yu and Xiao Yu might be displeased, Boss Zhou quickly chimes in. We don't have good food, but we do have great wine. Bring out the wine fruits. In the blink of an eye, the girls serve the juicy wine fruits right in front of them. The sight of the wine fruits makes Xiaofeng extremely excited. It's here! It's here! The wine fruits! This strange fruit makes Qin Yu skeptical. Wine fruit? Right after, Boss Zhou's proud voice rings out. These wine fruits are incredibly rare. Harvesting them requires risking your life. As the wine slowly overflows, he continues, they have a rich aroma and taste just like wine. It's a rare delicacy. Boss Zhou's description makes her eager. It smells so good. I want to drink some. Suddenly, he reaches his hand out to stop her. Wait. Qin Yu's wariness makes him ask angrily. Qin Yu, what do you mean by this? Are you afraid I poisoned you? I might not be some grand hero, but I pride myself on being honest and fair. Not wanting Boss Zhou to get any angrier, he quickly explains. Boss Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you poisoned us. It's just that there's something wrong with this fruit. Qin Yu's judgment leaves Boss Sun confused. Something wrong with this fruit? We've eaten it several times, and it's not poisonous. Qin Yu thoughtfully offers his theory. If I'm not mistaken, these fruits grow on piles of zombie and zombie beast corpses, with vines and roots wrapping completely through the bodies. With just his very first sentence, Qin Yu startles him. Is that really true? Is there a problem? Just as expected, Qin Yu's face darkens as he confirms. This isn't a wine fruit. It's called a corpse blood fruit, a poisonous fruit, born from corpse vines. Everyone immediately grows anxious, stammering to ask what that is. In the next second, he describes it in detail. When a massive number of zombies, zombie beasts, or mutated beasts die, their corpses pile up and rot. The virus or the mutation source inside them can recombine, spawning all kinds of corpse vines. It's not a plant. It's a mutation source that clings to a host body in another form. In a sense, they are an extension of the corpses. Like a true teacher, Qin Yu continues to share his knowledge. Some corpse vines are covered in poisonous thorns. If you're pricked, it'll infect any nearby animals or humans. Some have spores that spray poison into the air, while others seep their poison into the water. And some bear fruits that are both poisonous and highly infectious, yet incredibly delicious. Hearing this, they are so terrified that they drop the wine fruits to the ground. This information leaves Lin Feng terrified and in disbelief. Oh my god, how is that even possible? However, Gao Xiao quickly regains his composure and questions. But we drank it and we're totally fine, aren't we? The terrifying nature of this fruit makes Xiao Yu give up and stop drinking. To stop them from worrying, he folded his arms and offered some comfort. If an ordinary person drank this even once, they'd probably turn into a zombie. Since you're all evolved, you have a strong resistance to it, but if you consume it regularly, there will come a time when you won't be able to fight it off anymore, and you'll turn into a zombie. Staring at the wine fruit in his hand, Xiaofeng sighed in disappointment. What a shame they couldn't drink it. Boss Jin gritted his teeth and cursed in frustration. This damn place didn't have anything good to begin with, and now even the wine fruit was off limits. Talk about adding insult to injury. After a moment of sighing and complaining, Li Wei asked out of curiosity, "We just got here and don't know anything. Is there any other place worth looking into? Or is there any way for us to escape this place?" Boss Sun shook his head in despair. "It's impossible. We've searched all over. Every single path ends in either an endless void or a massive, sprawling sea of mutated plants." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, cutting him off. Actually, it was Xiaofeng, raising his hand like a polite student. "There is still one way we can try." Hearing this, the faces of the three bosses, Zhou, Jin, and Sun, instantly tensed up, as if they were all hiding some deep secret. Noticing the sudden change in their expressions, Li Wei raised an eyebrow. "Bosses, if you know any important information, please don't keep it from us. We're all in the same boat now. I'm sure everyone wants to get out of here. No one wants to stay in this hellhole forever." Boss Jin let out a heavy sigh. Having made up his mind, he decided to share the information. "Well, I guess there's no harm in telling you. About a month ago, when my group was out hunting, we ran into some strange beings. They looked just like humans on the outside, but they were actually zombies. They called themselves the Immortal Race. They attacked us the moment they saw us, claiming they wanted to devour us." Recalling the encounter, his brow furrowed in lingering fear. "Their strength is terrifying. Just 4 of them sent 70 or 80 of our elite fighters running for their lives, absolutely terrified. Many of our brothers died at their hands." Boss Zhou chimed in. "Once we got the news, Sun and I led over 100 men to back them up. But by the time we arrived, only Jin and a few others were left fleeing. If we hadn't crossed paths with 2 powerful fighters earlier, my entire team of 100 would have probably been wiped out by them." Li Wei stroked his chin, lost in thought. "So, these zombies calling themselves the Immortal Race are incredibly strong. But how does that help us escape?" Boss Sun explained, looking highly bitter toward the Immortal Race. "Those zombies are extremely arrogant. They boasted that devouring us would allow them to conquer even more worlds, which means they definitely know the way out of here." Li Wei stood up, his face filled with determination. "If that's the case, it looks like a clash with the Immortal Race is inevitable." Fearing Li Wei might make a reckless move, Boss Jin stepped forward to hold him back. "We need to plan this carefully. You guys haven't faced them, so you don't know how terrifying they are. Especially their king, who hasn't even made a move yet. His strength must be on a whole different level." Li Wei was highly confident in their own strength and analyzed. "The 4 second stage evolved among us are top-tier powerhouses, and you 3 bosses are incredibly powerful as well. Not to mention, we have the Qin siblings and 3 other top-tier fighters here, so we won't necessarily lose." Xiaofeng folded his arms dismissively and chimed in. "Boss Jin, you're being way too cautious. When they beat you back then, none of you had reached stage 2, but now, you're all 2nd stage evolved, much stronger than you were before, so don't sell yourselves short." Xiao Na quickly agreed with him. "Exactly, back then, just Di Xiaofeng and I managed to hold off 3 of them by ourselves. With so many experts here this time, defeating them is definitely possible." Boss Jin was finally convinced, and his confidence began to grow. "You all make a good point. We're not as weak as we used to be. Instead of being trapped in this godforsaken place forever, we might as well give it everything we've got." Qin Yu, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly asked, "I have a question. What kind of person is their king?" Xiaofeng tapped his temple, gesturing that the Immortal Race was completely crazy, and explained that their brains were probably fried by the virus. They've basically been brainwashed by a cult. Every other sentence is about their supreme, almighty king. I think his name is Ming Ling or something. Hearing that name, even Qin Yu froze, a cold sweat dripping down his neck from the sheer tension. Xiao Yu noticed her brother's reaction and immediately asked, What's wrong? Do you know something about him? Qin Yu didn't answer right away, silently recalling the vital information he knew about this name from his past life. Mingling was one of the strongest zombie kings of the apocalypse. His raw power might even surpass the immortal zombie king that had devoured Di Xiaofeng, and he might very well be the strongest zombie king of the entire apocalypse. In the future, many would even refer to him as the Zombie Emperor. The Mingling Zombie King was a mysterious and elusive entity of unknown origin. During the surprise attack on the Radiant Holy City, Mingling became famous overnight by killing an S-class, evolved the fifth war god of the Radiant Holy City, in just a few moves. Furious, the city lord of the Radiant Holy City, who ranked 14th on the power charts, led a team of top-tier fighters to hunt down the Mingling Zombie King in his own lair. Only two. The fact that they couldn't even kill him and barely managed to escape just shows how terrifyingly powerful that monster really is. You have to realize, the S-class Guanghui Holy City is one of humanity's 10 great holy cities in this apocalypse, and its power is on a completely different level compared to the A-class Tianmeng City. Just like Li Wei's forces, Xiao Yu worriedly shook his arm and asked, "What's wrong? You don't look so good." Qin Wu mumbled in response, "I'm fine," but his mind was still a chaotic mess. He never expected that the king they kept mentioning was actually the legendary zombie king, Mingling. He stroked his chin, deeply lost in thought. His physical strength is definitely not just 60 times higher. The zombie king, Mingling, must be way more powerful than that. At 80 times, breaking through to level 3 wouldn't be impossible either. So, should I try to deal with him? Or would it be better to leave him alone? Qin Wu's thoughts remained unresolved, with no clear answer in sight. Putting that aside for now, after the meeting ended, everyone dispersed and went back to their own places. Inside the simple straw hut, there were 5 people gathered: Qin Wu, Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, along with 2 new members, Xiao Na and Xiao Feng. Xiao Yu handed some food to her best friend, saying, "Xiao Na, here are some spicy strips for you." I hid them away. Usually, I can't even bring myself to eat them. Seeing this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Xiao Yu, you guys have it so good, having so many delicious treats in times like this." However, Xiao Yu didn't take it as a compliment. She innocently replied. It was a reply that could drive anyone living in the apocalypse absolutely crazy. What's so good about it? We're about to run out, and even if we don't eat it all, they're going to expire soon anyway.